Once upon a time, morning glow, scattered light, shone on you and I, and fading poems, frozen rhymes, are traces on the breeze, whispers of past reverie. Please let me linger for now, enveloped in your sound. Love on the pages, the ink our stories penned. No matter how it ends, I'll do it all again. Oh, stay true, blossom as spring renews, dreaming colors every hue. Tomorrow's eyes to tomorrow's life, while walking step beside you. So stay true. The winter's rhyme anew, woven memories are blue. And like a melody, sing a song of reverie. Please stay true, cherish your memory. Go with love, your heart's your tears, rivers flow, as gardens grow. I hope you bloom in beauty. See you soon, after the end of time, in the mountain frozen rime. Now stay true, blossom as spring renews, dreaming colors every hue. Tomorrow's eyes to tomorrow's life, are walking step beside you. Now stay true, the winter's rhyme anew, woven memories are blue. And like a melody, sing our reverie. And in our memory, in the end of our journey.
Stream. Hope everyone is having a fantastic weekend because mine has been really nice so far, especially because I've been listening to Ripples of the Past Reverie for I don't know how many times on loop, hundreds at this point, but 3.7 hit me like a fucking truck. You guys can go back and watch the VOD. I was in tears. But yep. And it's an exciting weekend for me as well because in T minus 2 days, I'll be on my way to Japan. And it's gonna be my very first trip to Japan. I am excited to all hell. I keep using that word. I am ecstatic to kind of shake it up a little. I am ecstatic to go to Japan. It's been a dream of mine to go to the country and visit it properly, and see it with my own eyes because I have been a fan of anime and Japanese culture and everything otaku pretty much since I was a little kid. And you know, it's finally here and I am just really just nervous, hyped. The emotions inside me are just, swirling around, and but the one that shines through most is excitement. And so as I've mentioned before that while I'm in Japan I'll be taking a break, but I'll talk about that more later. But yeah, I mean, holy shit, man, 3.7, huh? 3.7. It is one of the most surreal gaming experiences I've ever had, and certainly one of the best experiences that Star Rail has to offer. And honestly, I think most of us expected that, right? Because Amphorius has been so special, so peak fiction, quote unquote, up until now, and they were going to give it a proper ending. And I think 3.7 was such a nice way to wrap up the planet, to wrap up the arc, and now we're off to other things, and it's nerve wracking, and what is Star Rail going to be like for us over the next year? Because I mean, this has been our lives in Star Rail for almost a year. It's been Amphorius, it's been the Chrysosers, and now we're off to something new, and yeah, that's almost sad to say, nostalgic to say, but also I think we're gonna get some really really cool stuff. So, Seki, hope you're doing well. What's up, man? How are you doing? I am doing fantastic, Seki. I am off work for at the very least 3 weeks, if not more. I'm not going into work on Monday. I'll be taking a flight to Japan instead, and just it's great. I am just in a really good mood these days um because of Star Rail, because of family and friends, because of dreams being accomplished, and so it's just really really great stuff. So hope you're doing well, my friend Seki. Glad to see you in here. But yeah, in terms of some housekeeping items, we'll get to the main one straight away. When can you expect to see me next? It's gonna be a while. Because I am taking that trip. I am not gonna be streaming during that trip, as you guys can imagine. And even when I come back, I'm gonna be taking the time to kind of rest my brain a little, to kind of, think about whether I want to go ahead and take the channel to the next step. I do already have upgraded equipment for the channel. I've got a better microphone on the way. I've got an extra light already, and so the channel is going to improve. I'm thinking about doing a branding change. I'm thinking about doing a lot of things, right? And when you have something that's as near and dear to your heart as streaming and having a channel, it's a lot of consideration, especially because if I were to make those changes and kind of take a step into a new era with Gulio, I do think I would go ahead and become a part of the Twitch it's not partner program, but it's the first step that you take before you become a true partner to Twitch. I forget what it's called, but we were invited to that a few months ago, thanks to you all. And so we'll be, once we take that step, we'll be able to do subs, we'll be able to do other cool things within the channel, which was a bit, bit of a bit of a bit of a nerve wracking move for me. There was definitely some hesitation because taking that next step does mean monetizing my channel, and making a little bit of extra cash never hurts. But I this has never been about making money. It's never been about garnering attention, views, likes, subscribers, comments, the whole thing. It's been about what I always talk about. It's been about sharing my love and my passions for games and storytelling and anime with you all, and being able to exchange ideas with you all, and just sitting here and having a good time. And so taking that next step for the channel is something that I thought about pretty deeply, because you know, whenever you introduce money to anything, whenever you monetize something, it does kind of take away a bit of that soul. But at the same time, I know that I'd be able to control it. I'm very confident in my ability to, not let money and not let greed or anything of that kind of corrupt the channel. And there's some really cool stuff that we could do with becoming a Twitch affiliate. That's what I'm looking for. Becoming a Twitch affiliate. So I did already announce a few months ago that we are going to do it. We are going to become a Twitch affiliate. It's just a matter of when, because I do not want to become a Twitch affiliate until I feel confident in the quality of my stream. At the moment, I don't feel that confidence is quite there yet because of my lack of audio quality, and I definitely think visually things could be a bit better. So, but yeah, so uh, kind of a bit of a tangent there, but when can you expect to see me next? It's going to be about a month, I would say. So I've got a 3 week vacation. I'm going to be taking those 3 weeks completely off. And then I'll probably take a week to kind of let things settle, to kind of set up my new equipment, and to kind of like come back with a bang, come back, mentally ready. Golson, good to see you, my friend. Raw indeed. And you're halfway here. What do you mean you're halfway here? What do you mean you're halfway here? Oh, you're swimming? Oh, gotcha. You're swimming? And it's like mid November. That'll tell you about where we live. So, I have never really talked about where I live on stream before, but it is in my Twitter bio. If you kind of like look deep enough, like you'll realize, oh, that's where he lives, which might be a bit surprising considering how I think I haven't made it a secret that I am a very progressive individual. So most of you who will like, oh, he's pretty progressive, and then you kind of look at where I live, you're just like, really? So Golson, we heated the pool, but yeah, didn't need much lol. Yeah. I mean, let's take a look at how. Let me bring my phone up. It is currently 78 degrees Fahrenheit where we're at. So yep, fun stuff. But yeah, so it's gonna be a while until you guys see me again. I would say probably a month. This is the last stream we'll have for a while, and I'll miss it for sure. I'll miss everyone here, Seki on. I'll miss you and Golson. I'll miss you as well, and all my other viewers on Twitch and YouTube. I'll miss you all. I'm very grateful that you guys have dedicated your time to me and been able to share your passions and your love for Star Rail or Zenless Zone Zero or anything else that we've done on the channel like Nayata or the Bond reaction. So and we'll continue off when we get back, and it's gonna be great. So but yeah, so for those of you who are new here or haven't watched me before and you've never been a part of these story discussion streams, after every story quest, we have the stream where we kind of just talk, where we kind of just discuss. I let you guys kind of bring things to me, and I'll bring things to you, and we'll just go back and forth. And it's a good time. We kind of just express our love for the story patch. We talk about the good, we talk about the bad. There's normally not a lot of bad, but we always talk about the bad a little bit, not that much. Sometimes I completely ignore the bad. Actually, I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, it's mostly a very positive, just a good time, and so that's what we'll be doing today. On top of the discussion, we always go through. We do anything that we missed or that we still needed to do after the story quest. So like an epilogue quest or as I've written. We always do as I've written during the stream, so that's what we're gonna do today. And so we're gonna do that first. And so we've got from what my understanding is kind of like an epilogue side quest that kind of adds a little bit of lore and world building to what happened in 3.7. And so we're going to do that first. After we do that, we'll go into as I've written, anything that's new there. And then once we finish as I've written, we'll start the actual discussion. We'll kind of go through, I'll bring up the actual, we usually go to CG Inferno on YouTube. He's a great YouTuber who documents a lot of, JRPG story cutscenes and, story quests in general. And so we'll go there, we'll open up the video, we'll kind of go through, we'll talk about, everything and anything you guys want to talk about. So it should be a good time. Goldson, I expect 100 Evernight souvenirs. I'll be looking for Evernight, Goldson, but I think it's all Cyrene. I've kind of like looked into it on like what's kind of like big there from Hoyoverse or just kind of what's big there in general at the moment. It's really just Cyrene from Hoyoverse. Like she's everywhere. Like if you take a look at Akihabara, she will have like billboards and like signs everywhere, which I am very happy about because Cyrene is one of my favorite characters of all time. In fact, she is quite high up there on my favorite characters of all time list. Golson will have an update for you that later today, but yeah, so it's gonna be really cool to go to Japan and see one of my favorite characters kind of like front and center. So I will be getting a lot of Cyrene souvenirs, but those will be for me. Those will be for me, myself, and I. Golson, I'll accept 200 Cyrene souvenirs now. Nope. All Cyrene souvenirs will be for moi. Will be for me. But I'll try to find some Evernight stuff for you, Golson. If I can't find Evernight, then I'll get Finan or something like that sort. So but yeah, let's go ahead and jump in. So I have the game pulled up already. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna do the side quest first. And from there we'll jump into as I've written. So let me pull up. Audio should be on for you guys. Overlay should be on for you guys. And it's on for me. And so we're here today. Let me make sure YouTube chat is pulled up so that I can talk to Seki or Ren or anyone else who wants to come in. And here we are. Cyrene's on our screen. And haven't really done anything since we finished the story quest. Except obviously I log in, I spend my stamina, and I'm trying to get a better build for Cyrene because my Cyrene build is scuffed at the moment. I do have 180 speed, and I've got a very nice health stat here, but my crit stats are absolutely horrendous. And the reason I have a good health stat is because I am using HP Orb I'm using HP Orb, and I'm using an HP Body, so I would like to get crit stats on Cyrene, so. That crit, I know, Golson, but listen, we can't all have relic luck like you, especially me. My relic luck is always garbage. It's been not horrible in Star Rail recently. It's been god awful in Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero hates me. My disc luck is horrible. Because I was thinking about it today about playing, but Cyrene is technically our first playable Eon. Yeah, kind of. She's not fully yet, but she's on her way. So she represents an Eon in Amphorius, so. Goes and do Relic Recon. It's insanely nice. Basically, we'll give you great relics for one character. Yeah, I am probably gonna do Relic Recon. I was trying to wait to see whether I wanted to do it for Cyrene or Hyacinth, because both of them are really scuffed at the moment, because I kind of just hobbled builds together for the both of them. But I think I am going to go with improving Cyrene slightly, so. Because her summon us basically full of Amphorius, so kind of is. It's halfway there. Like I said, she's half Eon, I would say, or kind of like Eon work in progress. Stevo, my friend, hope you're doing fantastically. I am doing well. I am very excited, Stevo, because I'll be going to Japan in 2 days, and 3.7 was absolutely peak fiction. So, just in a really good mood. Seki, that's a nice Cyrene build. I had to use 2 sets of speed to reach 180. Yeah, I did roll well into speed. And keep in mind, if I wanted to go for 200 speed, I probably could, right? But what reason do I have to go for 200 speed if I have Ichu, right? Her ramp up isn't that insane if you have Ichu. I have Ichu, so 180 speed is more than good enough for me. Where I am lacking in Cyrene build is obviously her crit here. I'd like to get her crit rate to at least 50% so that she's max crit, and her crit damage to at least like 150, 160, while making sure my HP is above 5k, so. Golson, yeah, she's basically a model Eon. That's a good way to describe it, Golson. Model Eon. Sage, my friend, hope you're doing well. So apparently each Xander bot represents a trait or persona of himself. Like Kurgus represents Xander's paranoia, so imagine what the other 8 traits end up being. Yeah, wait, hold on. David, redeem code Omega. Like just Omega, like itself? Oh, we take those. Speaking of Xander, Xander's final question was if Eons and humans shared a similar wisdom. As the greatest problem child, quote-unquote the first genius, had many achievements that were byproducts of curiosity. I shall not comment on the experiment itself, but like Kurgus already had. Answer. He left a final question for you in the system's backend, and I shall keep on searching. Another Xander. Ooh, that's cool. Wait, that's actually kind of cool. He's definitely coming back. Oh, yeah. For sure. I just hope, so I've talked about my concern about Xander kind of being like a distraction for other Star Rail antagonists, but I don't think he will be. I trust them to not have him kind of like detract from future Star Rail antagonists. So, but yeah, Sage, I did see that online after. So obviously after every story patch, I imagine all of us, Sage, Stevo, Goldston, Seki on YouTube. Wagadaba, my friend! Hope you're doing fantastic. I am doing very well. Wagadaba, you are using the relic event for Cyrene. I probably will. I haven't used it yet, so I've been keeping my resources for that completely as is. So I have all my access cards. I haven't done anything here yet. I will do something here eventually. I was just kind of waiting to see like what the state of my account was going to be once I've kind of finished 3.7 and kind of got all the builds together, right? So. But yeah, Golson, I hope he's not the main villain. Yeah, I don't think Xander will ever be the main villain again. So he'll stick around for sure. But I do think they're gonna handle him well. So, Steph, the best way to put it is my opinion of 3.7 is that each time I hear ripples of past reverie, I start crying. Funny you say that, Stevo, because it's the same thing for me and Golston. Me and Golston were talking yesterday, and like, yeah, every time we listen to the song, there's always a little bit of misty eye. always a little bit of it. And I was on my way back from my parents' place late at night. I always go over to my parents' house on Friday, and I always stay super late because me and my brother will play through Trails, the Trail series. I've talked about the Trail series before on stream. If you haven't played the Trail series, any of you, please go play it. But me and my brother will play through the Trail series well into the night. So every time I go back home, it's always late at night, and I put on music and I go get food, and it's always a really nice experience. It's really relaxing. And I was playing Ripples of Past Reverie in the car, and I was like, could this be my favorite night song ever? Like, I'm driving in the car, it's late at night, you know, and I need a song. Ripples of Past Reverie might be my favorite song. It's one of my favorite songs, period. It's just so good. So, Seki, I mean, during the patch, Xander did say he was going to protect Herta from Polka, so he most likely already lose a couple of Xanders to her. Maybe. Who knows how many Xanders he has left. But Polka didn't necessarily make it seem like she might actually intervene. So maybe she was going to intervene, and then kind of Herta and Xander made their announcement, right? And she was like, well, if you're that serious about it, I'm going to stay away. You know, let the cards fall as they fall. So who knows? I've even seen a theory. This theory was on Reddit yesterday, and I also saw it floating around on YouTube. I saw a theory that Skrulum might be a Xander copy. That when Lygus and him were talking at the end, Lycurgus mentioned that Skrulum might be Xander's conscience, and that he could be a Xander clone without even knowing it. And so that was interesting. I'd be really interested to see if that was actually, if that theory ends up coming true, because I think it would add a lot of to Skrulum's character. Don't think it's needed because Skrulum's character is already super interesting, but I think if he was a Xander clone, that'd be really cool. So, Golson, that's what I did. Thank God for it, because my pre-farm Cyrene relics weren't great. Well, mine are not great either, so maybe I'll actually do it. Sage, also, did Lygus set up or hint that Skrulum is... there we go. You're bringing it up once again. Set up or hint is... or is he just doomed to become another emperor? I think he definitely hinted that Skrulum could be one of Xander's clones. But like I said earlier, I think it'd be really cool. Like, I'd be down for that theory to be true. But I think if it doesn't come true, I think Skrulum's character is already very well set up to be a very interesting character. I don't think Skrulum is going to become Rupert III. If they were going to do Rupert III, they were going to do it in this patch. So that ship has sailed, I think. I think Rupert III is no longer an option for us. So I think at this point, if they want to kind of connect Lygus, if they want to connect Skrulum to to something of that magnitude, it will be being one of Xander's bots. So, Golson, you and me both, David knows. Yeah, I listened to it today while jogging because it's okay to tear up while outside. No one will see. Yeah, I've gotten to the point now where I can resist tears, I think. I can listen to it without getting actually like that misty-eyed. I still feel the sadness every time I listen to it, but it's also a little bit nostalgia and joy because of what we went through, right? Like, they went with a bittersweet ending, and it was bittersweet. Like, you can't ignore the sweet. Like, a lot of us are focusing on the bitter. The sweet's there as well. Yeah, his quote-unquote conscience. Yep, exactly. So, Stefo, I expect that at least one of Xander's segments will be an ally in the future because they wouldn't stress so much that they don't think the same. Maybe. I'd be down to have a Xander, like a non-Skrulum Xander clone, be an ally. That'd be cool. It'd be really cool if they were playable as well. Like maybe that's the way we get like a playable Lygus. So, Waganaba, she seemed happy to cross blades with Xander. Well, yeah, I think she wanted to intervene, but after what Herta and Xander said, like maybe she didn't, but maybe she did. Who knows? We didn't get confirmation on what Polka did during 3.7. Second, not necessarily his consciousness. Lygus said that Scurry was going to get what Xander hit, because contrary to him, Scurry does have a consciousness. This is to imply that Scurry is more human than Xander, I think. It could certainly be that. I think a lot of people are saying that Skrulum could be a Xander clone, is because when Lygus referred to himself as a Xander clone, he called himself Xander's Paranoia. and paranoia was in quotation marks. When Xander slash Lygus talks to Skrullum at the end, and he talks about, Skrullum having a conscience, conscience, the word in the actual dialogue box was also in quotation marks. Like, it was very particularly in quotation marks. Like, they didn't have to put that word in quotations. And so now people are saying, well, because he referred to himself as paranoia in quotations and referred to Skrullum in quotations, that could be a sign that he is a Xander clone. It could go either way. I would be happy with either one. I think Skrullum has been set up to be a very interesting and, more importantly, a very flexible character that I trust to be a high quality character. He already is a high quality character. Skrullum could do nothing until the end of Star Rail, and he would already be a great character. So, Sage Lamau, that's what I just said. Yep. Golson, what if next Xander we get is his love, and then we get fuck you. I'm not finishing that sentence, like Golson. Cyrene was a scourge. It was really funny for a while, and then I got tired of it. But I guess that's the same thing with, like, what happened with Akron mains. Like, it was really funny for a while, and then you're just like, well, what about Akron's character? Like, did we forget to appreciate Akron? So, but yeah, Cyrene was pretty funny for a bit. It went on for a bit too long. Sage, I think even if Skrullum is a Xanderbot, he'll find his way to free them, but that would push Planet Skrullum actually being a whole story arc, in my opinion. I'd be down for a Planet Skrullum story arc. I think that'd be really cool. But I do think if they're gonna do something like that, it's gonna be further down the line. I don't think it's gonna be anytime soon. I think personally that the next kind of like big like lore thing that we're gonna get, like kind of like the big like mindfuck moment, is gonna be with Himiko. I think we've already got rumors that Himiko is going to be like one of the star characters of 4.x, and her scene in 3.7 with Kafka definitely set that up. So I think Himiko is kind of next in line to kind of get like the big lore bomb, which is great because Himiko, once upon a time, before Elysia and before Kiana, Himiko was my very first favorite character in Hoyoverse history. Back when I was like looking through Honkai Impact 3rd. She was also, fun fact, my first 5-star in this game. Himiko, I started playing this game with Goldston, and when me and Goldston were playing, like for the first few hours, I told Goldston, I want my first 5-star to be Himiko. If I get Himiko, there's a very good chance that I will continue playing this game for a very long time. And I actually ended up getting Himiko without getting the beginner banner guaranteed 5-star. I summoned 30 summons on the beginner banner, and I got Himiko full odds, and then I got Japard on the beginner banner as a guaranteed 5-star. So my account was actually pretty lucky the first few hours of Star Rail, and then it's just been a down. It's just been a downhill spiral ever since. Second, I mean, even if it ends up being that Screwy is his consciousness, he will still be good. After all, it was Xander's consciousness that stopped him from poisoning his teacher during his first experiment. Oh yeah, Skrullum isn't. I would be shocked if Skrullum was ever an antagonist. I would be very surprised if Skrullum was ever an antagonist. In fact, I will go as far to say, if they decide to make Skrullum an antagonist, I think that is a poor writing decision. I think I would be unhappy with that decision from a storytelling perspective. Golson, I can wait. I can until the part where it says cherish our memories and I lose every time. Listening to this is like choosing to listen to the Koro Sensei death song. Why do I do this to myself? Do not remind me of the Koro Sensei scene. Because that one gets me every time. For those of you who have watched, okay, jeez, spoilers, I guess, for Assassination Classroom. My bad, Golson, apologize. But yeah, don't look at Golson's message if you haven't seen Assassination Classroom yet. But yeah, Ripples of Past Reverie is such a well-performed, emotional song, and then when you add the visuals of the animated short, the waterworks are real. Sage, Lygus and Skrullum seem to have a connection anyway, and if you specifically talk about Skrullum to Lygus, he calls him his brother. That's interesting. Where is that? Is that something that we're gonna see here? Also, yeah, so I'll catch up to chat here, and then as soon as I catch up to chat, we'll continue with the quest. Lygus also talks much more casually to Skrullum when they meet in Amphoris. He's so polite to Herta, though, also almost feels familiar. That I will agree with. I do feel like Lygus and Skrulum have this kind of not spiritual connection, because I should reserve that word for something like Cyrene Trailblazer. But Lygus and Skrulum definitely have a more, um, their relationship has more to it that we haven't seen. And so, if he is a Xander clone, cool, explains everything. Golson, can't wait for Himiko XP. Fuck you, Golson. If Himiko does end up being Polka, I hope it's set up correctly, because at the moment it is not, and a lot of 4.x would have to be dedicated to setting up Himiko as a Polka XP, because at the moment I don't Polka XP as Polka. At the moment I don't think it would work, but I think it could work. I would prefer Himiko to remain Himiko, like Himiko of the Ashell Express, and for her secrets to be something else, not for her to be someone else. But who knows? Who knows? I've underestimated Star Rail story writing before, and they flipped it on my head. Sage, not just Himiko, but the entirety of Elation itself. Aha lore is coming really soon if you heard the radio on the Ashell Express. Yeah, all of 4.x is going to be Elation focused. I mean, we're getting Elation as a path gameplay wise, right? So Elation is going to be the story focus of 4.x, and Himiko potentially being connected to the Elation boggles my mind. I don't think she will be, but I wonder why she's going to be like one of the stars of 4.x. Like, where are they taking her character? I'm interested. So, Golson, my first 5-star was Yan King. Yeah, anyone who first got Yan Qing as a 5-star, tell me the truth. Were you disappointed? Like, when you see, like, hold on. Is there an easy way I can see all the 5 stars? Character trial here. Like, when you guys saw all these characters and you said, which one do I want from, like, a visual, like, from a design perspective? He was probably the one you wanted least, right? Let's be real. Like, all these, like, Himiko, you know, Hot Mom. Welt, you probably knew him from Honkai Impact 3rd. If not, Hot Dad. Branya, also very good design. Japard, dope design. Clara, cutie patootie. Bailu, dragon, also cutie patootie. Yanqing's just like a bratty teenager with eye swords. So, but now he's a great character. He's one of the best. Well, I don't want to say one of the best characters in the game. He's a good character. He is a really good character. His role in 2.x I think was really good with the war dance and Hule and all that stuff. What a turnaround, because he was not one of the best characters in the game. He's one of the worst characters in the game in 1.x, and now he's a really good character. Cool, so there's one 4.x character who I'd say registers as much excitement as my top 5 though. Yeah, I know who that character is. For those of you who keep up leaks, I'm sure you know what that character is as well. So, second, at the moment, there is nothing to say Himiko is Polka. I don't know where that comes from. The main thing it comes from is, number one, the rose motif. I think both Himiko and Polka have like a rose design motif in some ways, so there's that. And also the fact that obviously Himiko has more to her character than we know of, and people think it'd be cool to, you know, through the rose motif to connect each other. But I agree, Seki. I don't think there's a lot to connect each character, and at the moment, I hope it doesn't happen. If it does happen, it needs to be set up properly. Wakadaba, so when do you think we get the Chrysos Heirs again? 8.x later, earlier? I think we get the Chrysos Heirs closer to like 6.x or 5.x. 5.x actually, probably more reasonable. And then I think we get Cyrene at the very end. I don't think Cyrene is dead. I'll talk about it more later. Or she's not dead. She's for sure not dead. I don't think Cyrene is permanently removed from the story, is what I will say. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about it more later. So, Sage, I think it depends. What if Skrulum goes to Adlevan and gets the formula, but it's actually a trap to corrupt said conscious? The reason, like I said, it's like that is because he's baiting his curiosity. That'd be cool, Sage. If they were gonna make Skrulum an antagonist, I think that's the way you do it. That said, at that point, I would argue that's not Skrulum anymore. That's a different consciousness at that point. If Skrulum gets corrupted, that'd be a cool storyline. I'd be down for that. But I don't want Skrulum as he is right now, like his personality, his behavior, his consciousness, to become antagonistic. I think if he were to get corrupted through an external force, I'd be down for that. I'd be down for that. So, Golson, oops, sorry, it's okay, Golson, it's fine. I think at this point, anyone who has wanted to watch Assassination Classroom has probably watched Assassination Classroom, and if you haven't and you were planning to watch it, are bad. That's on me and Golson. So. Stevo, Bensai Tengoku, having festival established by AHA themselves and us being MC of Sparkle's next script is so sus. Yeah, that is... It's interesting. AHA and Elation being the focus of a planet terrifies me. Because the story at that point is so, like, could go any way they want. And they could just kind of attribute it to just being humorous. One thing not enough people remember is that we hear AHA's laugh if we idle Infantilia's boss fight. Do we really? I did not know that at all. I'll have really? That's actually interesting. I'll have to go back and watch that. So we already have some degree of their attention. Well, if that I trust you, Stevo, so I have no reason. I'm gonna webcam for a little bit. I have no reason not to believe you. So that's cool actually. So yeah, it looks like AHA already has his eyes on us. So obviously we're gonna get gazed upon, right? We're gonna gain the power of Elation. The Elation design has already been leaked, right? So I mean that's obvious. Golston, yeah, I mean I think we can expect the path each planet to be the main one. Yes, absolutely. Wagadaba, I have read too many cultivation manhwa to understand Yan King. I don't want to quote it. As someone who has also read a decent amount of cultivation also, let me... Oh, I'm sorry, Wagadaba. I'm going to be a little bit of a grammar police here. So this is not you. This is just me being kind of like a grammar police. Most cultivation webtoons, as you'll call them, are not manhwa with HWA. So MANHWA. Most of those are not actually cultivation. Most of the cultivation webtoons are actually manhwa, which are MANHUA. Manhwa, which is the HWA, that's Korean. That's a primarily Korean webtoon versus manhwa HUA is a primarily Chinese webtoon, and the Chinese webtoons are the ones that are mostly cultivation. Interesting fact, in case you were wondering, I learned that about a year ago as I was getting really into webtoons, so that's the difference. So, but I stopped reading cultivation webtoons because I think they're kind of bad, so it's kind of trash. But there's some enjoyment. Cultivation webtoons are the same thing as shitty isekai in, you know, shitty isekai anime. Same exact thing. Every once in a while, you need like a palate cleanser, you know, and you just watch a shitty isekai or you read a shitty cultivation webtoon. Seki, is the whole have you ever seen them in the same room? No, then they are the same person. A little bit of that, I guess. Yeah, with Polka Himiko, just a little bit of that. I think people just kind of theorize it because of the rose motif and they think it would be cool to happen. I don't think it would be that cool to happen, but I can see why people would be excited. Okay. Sage, not gonna lie, I wanted Yang Ching out of all the standard characters at the time. I liked his sword stepping animations. That's cool, Sage, actually. You're one of the rare few. But yeah, his sword stepping animations, I guess, compared to what we had back then, were cool. Golson, actually, I wasn't because he was a good DPS back then. Yeah, but I'm not saying from like a gameplay perspective. I'm saying from like a how much do I like the character perspective based on their design and, you know, all that stuff. Like, who wanted Yan Ching, right? But I guess, yeah, like, his animations were kind of cool, so that could be a reason why. But, like, ignoring gameplay entirely, who wanted Yan Ching, is what I'm saying. Sage, still don't have... You don't have Japard? Brother, hold on, let me trade you a Japard. Because, let me show you. Let me trade you a Japard, my friend. This is I think this is the standard character I have most of. It's Japard and Branya. Because I think Branya is also E5. No, she's E4, so I have the most Japards out of any standard character. Goes, and I think my order was genuinely Welt, Japard, Yanqing. I didn't want the child or the hot mom, but Yanqing was a good DPS for one patch. All right, Golson. Well, yeah, you kind of are more resistant to like the hot mom archetype, so fair enough. Nina, did you go to the Beyond Time? I don't know what that is, Nina. I assume that's something that we're gonna do here in just a moment. As soon as I catch up to chat, we're gonna do the story quest that I'm missing, and then we'll do as I've written, and then we'll kind of go back to the discussion. We've kind of just let the discussion kind of start naturally here. So I don't want to kind of cut it off, but we'll get there eventually, Nina. Wagadaba, honestly, I learned as well, but I always forget the different grammar. Yeah, it's really interesting because both are very similar, right? But once you start kind of reading more of each type, like, you know, more manhua, it becomes apparent like the difference in cultural storytelling styles, right? And I prefer the Korean storytelling over the Chinese storytelling. Let me make it very clear. That's just creative preference. I have nothing against Chinese culture and of that kind. I do not want to, you know, state that it is coming from any form of racism or xenophobia. Just a creative preference. I just prefer Korean storytelling over Chinese storytelling. Golston, it's real, Seki. Trust. Join the Himiko equals Polka train. No. 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 If I am more warm to the idea of Himiko being Polka than I was before. Like before, I was like very adamant against it. I was like, I do not want Himiko to be Polka at all. Now I'm just like, we'll see, right? If it ends up being the case. But I would very much prefer Himiko to just be Himiko or to be someone else. Sage, us being Sparkle's MC is what terrifies me. Lamau. Yeah, that's a very good reason to be terrified because Sparkle is one of the most unpredictable characters in this entire story, and her getting significant focus in a story patch compared to Penacony is really scary. So don't worry, Sparkle made Penacony great. I trust her. That is kind of true. Sparkle did most of what Sparkle did in Penacony benefited us. So maybe she is more, you know, ethically conscious than we thought, but I don't know. Something tells me we're in for a chaotic time. So, Sage, also just really thought about this after 3.7. Bruce is really just waiting to give us erudition at this point. Like, why is it waiting? Who knows? Yeah, that's a good point, Sage. Like, Noose is one of the more, I don't want to say mysterious because we do know a lot about Noose. Noose is one of the more unpredictable, I guess would be the word I'm looking for, eons out there that we know of. But yeah, there's a lot of Noose's actions are like, why? You know what I mean? Like, what are your goals, objectives, and how are you going to achieve them, Noose? So, Wakadaba, it would be weird to assume that while you're playing a Chinese game. Yeah, true. But in all fairness, Hoyoverse is very, you know, separated from Chinese culture. No, let me reiterate that. Hoyoverse is, you know, not separated from Chinese culture. They are dedicated to Chinese culture. Anything, you know, the Xianzhou, Liwei, and Genshin, etc., right? But they are more expansive. They recognize and put focus on different cultures, right? And so Hoyoverse games never feel like Chinese games to me. They are really their own thing. Golson, even though Noose glanced at us, we might be too stupid to give him that. Not honestly, you know, if that were the actual reason why we don't have erudition yet, the Trailblazer is too dumb, I would be so down for that. I think that'd be so funny. Like, Noose is like, I would love to give you erudition power, but you're kind of low IQ, so I can't. Stevo, so as of 3.7, amount of eons we have had some attention of without getting playable is Aha, Terminus, Noose. Yes. Are we missing anyone? I think that's it. Maybe you could argue the Nihility because Akron, but like not really, because like that was more Akron than the Nihility. So yeah, it's Aha, Terminus, and Noose. Trying to think of anyone else. No. No, I think that's it. Sage, it does look like a Genius Myriad will be coming soon and show off Steven's design. Yeah, I think that's absolutely going to be coming very soon. In fact, I would be surprised if we don't get that before 4.x. I think we will get Steven's design and more info on the geniuses before 4.x. Seki, I don't know why, but I for some reason get the feeling that Noose wasn't talking to the Trailblazer, but rather us, the player, but I have no proof, just a feeling. There were a lot of points in 3.7 that obviously addressed the Trailblazer, but addressed the Trailblazer in a way that made it seem like the player was also being addressed. It wasn't just a Noose. I agree with you, Seki. Like, if we're gonna do like a fourth wall break here, like it wasn't just Noose, it was also a lot of Cyrene. And a lot of the stuff that came after the boss fight, a lot of that was very like kind of fourth wall-esque. In general, 3.7 is very meta. It's what makes it so good. We'll talk about that more later. Ghost of Noose is like, this guy, great at saving the universe, but he's dumb as a rock, so I'll just watch for now. True. Noose watched us like trash can dive once, and he was like, I gotta wait a bit on this, don't I? So, all right. Okay, so we're cut off the chat. Feel free to keep chatting, guys. I'm not saying you guys should stop chatting. I'm just saying I was gonna catch up eventually. And so now that we're caught up, good time to do this. Oh, not that. It's this, right? Yeah, here we go. So I hear this is gonna give me more information about what happened at the end of Inforius. And so I'm excited to kind of see whether this kind of like proves or potentially denies some of my thoughts or some of my theories. But yeah, so this is gonna be the first thing that we do. And then after that, we'll do as I've written. And then after that, we'll kind of come back to this discussion and we'll talk more about 3.7 and what can come in 4.x. It's going to be a long stream. We're almost at an hour and we're still got plenty to do. So is that Cyrene? Please tell me it is. If it is, I will be very happy. It is her, but not really. Oh. Is it actually her? This page of eternity exists because of you. Okay. Is it the last pages as I've written? Can you stay with us, please? Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Okay, so it is not her. Cyrene's expressions are really good. Her model was built in a way that her expressions come through a bit stronger than I think other characters. Yep. She is in her own cycle. Right. So it looks like we're kind of going even more meta than this. Like, as I've written is like an actual like space that contains what we went through in all of 3.x. I believe we'll meet again. Which I genuinely do think. I think we'll see Cyrene again before the end of the game. But it's gonna be a while. Of course. Anything you want. A little pink. Oh, don't wink at me. Don't wink at me. I've emotionally settled after 3.7. Don't. She disappeared. Oh my goodness, she disappeared. Oh, now we're looking off into the fucking sunset. Fuck you, game. Explore the new Eternal page. Okay, this is interesting. Wait, hold on. Is this like an Ides Elysia? Okay, no, this is like closer. Oh. Excuse me. This is the palace that we saw in the cutscene for. Ooh, hello. Hi. Wait, is this gonna be some like super meta thing where we can come into this area and speak with the Chrysos heirs? That'd be really cool. Like the last page that they wrote like actually has like a memory zone of some kind. I don't know. Hi. For the event. What, you guys play gacha? All right, I'm actually gonna turn auto off because if there's no voice acting, I read faster than I think most people do. So we'll kind of speed this up a little. Oh my god, we're going back to cooking. I thought she was the judge though. Why not both? Combine both events, do a cooking handicraft competition, and then let the best man or woman win. Oh my god. Of course it's Cypher. You guys should now know what happened. Mad Kitty. Four. And a Taylor girl. Did Aglaya just like sniff her out? Or are they somewhere else? Poor Aglaya, having to dress fine because his fashion sense is so bad that he doesn't look like a hero. What'd you bring, Mighty? What you cooking? I'm down, brother. Your food is good. Guess who's not? This is really nice. I like this a lot. I hope this is permanent. Can I talk to them individually now?
See you tomorrow, Amphorius.
This is permanent, isn't it? Okay, this is really cool. Now the fact that we get this kind of like dialogue option here, this kind of like confirms to me that this is permanent, which is super nice because obviously the Chrysos heirs were still somehow alive or present in as I've written upon the last page, but their physical form had disappeared, right? This is a way to give them physical form. Whatever this is, memory zone or like, really cool that we at the very least are able to go back and speak with the incarnation of the heirs that we know, right? Because more than likely what's going to happen later down the line is that Amphorius is going to become real and the Chrysos heirs are going to be born, but they're not going to have the memories of what we went through in Amphorius. And so this is a nice way to kind of like retain what journey we went on in Amphorius. So let me catch up the chat here really quick. Okay, here we go. Currency Wars stream, Goldston. No. Currency Wars I will be doing on my own time. I do hear it's really fun, so. Wait, I think I missed a couple of chats here. Let me go higher. Okay, Sage. Knowing what the Garden of Recollection the Memo Keepers want to do to March and Cyrene, just poor girl stuck in this horrible fate, just makes me despise that group more. Yeah, fuck the Garden of Recollection. Fuck that faction. God damn. My hate for Fuli has dissipated, obviously, after 3.7. After 3.6, I was like, fuck you, Fuli. But fuck the Garden of Recollection still. Besides Black Swan. Black Swan, you're chill. Thank you very much. Join the Actual Express, please. Leave the garden and join the Actual Express. But everyone else in the Garden of Recollection, you guys can screw off. Including including the memo keeper on the Astral Express that takes us to MOC. Screw you, Chu. So this quest just made me cry again. Well, I think, like I said, my emotions have settled, so I'm sad, but I think I'm gonna be able to resist tears here. So, Seki, oh wait, no, I read that already. Waganaba, how many subsets a character needs to be considered a good, such great, such perfect build? Well, perfect build, obviously, every single substat. A good build, I think, I would classify a good build as matching what Pridewin has. Like, if you go on Pridewin, the site, and your stats match the endgame build that they recommend, I would consider that a good build at that point. And then a great build is anywhere in between that, so. Stevo, news not granting us playable path could be tied a bit into 4.x because Aha did once grant power and intellect to a worm and attempted to get it into society. That poor worm discarded him once she was born. Yeah, that's one of the funniest like lore bits about Star Rail is just Aha turning one of his emanators into a worm. That is just an Aha thing to do, but it is like really like morbid when you think about it. Like seriously, like, oh, this person living just a regular life as an emanator, all of a sudden they're just an insect. I'm almost sure she left since she said it would be best to hide from the garden. Yeah, at the very least I hope Black Swan is kind of like not connected to the Garden of Recollection anymore. If she doesn't join the Astral Express, I would want her to kind of be separate from the Garden of Recollection. But I don't think she's joining the Express, but I would love for her to. Sage, yeah, as I've written, it's a special Memoria, but only the Trailblazer can enter it. The heirs are basically mimetic entities. Very cool. Okay, so it is a memory zone of some kind. That is cool. And it makes sense, right? You know, because the power of remembrance was present throughout all of 3.x. Sage, Gulio, this is where I will be pulling every time now. It's too pretty. This is a very cool area. I will always pull like where it makes thematic sense. Like I will pull, like when we pull for Cyrene, we pulled as close as we could get to her table in Ides Elysiae. When we pulled for Firefly, we pulled at the rooftop, stuff like that. Sometimes I forget, but you know, it is what it is. Golston, yeah, this is what I was saying to do the nymph prophecies for. Golston, they basically are just gonna live their lives here until Amphorius becomes real, but at least they aren't gone. Well, even if Amphorius becomes real, I don't think these versions of the heirs basically transfer over to Amphorius. I think, unfortunately, they're trapped here. Like, our memory of Amphorius is isolated to this memory zone. Because the heirs that become real are gonna be humans, you know, just like humans born on, well, Cypher and a couple of the others, right? Like Hyacinth, they're not fully human, but they'll be living normal lives with new memories. Like we saw that in the short, right? We saw that in Hello World, that they mostly live normal lives. Some of them even come to the Express. Which I guess, if they went to the Express, maybe they do have the memories from their past lives. So maybe they do combine in some way. Who knows? Who knows? I would love for them to become real and for them to have the memories they had from our journey in Amphorius. That would be really cool. But I think it's 50-50. And I would lean more towards that they wouldn't have their memories. Sage, it's a nice place to live. They do actually exist here, yeah. Golson, if you talk to them individually, they give you a keepsake in exchange for a fruit of time, which you get from the Eternal Page Garment Maker for the Nymph Prophecy tablets. Really? Ugh. Am I gonna have to go through and collect all the nymphs? Ugh. Probably. Sage, they will be the same in real life when they implement the Memoria there. True. Like, what's stopping us from, like, taking As I've Written and basically going to the real life Amphorius and just taking the Memoria and kind of, like, implanting that into the heirs? But that'd be kind of cruel in a way, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it be the more selfless thing to let the real life Chrysos heirs live normal lives without memory of what they went through? Because what they went through fucking sucked. You know what I mean? Kind of feels kind of cruel to like take the memories that we have from Amphorius and kind of like force it upon them. That's an interesting thing to think about. That could be a story thing that they bring up. Sage, well, if you pull more Cyrenes, pull them here. No, I will pull at the table, Sage. Because I want to kind of like every pull that I do to like kind of like, you know, thematically match the character. But if I don't have somewhere to pull, this would be cool. Because like it is like very like galactic. Kind of matches like the kind of screen of pulling. Sevo, I mean, according to her in 3.6, Black Swan helping us means she broke rules and sided against the Garden. Yeah, that is very true. Like, that is confirmed. So she will either do Revolution in Garden or join the Express at some point. Stevo, me and Goldstone were talking about this the other day. By the other day, I mean yesterday. We think, or at least I think more than Goldstone does, that if Black Swan does join the Express, it'll be her SP. Like, if Black Swan gets another Black Swan, like playable Black Swan that we summon for, that it'll be an SP, and then maybe that version joins the Express at that point. Who knows? I honestly think at this point they should make her join the Express. I think it makes sense. I think thematically it works, and I think she has good chemistry with the rest of the Express members. The only thing I will say is if Black Swan does join the Express, I think that's it. I don't think there should be more than 7 Astral Express members. So if Black Swan does join, I think that's it. I don't want any more members to join. I think 7 is a good like group dynamic to have. If you add more, it becomes more difficult to like give attention to each Astral Express member, if you know what I mean. So do we want to use our last spot for the Express already? Because Sunday joined. Like at this point, Sunday is all but confirmed, right? So Sunday's already taking 1 spot. Does Black Swan take the other spot already? I'd say just go ahead and do it. Goes on, I think they know what they went through. Finance says Dawnmaker has seen too much bloodshed, but I don't know if they themselves remember experiencing them since they are how we remember them. But that feels kind of cheap, I think. To me, like if they feel like what they went through, but like don't have to have the memories of what they went through, that kind of feels a bit cheap. That's like having your cake and eating it too. But I mean, we'll see. Second, I have a theory, but I will wait for you to finish this quest to meet the context of the... Okay, yes. Let me read Sage's messages here, then we'll continue with the quest. Sage, but at the same time, Gulio, you are depriving all that they've gone through to gain true freedom. It was all worth it in the end. It won't be worth if they don't get a part of said reality and world. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. That adds more to the conundrum, right? Like, what do you prioritize? Like, who does the Trailblazer have the right to give the Chrysos heirs their memories back? Like, that's basically inflicting them a lot of previous pain that they don't have currently, but it's also restricting, you know, their past life, right? Maybe they want to have those memories. Who knows? That's an interesting ethical question, right? Honestly, I kind of want them to explore that now. Because, like, it's a kind of like a question of, like, you know, what is truly selfless? What is truly selfish? What are you depriving the heirs of if you don't give them the Memoria? You know, and what are you inflicting upon them if you do give them the Memoria? Who knows? Sage, that's how I see it. At least they've grown from this hero's journey, and that's what makes them who they are. That's fair. Okay, I see that a few more messages have been posted. We're continuing with the quest. I will get back to you here in a moment. Absolutely. Oh. We'll meet again, Castris, don't worry. Yeah, okay, so this is the nymph thing that you were talking about, Goldson. Gotcha. Alright, well. I'll find time eventually and I'll gather everything. Don't worry. I will go back and I will do this. Castros, you have a beautiful humming voice. Okay, so we can go back to and we can select the same dialogue, okay.
A fine place indeed. Well done.
Thank you, Mighty. Based. Mighty says this all the time. It's like his like go-to one-liner. Find the cat something to do. Oh, Cypher. Okay. So, Aglaya and Finan and Anaxa over there. Anaxa and Aglaya are having they're probably having their divorce hearing at this point. Is there anyone else that we can talk to, like down here? Or is it just those 5? Or like every time that we come back into this world, is it like a different heir? Because we're missing some of them. Hello? Anyone else? Looks like they're not here. So I assume they're gonna be on that platform. Dude, this fucking area is fucking amazingly beautiful. Okay, so we're back here now. Oh, okay, so okay, phew. So we do have multiple areas here. So I just saw Hyacinth. And there's Hyacinth. Okay, cool. So it is like a multi-area thing. It isn't just that platform. Okay, we'll come back here later. Let's go in order. Okay. Finan is like watching over his parents' divorce hearing at the moment. Hi, Finan. You're not suffering eternally. It's great, isn't it? Drama. What's going on? I love you, Aglaya. I love you so much. Is she still blind? Does she have her eyesight back? I wonder. She probably does, because Anaxa just said she doesn't have her golden threads anymore, but she still seems to be able to see. Like, she's staring at Anaxa. She's not blind anymore. She doesn't have her golden threads. She can't see through her golden threads anymore. But why would she be staring right at Anaxa if she can't see him? She can see again. That's so cool. The face palm. Hidden hatred to butterfly in the tree. What is this face? Okay. Occasional keyword. Yeah. The world is ending. Okay, cool. She did regain her sight. Good for you, Aglaya. I'm happy for her. Honestly, besides Finan and Cyrene, like, I think I'm the happiest that Aglaya is, like, living a good life. You know what I mean? After seeing everything that she went through in the first half of Amphorius. It's like her and Castris, I think I'm also really happy for living like a really good life. Like those two particularly suffered, I think. True. Warrior. Oh, this is so good. Aw, mom is happy. Come on, Finan. How's it going?
See you tomorrow, Amphorius.
Indeed, Finan. This is just giving more material to the shippers, bro. Oh my fucking god, Finan. Hoyoverse, you didn't. Something's wrong with my flame chase journey. The Imperator's personal blade maiden. The class-skipping cat at Divine Academy. Genshin did this at one point. That's why I'm like so incredulous at the moment. See you around, Finan. Oh, shit. Hi, Cyrene. Alright, let's talk to Aglaya while we float over her menacingly.
It's time to pick up my old love for weaving again.
Some tricks. Why? Why not just hire people normally? She's gonna capture Cypher. I guarantee you. This is interesting. This is very true. Like, her method of sight now is different than what she got used to. Now she has to read people's body language differently. Oh, I am very happy for her. I really am. Right. And Anaxa.
Looks like I'll need to completely overhaul my theory.
Of course. Never change Anaxa. Okay, so we can go down this way. Oh, no, just kidding. No, we can't. Okay. I'll catch up the chat here again. Here we go. Golson, I say that because they seem really happy now, like Finance should be needing therapy right now if he really remembers everything. But he's right back to his old self. Yeah, that's true, but like, that is true. My point is, the Chrysos heirs that get born in reality are effectively almost different people than the Chrysos heirs that we just talked to. And yeah, I think Sage's main point is that even though they are different people, like different consciousness, you know, they are the same soul or the same entity, I guess. And if we wanted them to be truly free, right, giving them their memories, like informing them of what they went through in their past life, would be really enabling their freedom. It's be like they earned everything they worked for, including the pain that they went through. So then it becomes an ethical question, like, do you inflict them, you know, the painful memories of Amphorius, but truly make them free and kind of give them full agency over their life? Or do you save that, you know, like, do you decide to like not give them their memories and allow them to live, you know, a potentially happier life because they don't have the trauma that they went through Amphorius? It's an interesting ethical question. Said she does remember everything. He mentions this in this area. Yep, same. They remember everything. Very obviously they do. Golson, I think they all remember everything, but I don't know if Finance specifically remembers his 33 million cycles, or if he does, he's just really good at recovering from trauma. Golson, he definitely knows about them, though. He says Notmaker has seen too much pointless bloodshed. I think he remembers everything. I just think because of, you know, the fact that, you know, things are final. They've been able to achieve what they wanted to achieve. You know, things are... He's been able to move on, right? He's been able to process... Excuse me. He's been able to process all his trauma. Because keep in mind, Finan does show up at the final battle momentarily. Like, he pats you on the back as he goes forward to destroy all of, like, Iron Tomb's, like, remaining, like, bits. He seemed very happy and optimistic there. And that version of Finan absolutely remembers all his past cycles. So, I think he has memory of them all. So she's recovering well, he can finally wish for himself, not for others. Exactly, right? Like, it's much easier to move on from trauma and, you know, pain and PTSD when your current life state is very positive. And I think that's what is in play here, you know what I mean? Golson, I guess it's possible the man is just euphoric after the relief of winning. Maybe that cancels out the trauma. Absolutely, that could also be the case. But I just get the sense that he's now that he's at the end, he's content, and I think the rest of the Crisis heirs, right? Like Aglaya talking about like difference in sight and how she has to kind of like reprocess everything, how it's both beautiful and inconvenient in some ways. That tells me that the Crisis heirs are very well aware of what they went through, and that they are damaged, psychologically, but that they're all optimistic about the future and that they know that they're going to be able to process everything. Aglaya and Anaxa going through another divorce. Absolutely. You will find the answer here. Wait, not in this convo. It's a different Aglaya convo here. Are you talking about like the eyesight thing? Because I like predicted it. I'm assuming that you are. I still ship them together. First divorce ship I've had. They make a really good ship, I will say. Especially because it was set up from the very beginning. Like even from like, was it like 3.1 or 3.0? Like we got like people connected Aglaya and Anaxa together. Not people, I mean like heirs, like the actual playable characters. They mentioned that Aglaya and Anaxa were always at odds with each other. Sage, I mean it's not just that. Kasana is freed from both from the loops and Ironton Shell. He's at peace. He's been at war for too long. Yeah, exactly. Just keep in mind that, soldiers that come back from war, a lot of them are not at peace. A lot of them suffer from the damage of war in real life, right? Some of them are able to move on, right? Some of them, the conclusion of the war is, relieving for them. And some of them, the conclusion of the war is difficult for them. But Finan seems to be the former. He seems to, after having been freed from war, after having been freed from all the pain and torture that he went through, he seems to be optimistic and hopeful for the future. Goes, it could be me if I was finally... It could be me. If I were finally freed, I'd be crying in a corner for like 3 months minimum. What a man finding is. He is a man. You guys seen his abs? That is a man. If only he had a better fashion sense. He'd be a lady killer. Seva, one thing I can point out I'm disappointed by in 3.7 is that we didn't even get mention of Doctors of Chaos, despite those Chinese only shorts about preparing for items saying they will arrive to help. Really? So for everyone watching the stream, I did not watch any of the Chinese only stuff that was released before 3.7. And actually, thank you for reminding me, Stevo, because now I can go back and watch those. So I know nothing about anything there. So if the Doctors of Chaos were teased, then interesting, but I know nothing. 3.7 is not perfect. I'll talk about it more later. Some things are definitely wrong with 3.7. I don't think it's Amphorius's best story patch. I think it's 3.4 still. So it is flawed. 3.7 is flawed, but I do think it is one of the better ones. Sage, I think that's just because Kaslan is so resilient. He always believed in getting freedom for everyone, and when it finally came to him, freedom was given to him. True. I mean, yeah, Finan is special. He was able to resist all those core flames and go through all those cycles because he is brave, courageous, strong, resilient, determined, all of that, right? I'm just saying, like, if they decided to go a different route with this character, kind of make him still be a bit traumatized, I wouldn't be surprised.
Turn over this eternal page.
Speed boost. All right, let's go talk to the rest. So that was Casterus, Mighty, Aglaya, Anaxa, Finan. So we're missing Saradra, Hyacinth, Hysolins, and technically Don Hung and March as well. Tribios/Tribi, like who do we get here? Did we get Tribi, Trinen, and Trian, or do we get Tribios? Who knows? And Cypher, obviously, as well. And I think that's it. Alright, who do we want to talk to first? So Hysolins is over there. Saradra is on her own there. Hyacinth is there. So where's Cypher? Maybe that she's in a different area. Okay, well, let's go with Saradra first. Because she's alone and I feel bad that she's lonely. Hello. I mean, yeah. Everything's at peace. Yes, this is very, very in tune with her character. Then there are her generals. Wait, what? What? Huh? So is she not a natural born Chrysos heir? Wait, I feel like that was a huge reveal just now. What the fuck? Huh. Well, what do you know? Cool. That just lends more to how insanely, special Saraja's character is. That is the fact that she was able to do everything she did without having been born with the natural, abilities of a Chrysos heir is pretty insane. Okay, Kalis just straight up proposing to Saradra. Fucking Firefly out there just like shuddering. And if you ship Cyrene with Trailblazer, then same deal here. Let's do the first one because that one's more funny. Yeah, she was arguing for dictatorship as like a potential government, like as a feasible government, like at the end of 3.7. Sorry, Sardra, I do not believe in a dictatorship as a legitimate government structure, but okay. I understand the intent. That was really cool. That might be my favorite conversation that we've had with a Chrysos heir up until now. I feel like that genuinely added to her character. Like that was good. Like we found out a little bit more about her character, her perspective on everything that has happened, how she's feeling at the moment. I like that one a lot. Well, actually, I think I like Aglaya's a bit more because I prefer Aglaya as a character, and hers is also really kind of like good for her character, I think. But Saratra's conversation here was really nice, really cool. Hi, Selins, Apollonius, Virginia, Labinius, Seneca. Good to see you guys again. These are some of the better NPCs in F4. I like them in 3.5. Oh god, no, Hysolins. No. 12 bottles. Okay, just one. I thought we were drinking them all. We're bringing out the top shelf here. To Amphorius. It's a big bottle. Those are giant cups. Filled almost to the top. The bottle's gotta be like this size, you know what I mean? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's have a drink together. I will say this is my favorite nickname in all of Amphorius. Like every Chrysos heir like has nicknames for like us. Well, not every single one, right? But a lot of them do. Greyfry is my favorite nickname. That was given to us in Amphorius. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you, Golson. Let me talk to her.
A ruler knows no higher praise than the joyous laughter of their
Almost
subjects.
forgot. Thank you for reminding me, and I'll catch up to the rest of chat later. Primarius or Primaries. I'll take it. Oh hell yeah, brother! I'll take it. All right, here we go. Let's go to the baths and get some food. Infinite resort, basically infinite free resort. Oh, I just realized, by the way, Terravox is just standing. I didn't recognize it until now. Hi, Terravox. This privilege holds equal authority on all other planets. Saradra, I'll be real with you. If I go to Penacony, I don't think if I call myself the Dux Primarius, I'll get everything for free. It'd be really cool, though. Okay, so you'll deal with it for me? Thank you. Hell yeah, very cool. Yeah, I would have figured she would, become a Chess master. I'll introduce you to Jingrian. Jingrian doesn't play chess. He plays a different game. I forget what the game is called. It's a Chinese game. But I'm sure he would be good at chess. Cool. Yeah, Sarah Jez was a really cool conversation. All right, let's talk to Hysolence. Or we can listen again. Seneca, hang in there. How many cups? Okay. Seneca is just bored. She's just diffy, bro. I would have alcohol poisoning at like 6. All right, Hysolence.
I raise this cup of honey brew to our yesterdays and tomorrows.
Not too shabby here, huh? Oh, that's a good line. Already found my own flame. I like that. All right, let's get some construction going on here. Like, can we get like an ocean of some kind, like a pool? I would just assume it's because she's not human. All right, these are some personal questions, Kalitz. Let's do this one. Hysolence ended up being, I think, the character named Forest that I liked more than I expected. Like, her and Cypher, I didn't think I would like all that much, and I ended up really, really liking it. Hyacinth! Hyacinth, pink girl! Oh, what the fuck? Celiosi? Like a young Celiosi? What the fuck? Why, this is so cool. Oh, wait, this is actually really neat. How'd you get so tiny? Okay, so there's another confirmation that they remember their previous cycles. I'm happy for her, and for Hyacinth as well. Also, good to see you guys again, Solibus, Lunibus. Thank you for giving us one of the best cutscenes in all of Amphoris. Ika, never changed. Damn, little Ika's got a mouth on her, huh? Or it, I guess. I shouldn't be assuming Ika's gender. You become a physician. Very cool. Yeah, first you gotta go through like 8 to 12 years of school. Probably more than 8. Probably closer to 12. Then you have to do a residency. Then you've got to get... Yeah, there's a lot you gotta do, like Celiosi. I hope you're prepared. At least that's the way it works in America. I don't know. I know some of you guys are across the ocean, so it might be different for you guys. Becoming a doctor here in the States is, ooh, it's a lot. You're very true. Very cool. Can I talk to Celiosi? Yeah, I can.
Laughter
Oh, just kidding.
echoes in the wind. I love this healed world.
I mean, I feel like if there's a lesser need for the Twilight Courtyard, that is a great thing. Exactly. If Hyacinth is unemployed, that would make her very happy. A pure and innocent heart. Very nice. I love you, Hyacinth. Definitely one of my favorites in the entire game. Oh, That's really cool. I love the fact that we were able to see Celiosi here. Okay, so anyone else here that we want to talk to? I'm guessing that these other NPCs were at some point NPCs that were a part of the story in some capacity. But I don't really recognize their names all that much, so I'm good. I'm sorry if any one of these NPCs is like an NPC that you guys like. I don't recognize them. I recognize these NPCs, the generals, but not the others. Let me check these one last time. I think I recognize Noldus and Cassandra. I think I recognize them. And is this like the priest? Like, are these the people like that were like watching over the core flame of world bearing? I don't remember. What? We don't get to see Nias or Pelixia? Rude. Terravox, my boy. God damn, I have to get close. And once we finish with Terravox, I'll catch up to chat, guys. Hell yeah, brother. I'll bring you all the red soil you want. Earth is, so I get to describe, oh. What's the closest to Earth? It's not Penacone. I don't think it's, I'll do Belobog. Belobog feels like the closest thing to like an actual Earth. Can I do all three of them? Like if I open that dialogue option again, do I get different things? Yes, I can. Not quite governed by another god, and that god sometimes can cause issues, but I mean, hey, that's the whole lore behind the abundance in the hunt. Penacone. Very cool. Man, Terravox's role in 3.6 is dope, and just all that stuff in general with Don Hung and Don Fung and Terravox and the flashback with the quintet. I'm trying to think of the cloud not no, there's a specific name for the quintet and I'm forgetting it. It's because I'm dumb. But you guys know that whole portion of 3.6 is awesome. Okay. Well, actually, I'm gonna move away from Lunabis because her wings make a lot of noise. Let's go over here. Let me catch up the chat here. Waganaba, maybe she got the golden blood at the end of the battle with the law then. Maybe, or maybe she just stayed like, you know, just a normal human for the entire time. Just Saradra's conversation was definitely one of the coolest that we've gotten so far. So. Okay, here we go. Golston 3.6, 3.7, 3.4 for me. I honestly, ironically, for me, it's completely different. I think it's 3.4, 3.6, 3.7. So. Golston, read the scroll in the main garden too. It kind of shows why it's only the people we know that are here. Oh shit, okay, let me do that really quick. The scroll. Maybe over here to this table. I mean, there's scrolls are there. I recognize those figures. No. Oh, okay, I thought that was a scroll. No. Am I blind? Is it closer to the middle here? Let me talk to Garment Maker, actually. Garment Maker, how's it going? I mean, I think this is the same dialogue, right, that we've had before. Yeah. Point me towards the High Cloud Quintet. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's in the thing near Terravox. Let me go there right now. Oh, there it is. Appreciate it. I'm pretty sure I went and I looked at every part of this garden except this. A long list of names. A long list recording the names you once encountered or heard of in Amphorius. They're not merely data from the countless extrapolations of Scepter Change Me 13, drawn from the simulated world of Amphorius. Because of your arrival, they change their fates, live as though real, and remain as memories etched in your mind. I love you all. I'm not reading this. Let me look through for some specific names that I want to call out. Cartonus, Nias, Bartolos, fucking dope. Elder Kindness, I guess, was important in some way, but fuck her. Let's look at a couple more of these here. Couple more of these here. I'm looking for a specific name here. Also, why did we get Nias up here, but not, Circe's or Elixia? Maybe they're further down. I'm guessing these are all the NPCs that we possibly could have talked to in Amphorius, which is really cool. I remember Dimitri, Euripon, Gorgo, kind of cool to kind of call her out here. Crowderos, that's the name I was looking for. What do I got here? I think I saw, some of Mighty Hephaestion, right? I think it was also Ptolemy. Some of Mighty's friends also were pretty cool. Here we go. Okay, so it kind of goes through. There's Polixia. There's the Amunet. So it kind of structures the names like per air, right? Like there's Apollonius and stuff. Geocles. We get to get Pollux here. That's cool. All right, very cool. And then of course Trailblazer Jr., the GOAT. Okay, thank you for telling me that, Goldson. All right, let me catch up the chat now. Gotta get far away from Ludibus's wings. I thought it was neat. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Goldson, I love this one. She gives us an awesome name. Yeah, Dux Primarius or Primarius. Unfortunately, I don't think the title is going to let us get free stuff across the galaxy. But I mean, hey, it gets us free stuff in Amphorius. And that's what counts. Sage, I think it's implied that she killed the Law Titan before gaining its powers. Yeah, probably. If that's going to be what happened, it's probably that. But yet, crazy stuff that Sarah basically was born just a normal human being. No special abilities from having golden blood. Terravox is cool as fuck. Yeah, Terravox is dope. He was a character with very little screen time that I think added a lot to 3.6 and just the story in general. So Terravox is so funny standing in the pretty pink girl. Yeah, it is kind of like counterintuitive, right? Everything is like green, like pink, and then there's just orange earth. Ghostin, I think he plays Shoji. Is it Shoji? It kind of looks different, but it could be Shoji. Sevo, I mean, I think you get a lot for free in Penacony due to being a shareholder. True. That is true, but it's not through the title. You know what I mean? Golson, small Yossi. Very small. Very cute. Golson, actually the characters cycle out and have different interactions. I think it switches on day reset. Oh, that's so cool. That is actually really cool. I'll have to go back here tomorrow, and when I come back from Japan, because I won't be playing a lot of Star Rail in Japan. I'll do my dailies, and I'll spend my stamina, and that's it. Gosa, and yes, all the characters you mentioned appear because everyone we know is here. Oh, that's cool. So the characters cycle through, and depending on, I guess like a random seed, different NPCs will show up. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, okay, thank you. Gosa, nah, don't read it, but it shows why everyone is here. It is a really cool touch, and kind of some NPCs in Amphorius did have, actual story significance, so it is kind of cool that I assume at one point I'll be able to see Crowderos and just pop up out of nowhere. Maybe I'll be able to see Circe's and Polixia pop out of nowhere. That'd be really cool. So, you didn't name him Dromi. Hyacinth recommends Drome, so I had to do it. No, I had to pass down my legacy. Trailblazer Jr. Stevo, it would also be hard on Serija being born without blood, gaining it, and after ascension to demi-godhood, understanding it had to be a curse. Yeah, I mean, Serija's life was very much suffering. Like, it was full of conflict and pain and violence and war, and she really never got a break until her death because she was killed. Like, she didn't die. She didn't die a peaceful death. She was killed by Hyacinth, and yeah, tough life. Tough life. Wagadaba, absentee freak, also went to heaven. Everyone went to heaven, Wagadaba, apparently. Alright, we're missing Cypher. So I assume she's hiding somewhere. Where could Cypher be? Probably over here, right? So let's go down there. And I guess technically we're missing Dan Hung and Evernight? I assume Cyrene doesn't show up. Oh, and Tribby. I'm so sorry, Tribby. I almost forgot you. Eh. Oh, shit! Yeah, their mom would be alive too, right? Oh, that is so cool. I'll take the cookies, though. Hi. I mean, I would think that her literal daughter takes precedence over the line. I mean, come on. Oh, never mind. It's all the Tribby. Yeah, and there's like 1,000 of them, though, right? Trisa, Triyu, Tricom, Trissy, Trigon, Tricorn, Trelawney. Now everyone can have one. Yeah, true. Can I take one of you, though? Can I take Trian? Or Tribby? Or Trinin? We'll see her today. Well said, Trian. Fine, fine. I won't fight you for it. See you tomorrow. 3 simple words, all very powerful. I'm down for some cookies. Hold on. I'm gonna take a look at the crumble cookie lineup for this week, because honestly, I'd be down for some crumble cookies. For those of you who don't live in the States or don't live somewhere where crumble cookies exist, it's basically like overpriced but actually really good, like really large cookies. But they are overpriced. So we've got like a New York cheesecake, classic fudge brownie, Martha Stewart's chocolate chip cookie thins. Chocolate tart sounds really good. A coconut layer cake also sounds really good. They also do things that aren't cookies. If that wasn't apparent. Nah, I think I'll pass. Tribby, I'm very happy for you. Do we actually get to see her mom? Oh, there's Cypher. Okay, and Bartolus. Doesn't look.
When will it be our turn?
Just a little bit patient. Indeed. That's why the line is so powerful. See you tomorrow is a very powerful line. All right, let me pinch each one of your cheeks. All 1,000 tribbies I'm going to pinch. All right. Before we talk to Cypher, because I do think she's the last one. Oh, wait, no. This is the end. Okay, so it is the end. Okay. Cypher. Oh, her grandma. That's right. Her grandma's like, Cypher, what did you do? Oh, she's angry. That's the god of thievery. I don't know if you want to rely on it. Mm-hmm. I'm here, though. I'm gonna tell her the truth. No. This is true. I'll say that. Oh, she's proud. True. Oh. Yeah, let's do the scam. I'd like to touch the hem of your clothes. I think most of us would like to touch the hem of Cypher's clothes. That sounds really good. I'm happy for her. I'm happy for all of them. Nice angle, by the way. They really leaned into Cypher being hot, didn't they? Trailblazer Jr.! Hello! I'm so glad he's here. Anything nice happening lately? Oh, okay. Okay. Let's do a backflip. I was expecting them to, you know, as a parent, I should believe in my child. Hey, chill. I'm not gonna eat a chimera. I'll come back and visit you every so often, Trailblazer. Don't worry. This is really cool. I love this. I love the fact that we got this. The fact that we can still have a physical space to kind of go interact with all the people that we met and all the relationships that we formed in Amphorius. Not just the heirs, but people like the generals of Saradra, right? Celiosi, Trailblazer Jr., Terravox, you know what I mean? Very cool. Alright, let's get to I'm gonna catch up the chat here really quick. Golson, I will pass down Hyacinth's legacy at Casa. Very nice. I will pass down my own legacy, unfortunately. Wakadaba, her mom must get really scared, such surprised by the number of daughters she got all of a sudden. Yeah, Tribios' mom is like, whoa, I've got 1,000 children all of a sudden. Golson, yeah, those two aren't here. I'm guessing you're talking about Cyrene and Ripple's past reverie. Yeah, unfortunate. We'll talk about it more later, though. Yeah, I'm so happy for them. It's a light of Tribbies. Yeah, dude, it's so cool. I'm really happy for all the heirs, but Tribby getting to kind of see her mom again is really cool. Technically, we took Tribby since she's the playable one. Yep. We, especially all of us, I think all of us have Tribby, right? So I'm not really using Tribby that much anymore. I summoned her for Cast Race, and now I'm using Cyrene, obviously, and Evernight. Golson, the pumpkin lime one sounds good. Yeah, it does sound good, and the coconut one sounds good as well, and the chocolate tart as well, but that just sounds like too much sugar for me. I'm probably just gonna go get food later tonight and probably just get like ice cream or something. I don't know. Yeah, we get some closure with everyone minus Cyrene. Yeah, but I think we get closure with Cyrene at the end of 3.7. You know what I mean? Like, we don't get to see her, but there's a little bit of bittersweetness to it. March and done Honkai meant, but yes, Cyrene isn't either. Oh, gotcha. But yeah, I mean, obviously, we'll get to see them on the Express, so it's not that bad. Stevo, you don't have Tribby. Okay, Stevo, gotcha. My bad for assuming. Well, I didn't have Tribby for a while either, because I summoned Tribby on rerun. So, but I'm still going to use her, obviously. Tribby is just a very good universal support. I think I'll probably use her with Mighty, if I had to pick. So, alright. Well, I assume now we can end the quest, because we've explored everything here. I didn't talk to all the NPCs, but some of them I don't recognize, so that it is what it is. Back to the platform. God, this place is really cool. Actually, this does make a dope summoning place. I have to agree with you, Sage. If I don't care about where I'm summoning, I would summon here for sure. And look at it. One day, Amphorius is gonna be real. One day. Indeed. Waiting for you tomorrow. Okay, it does kind of sound like they'll have their memories. Okay. Yeah, what about its cause? Huh? Tell me what about Cyrene? Right? Oh, this is cool. Wait, this is actually really cool. Okay, so wait, so basically, the more we spread the story as I've written across the galaxy, the more Amphorius's world and causality becomes stable, which makes sense, right? The more people that know the true story of Amphorius, that whose memory becomes attached to Amphorius, causality gets cemented further. And I'll talk about this later more. The more causality gets cemented in Amphorius, the more likely it is that Cyrene gets to show up later. Because right now, Cyrene is basically stabilizing causality for Amphorius. That is her role. That's what she sacrificed herself more. Wait, this is actually so cool now that I think about it. The more we travel, the more we trailblaze, the more people we understand, connect, all that jazz, as I've written with, right? The more we take as I've written and take it on the path of trailblaze, the more hope that we have that Amphorius's causality becomes stable and Cyrene becomes able to, free herself from the prison of Amphorius. That is actually really cool. I love that concept. It's basically the trailblaze once again is Cyrene's hope. Wait, that's really cool. I love that. All right, well, back to the express we go. Do I just teleport out of here? It looks like I do. Here we go. Golson, I was OG Tribby Haver. Yeah, Golson, you summoned for Tribby all the way back then. She may be done on my Evernight team, but she will be universally good for a long time, I bet. Yeah, Tribby is going to be she's just a very good general support. Yeah, I love this. Make people know the story of Amphorius and the physical Amphorius becomes more real. Exactly. And the more real Amphorius becomes, the more hope Cyrene has to break out of her jail. Golson, you are more positive than I. I feel like in exchange for everything they are gonna keep Cyrene sacrificed until end of series. No. Well, yeah, I do think they're gonna I don't think she shows up till end of series. But now I am certain that she's gonna be freed eventually. I was leaning towards that before. Now I'm very, very certain she's gonna be released eventually, which makes me very happy. Flamer, hey there, Flame. Welcome in. We're just kind of going through the epilogue quest of 3.7 here. We're about to finish, I think. Then we're gonna move on to As I've Written, and then we'll kind of go back to the discussion that we had earlier. We already kind of had a mini discussion at the start of the stream, but yeah, that's what we're doing today. Hope you have a good time, and feel free to interject whenever you'd like if you have any thoughts or feelings about 3.7. Parents. Oh, so it's here on our desk. Himiko, Welt, Dad, Mom. Hey, this is Spread it as fast as possible. I mean, there was nothing about Amphorius that was like negative towards the IPC. They have no reason to deny us this. And also, I know Aventurine. I know a guy in some way. So, Golson, there's actually a lot to this quest. Well, the more that we get, the better. Flamer, I'm guessing that you came over from YouTube to Twitch. Would be interesting if we get a series of events dedicated to building the new Amphorius. I'd be down for that. Like, if we're gonna return to Amphorius in some way, I think it'd be cool if we return to like a Amphorius that hasn't been fully realized yet, and we help Skrillum and Herda kind of make it real. Stevo, I think I said it last week, but my theory is that we will see Cyrene again in the Nihility story cycle. Honestly, Stevo, I think I would do it that way. Yeah, you did see it. You did say it in the last story quest. Also, hold on. I love you. I'm gonna reduce the. If I can't stop my heart from breaking. Really quick. I think it's such a cool concept that, hey, Cyrene sacrificed her freedom and her chance at a loving life to preserve Amphorius and everything that we worked for, but in return, we trailblaze across the galaxy and we spread, as I've written, as much as possible, and slowly but surely we kind of save her from her fate. But then it'd be really cool if, like, the moment that we kind of like, because the Nihility story is going to be very depressing, right? In the Nihility planet, she comes back, after all of our efforts to kind of free her from Amphorius, and she's able to kind of help us through the Nihility planet. Oh, that's so good. That's the way I would write it. If I were Xiaoji, that's the way I would bring her back. Is I would bring her back in the Nihility planet and kind of like have her finally released from Amphorius because we spread as I've written across the galaxy. Oh, and it makes a lot of sense. And I think thematically it makes sense as well. Ghost on every planet before now has gotten continuances. Amphorius will be no different. Yeah, exactly. It's just what will the continuance look like, honestly. Sage, I think Aha will torment us with Cyrene during that storyline. That'd be really painful, and I hope that doesn't happen. But honestly, if Aha wants to torment us, yeah, it's gonna be with Cyrene. Yeah, Aha will gain an enemy if they do that. Yeah, fuck Aha if he does that. So, Flamer, based on the quest list, Amphorius isn't over yet, so I don't think we'll need to wait too long for more Amphorius content. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like a story patch or so. We'll probably come back to Amphorius like before 5.x, I think. Towards the end of 4.x, if I had to guess. Don't worry, we have allies. Yeah, I know. Aventurine! Hello, and Topaz as well. These two, for those of you who are wondering who I ship Aventurine with, Ratio or Topaz, it's Topaz. I'm sorry. Look, I would love to ship Aventurine and Ratio. I am not like a gay ship like Denier, but I love these two. I love the ship so much. How about we ship both? Aventurine and Ratio and Aventurine and Topaz. Let's ship both. Yes. Please, thank you for your help. Bye. The Throne of Worlds. Oh, no. You guys better stick around. I'm terrified of Himiko dying in the story. If there's going to be a single moment in this storyline that will make me cry as hard as the end of Amphorius made me cry, and the end of Penacony made me cry, it's this character's death. I don't think I've ever been more affected by a Horrorverse character's death than Himiko and Honkai Impact the Third. Himiko's death in Honkai Impact the Third had me sobbing, dude. She better stay alive in this fucking game. I'm gonna lose it if she doesn't. Yeah, maybe Welt doesn't. Welt is old. You are young. She is young. She cannot look like that and not be young. Yes, mother. That belongs to everyone. Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit, Golson, you weren't kidding. This is
Please keep going like this forever.
a much more expensive quest than I thought. I'm gonna have to rename this title of the VOD afterwards, like Epilogue and Discussion. Rania and Zila. Yeah, I was gonna say, did we get to see Zila as well? No Servalf though. I kind of said, oh, it's so good to see you guys again. We saw you via hologram, but now, and you know, seeing a person, seeing each other in flesh and blood. I want to save my pink. Oh wait, they're oh shit. Okay, moving through this pretty fast, huh? Very nice. Good to hear that you guys are safe. You guys, I appreciate the sentiment. I would hope for you guys to stabilize Urello 6 first. Focus on YouTube. Focus on your planet first. Okay. Do we get to see Natasha? Please tell me we get to see Natasha. Ah! Hey, let's go. God, it's been a while. Oh my God, I'm so happy I get to see her. Hello. Hi, Hook. For those of you who are wondering why I'm so excited to see Natasha, Natasha for a while was my favorite character in the game. Like when I first started playing this game, my favorite character was Natasha. It was like Natasha, then like Himiko, and then like those are the only two that I know for sure were like in my top 3. So obviously Natasha has since not become not my favorite character, but she was for a long time. She's still really high up there. I love Natasha. I think she has one of the best character quests in the game. Well, speaking of which, please bring back the character quests, Star Rail. Oh no! Oh, Hook, you dumbass, but also like that sucks. Yeah, let's tell as I've written to the children. Children are the ones who are going to be affected by the most. Hi, long time no speak. Oh, this is cool. And the voice of a bath sprite. From bath to just fiery destruction. You should no. Chill. She have crutches or something? Oh, was she faking? Oh my God, this little gremlin runs even faster than... Okay, she was. Oh, okay. Hi, Natasha. Here you go. Oh, I love you, Natasha. Fun fact, before I shipped Firefly and the Trailblazer, this was my ship for the Trailblazer, was Natasha. I thought Natasha and the Trailblazer was the best ship in the game. Well, maybe not the best ship in the game, but my favorite Trailblazer ship. And then Firefly happened, and then obviously Firefly takes precedence. Book signings, that's a nice way to spread the message again. I want to select this one because it's really funny, but this one makes any amount of that like thing that I can do to potentially stabilize Amphorius's causality and meet to Chrysos Heirs and Cyrene again, I'm doing so. Rest in peace, Cocolia. She died too soon. Too hot to die.
Does
Aw.
Amphorius have?
6 moons. We carried this on at one point. Trade adornments with Amphory. Topaz, what are you teaching these kids? They're too young to know about corporate politics. Before that, you guys need to grow up properly. That was cute. Can I still talk to you, or is it the same
I
dialogue?
wish you all a journey that is free of illness.
Okay, so it is the same dialogue that we always get. Bye, Natasha.
How many moons
All right, Cianjo, but let me catch up with the chat here really quick. Here we go. Golson, next is Penacony. Yep, Penacony is directly next. 3.8, so we're going back to Penacony. Supposedly, it's Stellaron Hunter focused, which makes sense that we're going back to Penacony, because if it is Stellaron Hunter focused, not the only, but the best way to show Firefly in the actual world is in Penacony. So going back to Penacony makes sense, because if they want to focus on Stellaron Hunters and they want to show Firefly, Penacony is the best place to do it. Golson, I bet it's the later half of 4.x. Yeah, I think we'll get the Amphorius continuance much sooner than a lot of people think. Golson, yeah, no players can deny gay ships after 5D. Yeah, that's definitely I think the premier gay ship in the game for sure. Flamer, I think the first half of 4.x is more likely for Penacony. Even though we get another quest later, it says completed, while Amphorius is 8/ as of now. I guess it could be. I just think they're gonna want to focus more on Benzite and Goku than the Amphorius continuance. So. Also, yeah, well, we just know 3.8 is Penacony because they announced that a few months back, which Constance will play a part in somehow. Yep. By the way, for those of you who were wondering, I have seen Constance Kit. I've seen her animations. She's hot. I'm summoning for her. Most of us are. Well, not most. I think most of us that have Firefly are going to summon for Constance. Flamer, yeah, 3.8 is Penacony, but the main point is that Amphorius is 8/ instead of completed, so I think the continuation will be relatively soon at this point. Yeah, it's definitely going to be 4.x. I just think it's the later half of 4.x, like Golson said. I just don't think it's going to be. I think the focus is going to be Benzai Tengoku for the first half for sure. We'll see if they decide to do another Amphorius and Benzai Tengoku is going to take up the entire 4.x. Who knows? Like, are they gonna do like what we did before Amphorius, where it's like half of 4.x is Benzai Tengoku, and then the other half is like Cianjo or something else? Who knows? Seva, what I really like about Natasha's quest is that it explicitly stated that Trailblaze Pathstriders have increased resistance to elements. Yep, particularly the cold. But yeah, a lot of things about Natasha's quest is phenomenal. I mean, if you want to talk about some of the best voice acting in the game, point to that story quest. Not story quest. Point to that character quest. So, Flamer, honestly, base, yeah, dude. Only based opinions in Coolio. I'm just kidding. Sage, best ship is Sunday in his Charmony Dove monologue. I hope that's a meme that we get to like bring up in the game later. Like we get to tease Sunday about his monologues. Sage, Penacony is also a good way to do something with Amphorius since it's all about Memoria. True. That is very true. You know what I'm hoping for we get in 3.8? I'm hoping we get Black Swan. I'm hoping we get a resolution with what's happening to Black Swan in 3.8. Because I think most of us would agree. Sunday for sure joining, right? Like we don't need any extra bit of like Sunday, like, like joining the Astral Express. If they want to have Black Swan joining, they're gonna have to give a little bit of extra attention there. Wagadaba, I like Euphoria's duration more since they build the planet/world more. I agree, Wagadaba. I just think they also need to go back to the Cienjo eventually. You can't abandon the Cienjo storyline. Okay, and you guys know I'm not the biggest fan of the Cienjo. I like the 2.x Cienjo stuff. I'm not a big fan of the 1.x Cienjo stuff. I've come around to it a little bit, specifically the lore behind it, like the High Cloud Quintet stuff, really good stuff. But the actual storyline that we got in 1.x with Fantalia, I'm not the biggest fan of, but I still think you have to continue the storyline. Hi, Fuxuan. Speaking of 1.x. Ooh, Yao Guang. Hey. True. I said, how long is Jing Yuan gonna stay, General? Oh, she was just about to visit us. Interesting. Oh, we're like connecting different stories from Euphorius to the character that we present him to. Because yeah, like Fu Xuan would identify more with Seradra and Heistlands and other Crisis heirs. But when we went to Belobog, you know, they were more interested in you know, the stuff with Aglaya and Tribi and Hyacinth because it was more positive. Oh yeah. Stirring and tragic story indeed. Oh, an opera would be really cool. Well, we already kind of like... Yes! Let me talk to you. Oh my god, I got to talk to Natasha and now I get to talk to Yukong. This is the best fucking side quest I've ever done. Again, really quickly, with Natasha and Himiko, one of my favorite characters, and still one of my favorite characters to this day, is Yukong. Oh, this is so nice! I get to talk to two of my favorite characters that I haven't talked to in so long. Hi, Yukong. Also, another one of the best voice acting performances and another one of the best character quests of the game. Hoyoverse, please, please bring back character quests. Holy shit. Hello. Nice to see you again. Hell yeah. Oh. Thank you for asking, Yukong. Unforgettable journey. Actually, I didn't really like the lines there. Fully mention. The Legion is growing restless. I mean, Iron Tomb just fucking, you know, actualized. We're getting closer to Yukong, so makes sense. Oh, so cool to get to talk to her and Natasha again. Penacony, I'm guessing, now at this point. Who are we gonna get to talk to here? Anyone have any bets?
Can
Maybe
we
we're gonna
please keep going like this forever?
maybe we're gonna get to talk to Robin, potentially? Misha? Nah, Misha's gone. So is Gallagher. Hello? Okay, there we go. Rest in peace. Oh, yeah, this makes sense. Hi, Micah. Long time no see, brother. How's it going? I'm here to tell a story. A world that defies destiny. Let the closed world embrace the stars. Yes, well said. The responsibility of connecting worlds. A story I'll never forget. Nice little, like, introspection there from the Trailblazer. Which makes sense that we would do it on Penacony, because Penacony, out of Belobog and Cienjo, had a deep connection to the Trailblaze as well. You know, because of Misha slash Mikhail slash legwork slash, you know, you get the point. And Gallagher and Tiernan and I forgot the names of the other two. What were the names of the other two Trailblazers? The ones that traveled with Tiernan and Mikhail. What were their names? Could you guys put them in chat? Was it Rosalina? Yes, Rosanila. Okay, thank you. I remembered. 1 second before you posted it, Flamer. Really cool. Yes, it is Robin. Let's go. Hi. Any message for your brother that you want me to deliver? I think it will. It's a good story after all. Okay, let me catch up the chat here really quick. Okay, Sage, I think we will find out who told her to guide the Astral Express to Amphorius, if not the Hunters. Maybe an Elio design reveal? That'd be cool. I'd be down for an Elio design reveal. Oh, is it too early to get an Elio design reveal? I'm not sure. But yeah, I definitely want Black Swan Focus at 3.8. Flamer, Kalis and Cyrene's relationship ascended the status of a ship at this point. They went all in with their relation. I agree, Flamer. If you're sending that... So, we talked about this at the end of the stream last time. I don't see the Trailblazer and Cyrene's relationship as romantic. Obviously, they're like... Some of the actions they took, like they held hands. Like, he puts a ring on her finger. Like, it is romantic by textbook definition. But I never got the sense that it was romantic. I got the sense it was even beyond that. It feels so powerfully resonant in ways that cannot be restricted by just the term romance in of itself. Like if you were to ask me, what is the Trailblazers like deepest romantic connection to another character? None of the, let me make it very clear. None of the relationships Trailblazer has with another character have canonically been confirmed as romantic in any way. These are all ships, and these are all just romantic undertones, right? If you were to ask me which character has the largest romantic undertone to their connection, it is Firefly. I think a lot of us would agree that it's either her or potentially like Cyrene or something like that, right? But I think it's Firefly. I think Firefly's connection with the Trailblazer is enhanced. I think their dynamic is enhanced by the romantic undertones that their dynamic has. I think Cyrene's connection and dynamic with the Trailblazer doesn't need romantic undertones. It isn't enhanced by romanticism. I think it's spiritual. I think it's powerful in ways that cannot be described. So I'm not saying that either or is better. I'm not saying Cyrene's dynamic with Trailblazer is superior to Firefly's. And I'm not saying Firefly's dynamic with the Trailblazer is superior to Cyrene's. I just think one benefits from romantic undertones and the other doesn't. And I think I think kind of restricting Cyrene's kind of dynamic with the Trailblazer to just a ship or just a romantic relationship is a bit of a shame. I think their dynamic is so far beyond just a ship. So, Flamer, I really love how Euphorius built the Trailblazer's character. Yeah, I think Euphorius added a lot to the Trailblazer's character. I think out of all the trailblazing expeditions, this one changed the Trailblazer the most. Which, yeah, makes sense. It was the longest and, the most traumatic. So, Wagadaba, I like Euphorius' duration. Oh no, I already read that. Wagadaba, my bad. Wagadaba, maybe it was Sparkle, but not. She told Black Swan to go there, but Sparkle saw the script when she worked with the Stellar Hunters, and Black Swan did read her memory at the end at that weird quest. Yeah, maybe it could have been Sparkle that told Black Swan to have have the Astral Express go to Euphorius. Out of all the characters in the game, Black Swan is definitely one of the more likely candidates. Stefan, maybe we will get Rosalina lore in 3.8 because IIRC, she was said to disappear into Memory Zone and return. Her death was never confirmed. That is true. That said, I do think more likely than not she died in some way, shape, or form. But maybe we get more insight into how she died. Sage, Stal and Cyrene felt like sisters in my opinion. They are both in this world and have to do with the best they are given with. Yeah, to me it felt like a familial relationship more than anything. There were points in time in Euphorius where I referred to Cyrene as like a sister-like figure, like an older sister or a younger sister-like figure. After 3.7, I think it goes even beyond that. I think you could describe the relationship as familial, but restricting the relationship to just siblings felt like, I think, again, a bit of a shame. Like, I don't think you can put a title to the connection that Cyrene and the Trailblazer have. So, Flamer, by the way, did you read the Tengoku livestream planner? I have not. I probably will do so later. Sage, my main problem with Firefly is that she's majorly pushed as a ship and not this interesting sole survivor of her planet and a war veteran who has PTSD and slowly dying due to being cloned. They did wonders with Cass and Cyrene. They had those ship pushes, but they were very much more than that to me. I disagree, Sage. I think Firefly is both. I think she is both a very close connection with the Trailblazer that is also, I think her character is even more than the sole survivor of her planet and a war veteran who has PTSD. I think Firefly is a representation of, determination of life in the face of adversity. A lot of Firefly's character is connected to her conversation with Sunday in 2.2 and her rooftop scene, right? What makes Firefly, I think, such a good character to me is that a lot of her character development also builds the dynamic between her and the Trailblazer. And keep in mind also that Firefly's character is not finished yet. Like, Firefly is a Stellar Hunter. Like, the Stellar Hunters will get character development until the end of the story. But then there's also her trailer and her animated shorts, and I think a big reason why a lot of people kind of have an issue with the Firefly ship compared to like maybe other characters. And let's keep in mind that Caceres also got a lot of like flack and hate because of the ship and romantic undertones, and Cyrene has gotten a lot of that as well. Firefly got it. Just every character that has like a deep relationship with the Trailblazer gets it, because a lot of people assume that it's romantic, and that's not the case. But yeah, I obviously, Sage, if you feel that way, perfectly fine. Like, everyone interprets these stories in different ways. To me personally, I think Firefly is a very deep, well-written character that also just has a romantic relationship. Not romantic. She has a relationship with the main character that has romantic undertones to it. So, says it just felt like we saw the real Firefly when she was talking with Jade. I wish we saw more side of her. Here's the thing, Sage. Both sides that we see Firefly are her. That's what makes her interesting. Firefly can be the type of person that she interacted with Jade, but she can also be the person that she interacted with the Trailblazer. Let me ask you something. When you talk to different people, do you change as a person? I would argue absolutely. Like, when I go to work or when I talk to a specific friend, I interact with them differently than when I speak with my family or when I speak with a complete stranger, right? But that doesn't mean those different sides of me are not me. To those are they all make up my identity. Firefly is a very varied character. She can be this kind of stoic, kind of determined badass and this person who, interacts with Jade the way she does, right? Kind of distant, but then she can also be the person that she interacts with Trailblazer with, like this sweet individual, because that's at the end of the day, that is who she is. All those qualities are of her. It's what makes her interesting. The fact that she can be either or, in my opinion. She could also be a murderous psychopath who burns everything down. So, Stevo, concept of a persona from Jungian psychology. I've heard about Jungian psychology before, and I've kind of wanted to kind of study it, but I just don't have the time. So, anyway, Sage, obviously we have different perspectives on Firefly. I understand your frustrations. I think of her differently. So, that said, and I've said this many times before, she is my favorite character in Star Rail, and one of my favorite characters of all time. So whenever I say anything about Firefly, keep in mind there's a lot of bias behind it. So just keep that in mind. I mean, that's her fucking sword, and this is her sword, the one that hangs on this wall. That's her sword, and I've shown it off a few times. Let me move my webcam. And some of my figures, and there she is in the background, and there's Sam in the background as well.
This story.
So
deserves
clearly,
a
I'm a
perfect
big
ending.
Firefly fan. So definitely some
Don't you
bias whenever
think?
I talk about anything. But now, like, I think I'm gonna be like, I think I'm gonna have Cyrene be the kind of front and center character for the channel for a while. Eventually, it'll go back to Firefly. I think I'll alternate. Actually, I think I'll alternate between Cyrene and Firefly because they're the only two characters from Star Rail that I feel like are in the all-time tier for me. Okay. Let's tell as I've written to the furniture. How long have we been streaming? We've been streaming for almost 2.5 hours. And I still have to do as I've written. Oh shit, I missed some. This might be a 4-hour stream. I didn't expect the quest to be this long. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. But I mean, hey, I've got no problems with this. The longer this epilogue quest, the better. Also, I just realized I just did something like completely different from the quest. No, I do not want to make changes to as I've written. In my opinion, as a fellow creative and as a storyteller myself, not a good one and a very amateur one. You should tell the story that you want to tell, and however your audience interprets it, that's how it was supposed to be, right? Because ultimately, in your own heart what story you were trying to tell. If the story gets warped or is interpreted differently, that's something you couldn't control. That's on the audience. You should never adjust your story or try to change your story to kind of suit your audience, or change the audience's change based on the audience's perspective. In my opinion, that's disrespectful to your audience in certain ways. It's catering to them. If you're like a commercial writer and you don't care about telling like a story, like a good story, like you don't care about the art of storytelling, and you're just writing to make some money, obviously you like go, adjust to your audience. Like there is no harm in storytelling for money. Perfectly fine. But for me, I tell stories and I experience stories because I appreciate the art. So I would never conform to like an audience and what they want. The alfalfa. Oh, the alfalfa. What are you doing, OT? Oh, heard a space station. We're even going all the way here. Hell yeah.
Can we please keep going like this forever?
Are we gonna get to talk to Herda? Please tell me we get to talk to Herda. Or is it just Asta? Bad news. Bitch! Why even ask? The star not. Okay. That's fine. I have the Astral Express. A few 100 million credits. You know, that's it. Oh shit. That makes sense. Oh, hello. Never mind. Oh, okay. Not quite, you know, the model I was expecting, but still the same person. Very good. Very nice. Accelerating progress. Hell yeah. So what happened to Cyrene? That's the main thing I want to know. Oh. Sure. Right. Exactly. So this is stuff that we already know. Okay. Phew. Okay, this is what I was wondering. She's basically in a like deep sleep, right? Maybe she'll open her. Okay, now I feel like my hope for Cyrene coming back in the story isn't just copium. I think there's a real chance she comes back. I just think it's gonna be way down the line. Okay, so maybe she doesn't come back, but I have hope. True. Well, yeah, that's because Lygus manipulated set there to that. No more questions. Bye, Herda. Thank you for all your help. You were badass in 3.7. Alright, that's all the planets. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say this is probably the end of the quest. Oh, wait, hold on. I can still talk to them. Okay, never mind. This is probably the same dot log that we always get. Flamer, I guess the difference here is that he needs a story to be interpreted correctly and be very popular because that is what the new Amphorius is reliant on. True. Because if the story... But even, I think even more so than I think that if we manipulated the story to something that wasn't Amphorius and then it got popular, I would think that might influence the causality of Amphorius to something different. So even then, I'm concerned. So, Seki, that's why this quest is so important, and a lot of people have missed it for some reason. This should honestly have been a part of 3.7. But I understand why they separated it out. Hi, March. Hello. Oh. Lhasa. Okay. So they're going back to the previous Trailblaze expeditions that we weren't a part of. Because they've mentioned Thalassa and what's the other one? And Khalsis before. Hey, that's actually really cool. Only fate knows when it will respond. Hell yeah. Hello.
Stay strong. Eyes forward. Always.
One last little bit.
See you tomorrow, Amphorius.
May not be tomorrow, may not be a year from now, but it might be. It's gonna be eventually, hopefully. Okay, very cool. Amazing quest. Super nice to get that. Let's go back to ID's Elysium, and we're gonna take a look at As I've Written. But I can't imagine there's that much of it, because I mean, it is the end. Hello? Flamer, by the way, I need the first thing Trailblazer does when we arrive at the next planet is popularizing As I've Written. Actually, that makes sense. Like that, one of the things that we'll want to do once we get to new planets is to like spread As I've Written as much as possible.
Please keep going like this forever.
Says you have lots of juicy Cyrene stories, all 5 chapters. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, then this is going to be a bit longer. It's not going to be that long as it usually is. We usually spend like an hour on this. This is probably going to be like 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Let's load the Exomyth first. I don't know what this is. Oh, no, this is like the fan fiction that we got. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, hold on. I am going to clear my throat because I do narrate these. And it is murder on my throat, so let me get a drink of water. Alright, drink of water taken. Flamer, and there is another thing. Gotcha, okay. Alright, do we want to go up? Do we want to start with this? Because this one seems to be Cyrene. What is this one? This one seems to be different. Okay, we're going to go from bottom up. So we'll end with Cyrene. Let me catch up the chat here really quick. Seki, okay, time for my theory / idea. It's a bit long, so basically, since Amphorius is being reborn and everything is gonna be as you remembered, I don't think the Titans are gonna be present, okay? Continue, my friend. Flamer, the little Ika one is funny? Okay, I'm excited to get to that one then. That one's the next. We're gonna let Seki finish their theory, though, on YouTube first before we get started. Which actually is nice, because I need another drink of water. Second, since the Titans or the 12 factors were introduced by Lycus or Xander, so what I think is that after the Crisis heirs were reborn, they will be their path. Example, Mighty Hunt. Yeah, that's honestly something I expect. Also, I just realized my webcam is a bit too high. Let's put it not right there, right there. There we go. Second, and since Finan was destruction, this means Finan Trailblazer. Oh, so you're saying you think Finan might join the Astral Express later? Is that what you're saying? Honestly, I'd be down. Here's the reason I don't think Finance joined the Ashland Express. And it's really very simple. Alright, ready? Look at this motherfucker right here. Alright? Take a good look at Finance. Take a good look at Finance. Take a look at this motherfucker right here. Take a good look at Sunday. Obviously, they have completely different builds. Sunday, pretty thin. Finan, tall and muscular. They just look way too similar everywhere else. They've got same shade of hair, kind of same shade of clothing. Like, it's just, like, if they were gonna have the Finan join the Ashland Express, I just think you would have two designs that are just too similar color palette wise. And I just don't think that's what the Star Rail team wants from a marketing perspective. Like, if you're gonna have someone join the Express, I think they have to be a fairly unique design compared to everyone else. And unfortunately, as much as I would love Finan to join, Sunday is pretty much guaranteed at this point a member of the Ashland Express. So I think it's likely that Finan doesn't join, unfortunately. It's the same reason why, as much as I would love Cyrene to join the Ashland Express. Take a look at Cyrene. Yep. Take a good look. Take a good look, and I'll take a look at... Hold on. Where is she? I have her favorited. I know I do. Well, I thought I had her favorited. Maybe I don't. Okay. Take a good look at March. That's the pink hair. You know what I mean? That's this. They're literally both They're both children of Honest Rava. I just don't think, from a marketing perspective, they would make either character join, as much as I would love to join. It's the big. That's another big reason why I think Black Swan could join. Because Black Swan has a very unique design compared to the rest of the Ashland Express members. Like, think about this from a marketing perspective, right? Because they do a lot of official art of the Ashland Express. Like, if you have two characters that look very close to one another, isn't that a bit strange when you do a full, like, photo of the Ashland Express? Black Swan doesn't have that. Black Swan doesn't look like anyone on the Ashland Express. She's also very different personality-wise from anyone on the Ashland Express. It's a big reason why I think a lot of us think she will join, because she just kind of slots in very well. So, Seki, I don't know if going on the Express per se, but rather walk on the path back, really explore the cosmos. I think, after all, it's not obligatory to be on the Express to be a trailblazer. Absolutely, Seki, absolutely. Finan could become a trailblaze Pathstrider, and he just doesn't join the Express. That could 1000% be the case. Seki, oh, I mean, they're new versions because they're gonna have new versions, that's for sure. But you know, maybe I can cope. I do think we will get SPs of certain... I think we get a Finan SP, potentially. I think a Cyrene SP, if she ever is returned, is likely. Like, the most important Crisis heirs, I think, could get SPs when they eventually. So who knows? Seville, to be honest, I find farming trace materials with pink hair team funny, because once it gets going, it's just Ika crushing everyone as it spawns for 5 minutes if you spend max amount possible. While by the end, Evernight has over 100 stacks. It is pretty funny, isn't it? Because I run the same team. I've been running the same team whenever I spend stamina, and it just kind of runs through. Ika is just going through every enemy. It's really fun. Flamer, when it comes to the Titan not existing anymore, I think the same. But if the Titan still exists, it would be really fun to see how the natives feel about 3 out of 12 of their local deities being missing for like 95% of the time. Yeah, because 3 of their local deities are on the Express. It is really funny. But no, I agree with you, Seki, on the fact that the Titans are going to be gone. 1000%. I don't think the Titans are going to be around on the new Euphoria. Flamer, Finan can't join the Express anymore because he doesn't have true consciousness existing at the same time. XD. Yep, I think it's more along the lines that the design is too similar, but yeah, there are many reasons why Finan might not join. Sage, Flame Reaver play. Okay, that's pretty funny. The Flame Reaver joining the Ashland Express. I guess, yeah, from a design perspective, it works. Flamer, Don Fung and Don Hung. Sunday in 1 week. March and Evernight, and now Kalis and Still, lol. Yep. I mean, at this point, what are we gonna get? Welt in like a different, like, split personality? Kimiko and Polka? Who knows? Okay. We need to do as I've written. We'll do the fan fiction first. And so down here. Right? Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go backwards. We're gonna start with this and then we're gonna go up. Another drink of water, because I just talked for a lot. Alright, wish me luck. Blooming Season. Letters to the Netherrealm. This page of story comes from the 309,785th Eternal Recurrence, in a tranquil place where flowers bloom. Imagine if the girl who returned to the Netherrealm wasn't completely cut off from the mortal world, and the Netherwing, retaining Pelixia's remaining sanity, ferried her back and forth across the River of Souls. The dragon's here! The dragon's here again! The skies of Akama suddenly darkened as the Netherwing's massive silhouette circled above the memorial mark, blocking out the sun. With powerful wing beats, it descended upon Kefli's plaza, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The residents frantically rushed back to their homes, retrieving items they had prepared in advance. This had clearly become the Holy City's newest custom, as people eagerly crowded around the Netherwing, afraid of being left behind. Please give me a mortis flower. In exchange, please take this candlelight to Lady Casteress on the other shore. Me too. I'd like a few bunches of Antilla flowers to decorate my little shop. In return, I'll give you some seasonal fruits. They're super fresh, just harvested a few days ago. The Netherwing lifted its wing, revealing two large flower baskets tucked beneath. The Holy City guards did their best to maintain order, but they couldn't hold back the enthusiastic residents. In no time at all, the flowers carried by the Netherwing were exchanged completely, with satisfied residents departing while the baskets were filled to the brim with gifts from the Holy City's inhabitants for their demigod of death. After their busy work, Guardian Zeph and Nemesis let out a long sigh and gently patted the Netherwing's back. Every time you come, it's such a grand spectacle. You've really outdone yourself, Miss Pelixia. A gentle purr resonated from the Netherwing's throat. It shrugged its neck, shaking loose several letters from beneath its plated scales. Miss Casteress's letter from the Netherworld, still as weighty as ever, I see. Oh, right, there's only one reply letter from Miss Casteress this time. Please keep it safe, Miss Pelixia. The guards tucked the delicate letter behind the neck of Netherwing, who gently nuzzled the tube before slowly taking flight, circling above the Marmorial Market for a moment before flying off towards Styxia. The far shore of the River of Souls remained as tranquil as ever. Yet it was not only the azure Antilla that bloomed here. Beneath the gentle radiance of the moon cocoon, the sea of multicolored iridescent flowers spread like a vast warm embrace, tenderly cradling the slowly descending Netherwing. At the center of the sea of flowers, a girl in white ran towards Netherwing. She was the owner of the flower shop, Spring of the Underworld. Welcome back, Pelixia. She wrapped her arms around Netherwing's neck. You've brought so many things again this time. Thank you so much. Netherwing rumbled softly. Let's see what replies my companion sent. Huh, only one letter. The girl stared blankly at the letter in her hands. Netherwing softly nudged her shoulder, urging her to open it. In this letter, there's just a group photo taken with a photo stone. It's wrapped in golden thread. It must be Lady Aglaya's. The moment she touched the golden thread, a vision suddenly stirred within her mind. The Chrysos heirs had gathered in the Memorial Palace, and the white-haired youth at the front cleared his throat. Thanks to Professor Anaxa and Lady Aglaya's joint research, the letter this time not only lets Lady Casteress hear our voices, but also see our faces. Everyone, have you decided what you want to tell her? The haughty scholar was the first to speak. The alchemy matrix to reach the underworld is nearly complete, Casteress. You may await the good news. Our great performer is indeed a genius. If only he would speak with a little less swagger. Cass, I asked someone to drop off some clothes for you. The Netherrealm is cold, and even as a demigod, you need to take care of yourself, said the blonde weaver. Alright, my turn. Casteress, here's something fun. Mighty lost to me 2 weeks in a row. Next time, bring a bunch of yellow and purple hyacinths. I remember the flower's meaning is try again. after failure. According to the records in my family's great library, yellow and purple hyacinths mean to concede defeat. The girl burst out laughing. Then Hyacinth, Tribby, Cartonis, all those familiar faces left their previous images. She had never imagined she could read a letter this way. Netherwing laid down at the girl's side, silently watching her joys and tears just like it had done in a distant past, blurred and half forgotten in memory. The visions woven into the golden thread slowly faded into silence. The girl leaned against the giant dragon, clutching the photo to her chest as the west wind stirred waves across the sea of flowers. Felixia, let's plant more flowers. The flame chase isn't over yet, and maybe one day my companions will come here. When that day comes, it will be an embrace after a long parting, and this gentle sea of flowers will be my truest blessing. Very nice. Very cute. Very cool to kind of see how Anaxa was able to bridge kind of the realm of the death with technology, right? Well, it wasn't him. Felixia is the one who's really bridging the realm of the deaf and the real world in this scenario. But, you know, Anaxa kind of creating the concept of video and being able to kind of share with casters that way. Really cool. Very nice story. Very cute. So, let me catch up the chat here really quick. Sage, Welt and Black Hole. Yeah, Welt's split personality is literally just a black hole. Flamer, by the way, are we going to talk about the fact that Don Hung, March, and Trailblazer are now 6,000 plus years old all of a sudden? Well, yeah, they're technically the seniors of the Astral Express now. Himiko and Walt mentioned that in 3.7. Suki, my friend, hope you're doing well. Hello. Did you do the As I've Written quest epilogue? Yes, Suki, we just finished with it about 30 minutes ago. Now we're on to As I've Written. After we do this, we'll do a little bit of discussion and then we'll call the stream for today. But yeah, we're doing As I've Written, crashing up to As I've Written, but the quest epilogue we did just a little while ago. Seki, I am very curious about this next batch because Himiko very clearly said she and Welt still had a lot of secrets to share with the Trailblazer in the future. Oh, absolutely. Obviously, I think most of us know what Welt's secret is. The fact that he's from a different, universe than this one. But Himiko's secrets are really interesting. I'm excited to see what she has like underneath everything. So, excuse me, Flamer, that is wrong. Which one, the Welt or the Himiko? Because Welt is from Honkai Impact 3rd, or the Welts that we. Flamer, Honkai Impact the 3rd and HSR the same universe, just different star system. Really? I thought they were like a completely different branch on the imaginary tree. I thought the imaginary tree, each branch was a universe, and that Honkai Impact the 3rd and Star Rail are on different branches. But I mean, hey, the concept is there, right? Like different, different worlds, different settings. Suki, Eternal Page map, the book is in Trailblazer's room. Yep, we did that. We did all the Eternal Page stuff, Suki. Really cool stuff. Very happy that it's in the game. Okay, next one. Here we go. Another drink of water. Little Ika, you should eat less. The page of this story comes from the 8,668,666th Eternal Recurrence, a scientific experiment that went all the way. Imagine what would happen if an accident during Hyacinth's test of Little Ika's appetite triggered its dormant gluttony, gene buried deep within. It all began with a scientific experiment. Back then, to measure the appetite of Little Ika, offspring of the winged beast, a girl named Hyacinth fed it a total of 45 wild apples. Little Ika only contributed a long, satisfied burp to the observation report, completely unaware that the girl's purse had already gone slim. Just as Hyacinth was about to end the experiment, a breeze swept by and Little Ika vanished. The anxious girl plastered missing pet posters all over the grove. It's a chubby, always hungry winged beast. Unfortunately, none of the Grove scholars knew of its whereabouts. About half a month later, Hyacinth woke up early to find Little Ika at the entrance of the Twilight Courtyard, though it seemed a bit rounder than before. Along with it was a fainted thief's note that read, "Thought a winged beast descendant would be worth something. Turns out it's a money pit. Such a glutton. Such a glutton. In just a few days, it nearly emptied my wallet. Here, take it back. We Delosians don't do money-losing deals." Having little Ika back filled Hyacinth with joy, but she noticed that her winged beast companion seemed somehow different from before. Today, it's already devoured 2 baskets of alfalfa, over a dozen wild apples, and half a bag of rice, but it's still smacking its lips at me like a hungry baby bird. This has never happened before. The travel with Hyacinth brought little Ika to the Capris research lab, asking the sage for a diagnosis. The sage fiddled with some instruments and buried himself in research reports, frantically searching through them. Finally, crossing his arms, he regretfully explained to Hyacinth. Little Ika has developed a rare acquired genetic mutation. Its stomach keeps mutating due to excessive food stimulation, creating a feedback loop to the brain that amplifies its hunger. At the current rate of mutation, in a year or so, forget about your supplies, even all the food stored in the grove combined won't be enough to satisfy its appetite. Doot? Doot? While little Ika remained carefree, Cindy's brow was clouded with worry. Looking at the rejected funding request form from the newsporists, the young girl tossed and turned before finally deciding to leave the grove with little Ika, determined to find a way to heal it, or at least keep it well fed. Don't worry, little Ika. As long as I have a bite to eat, I'll... Doot. What little Ika really meant was blah blah whatever, I'm just gonna steal that bread right from your mouth. One day, the starving Hyacinth saw little Ika gobbling up rocks that had rolled down from the mountaintop. No, little Ika, you can't eat those. Strangely enough, little Ika didn't get indigestion from it, and Hyacinth suspected its diet had changed. Could it be it awakened the ability to digest red soil? Which Droma's ancestor blessed us, I'm truly grateful for that. For Hyacinth, this was absolutely fantastic news. It meant she no longer had to worry about feeding little Ika and wouldn't need to wander around the world anymore. By now, the lone rider and her horse had journeyed to the edge of Euphorius, where countless city-states had fallen to the black tide. I can't just turn a blind eye to patients now that I'm here. But what could a mere physician do? Hyacinth rushed into the city-state engulfed by the black tide to save the surviving children, only to find herself surrounded by monsters from the black tide. I'm sorry, little Ika, that I couldn't give you a proper meal. No sooner had the words been spoken by than little Ika, triggered by the keyword a proper meal, immediately rushed forward and swallowed the monster's whole. By now its stature was as majestic as a dromus, and the black tide monster seemed no more than a tarf wild apple in its eyes. Before long, little Ika, burped contentedly, burst through the encirclement with Hyacinth and the shocked children in tow. Hyacinth stared at little Ika in disbelief for a long while. So, are you full now? Years later, news arrived from Akama that the Twilight Knight, savior of countless city-states in times of crisis, would visit the Holy City. Aglaya, leader of the Crisis heirs, personally went out to welcome her. As Aglaya focused her gaze, she spotted a familiar face atop the giant winged beast. Hyacinthia. Looking at Aglaya, Hyacinth's eyes welled up with tears. Miss Aglaya, all of this, it all began with a scientific experiment. Oh my god. They actually made the fucking fat fuck meme a reality. God damn it, Hyacinth and little Ika. What's stopping little Ika from mutating to the point where she just devours the scepter as a whole? You know what I mean? Like, this is a mutation. It just is never ending. Eventually, she's gonna eat the whole galaxy. The new Eon of Veracity, ladies and gentlemen. Little Ika. Oh my god. Flamer, it isn't. We even have a memo keeper, a mass fool, and multiple permanent past striders there. Well, those were like as a result of the collaboration, right, with Sparkle? It could be an alternative universe, who knows? I don't really care. I just care that the setting is different between Honkai Impact the Third and Star Wars. So. Suki, so Euphorius be reborn. My guess similar is to the War Dance Ceremony quest. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, well, to be determined, so. Flame Chaser, yep. Leviathan, Ika, not just a clap. Okay, I see. Second, yeah, Honkai Impact the Third are in the same universe. It's just that Kiana put a barrier to protect the solar system from the eons, basically. Oh, interesting. The more you know. You learn something new every day. So, hold on, my headset keeps getting off balance. Honkai Impact the Third has more permanent lore than in Star Rail. Lol. I'll have to catch up on that. Okay, on to this third one. Another drink of water so my throat doesn't kill itself. Honestly, I forgot that these were a thing and I was gonna have to do this. It's a lot of narration. Okay. Run forward, Tritty. This page of story comes from the 100,003rd Return of Recurrence, a gentle blessing from the edge of the west wind. Imagine if Tribios did not shatter into 1,000 pieces, but instead ventured towards the many realms after bidding farewell to the three familiar companions. The first ray of lucid hour's sunlight pierced through the stained glass windows of Genosopolis Temple, gently illuminating the red-haired girl's face. Tribios awoke from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Tribby, Trinen, you're all here? Tritty! The three tiny messengers let out cheerful voices. Looking at the three children before her, Tribios recalled the night when she first heard Yenis's prophecy. You shall shatter blank, shatter blank, shatter blank. The Titan's voice paused several times before abruptly cutting off. Tribios was utterly confused. What exactly was I supposed to shatter? As her thoughts drifted away, she felt a gentle tug at the ends of her hair. Looking down, she saw her long red hair curling and spreading like the branches of a flame tree, with its tips knotted together, tenderly cradling three children no bigger than dolls. Tritty! The children laughed, swinging on her hair like a playground swing. Tribios smiled too. Even though their unclear speech could only pronounce the true syllables Tritty, Tribios had known since childhood that they were her best playmates, the ones who understood her heart the most. However, while Tribios grew day by day, the children remained forever the same size. Over countless days and nights together, Tribby, Trien, and Trinen slowly discovered that Tritty's personality was as enigmatic as the sky governed by Aquila. Every time they woke up after a night's sleep, the Tritty they saw seemed like a complete stranger. Sometimes Tribios was a happy Tritty. She imitated the rhyme her mother Mortis taught her, singing for the three children a variation about sailing all the way to the moon. Sometimes Tribios became the angry Tritty. She would smash the offerings brought by the Trini priest, scream, and order him to leave the temple by walking backward, simply because she mistook the ornament on the priest's waist for a cold blade used for assassination. Sometimes Tribios was just the timid Tritty. She liked to stay in the corners, with a shy gaze, not good at making eye contact with children, but enjoyed watching small beetles crawl out from the corner of the wall, carefully breaking off pieces of moldy bread to feed them. The children learned how to interact with different versions of Tritty, each carefully remembering each Tritty's favorite things and manner of speech. They also discovered that none of the Tritty knew each other, nor were they aware of each other's existence. Why was Tritty different every day? One of the children flew past the towering temple walls that stretched beyond sight, went to the grove, and brought back the cold diagnostic conclusion from a Helcolistist scholar. It's all in the mind. Just get plenty of rest and she'll be fine. No, that's not it. Tritty is a kaleidoscope. It's like there are 1,000 Trittys inside her, and every single Tritty is our wonderful companion. And today's Tritty is an exceptionally gentle and somewhat melancholic Tritty. Another month of Gate had come, the festival to honor Yanis. Tribios listened to the distant laughter of the crowd, while the children gazed at her in wonder. The young heart suddenly realized Tritty had never left this room deep within the temple. She had no wings, nor could she open a gate to a world thousands of miles away like they could. She could only remain confined here, day after day. Tritty, the children understood. Let us escape. Let us help you escape from Yenisopolis. You shall shatter blank, shatter blank, shatter blank. On this day, Tribios heard a Titan's prophecy once again, still unclear, as if choked by the black tide, but she already knew which direction she must take. The first ray of lucid hour sunlight pierced through the stained glass windows of Yanisopolis Temple, shining into the chamber where Holy Maiden Tribios was imprisoned. The room was empty, save for 3 dolls. They were named Tribi, Trian, and Trinen, the remnant fragments left behind after all their powers were given to Tribios. From then on, wherever Tribios went, the voices of children would echo in her ears. With the heartfelt wishes of Tribi, Trian, and Trinen, you shall possess graceful white wings, keen senses, and a direction that never leads astray. You shall leave Yanisopolis, and along with the many versions of yourself hidden within your body, transmit the Triton's prophecy to the world. By Tridi. Interesting. So basically a what-if scenario where Tribios kind of still had like these split personalities of all her different kind of split parts, but if they were inside the same body, and that somehow eventually Trian, Tribi, and Trianon kind of influenced her onto the Flame Chase journey, and Tribios kind of took that journey instead of all the 1,000 different tributes. Cool stuff. Alright, last one. Okay. This one has Finan and Cyrene in it, so I'm excited. If you are destined to become the Blazing Sun. This page of story comes from the 23,570,001st Eternal Recurrence, in an eternally peaceful Ides Elysiae. Imagine if the prisoner of flame subjected to ceaseless suffering still resolved to protect himself once pure self, even if just for once. The bulrush withered, the wheat fields burned, and wind chimes swayed amidst the monster roars. The scorching soil burned the young man's skin before losing consciousness. The last thing he saw was the tall swordsmaster in black raising his gleaming blade amongst the black tide. Finan! Finan! Wake up! Cyrene? The white-haired man startled awake beneath the shade of the tree. The sunlight spilling through the dense leaves stung his eyes. In his momentary daze, he mistakenly thought his childhood friend was standing right before him. Was I hearing things? Well, I should go meet Cyrene now. Can't miss something important just because of an afternoon nap. Finan stood up and dusted off the dirt on himself. After strapping on his sword, he walked towards the shore. Villagers greeted him along the way. Hey Finan, want some freshly baked bread? Don't be shy. He knew that Livia had gotten better at baking, so he didn't hide a bright smile on his face as he jogged over and took the bread basket. Smells great. Our grapes are in the usual spot, so why don't you grab some too? Piso, who was working in the wheat field nearby, straightened up. Mr. Finan, make sure you avoid the colorful bread at the bottom of the basket. That's Livia's new recipe. Even the little chimeras in the village didn't want to bite. Even the little chimeras won't eat my bread? Piso realized his mistake and rushed over. He dug out the colorful bread from the basket and stuffed it in his mouth. His eyes and mouth were all scrunched up as he struggled to swallow. Finally, he barely managed to utter a compliment. But I love it the most. Finan doubled over with laughter. Piso, you're in your 40s now. Stop calling me mister. No way. You're the one who protected Ides Elysiae's peace all those years. So what if you age slower, Mr. Finan? Even when my hair turns gray and I can barely walk, I'll still call you that. There are rumors outside the village about a war called the Flame Chase raging wildly. Who knows? Aquila might come crashing down any day now. Even if Aquila falls, I'll help hold things together for all of you. His sincere gaze seemed to indicate this was no empty promise. After saying goodbye to Livia and Piso, Finan continued towards the seaside, humming a tune under his breath. He soon arrived at the dock. His childhood's friend's grave lay here. The man cut away the weeds around the grave with his sword, carefully wiping away the dust from the engravings on the tombstone, and placed the bouquet before the grave. After finishing all this, he slowly took out the still warm bread from his basket, enjoying a moment of rest while gazing out on the horizon. The sea breeze suddenly turned fierce. On a nearby hill, the man glimpsed a figure in black, an old acquaintance with a sword, gazing in this direction. The white-haired man swallowed his bread and brushed towards the black-clad swordmaster. Unexpectedly this time, the figure in black didn't vanish like before, but stood their ground, waiting for his arrival. Dark waves rippled across the distant horizon. As they faced each other, the bulrush beneath the black swordmaster's feet was stirring. After a while, Vinen was the first to break the silence. I've been wanting to tell you this. Thank you. Back then, you drove back the Black Tide and protected Aedes Elysia. Pidos, Piso, Livia, Pythias. All these years, we've always seen you as our deliverer. Not a deliverer. I am but a prisoner of flames. But I've always been on your heels, Finance said firmly, raising the sword in his hand, which was identical to the one wielded by the black-clad swordmaster. Look, I had it forged by a renowned grand craftsman. The black swordmaster slowly exhales. Tell me its name. Dawnmaker, Finance said with a laugh. He watched as the fragmented waves drew closer to the edge of the sky. With it, I've been protecting Aedes Elysiae from the Black Tide, time and time again. The black-clad swordmaster sighed again, muttering under his breath. Aye, Cynthia, your advice. I've taken it to heart. I've tried to protect my sense of self. But look, Kaslana's wish has never changed. What are you talking about? The Black Tide is approaching from afar. Prisoner of Flames, no, nameless hero, will you join me in protecting Aedes Elysiae? The black-clad swordmaster gazed at the tranquil Aedes Elysiae before him, and at the white-haired man who called him a hero. Those eyes still held pure cornflower blue. Wouldn't hurt. After all, it's just this once. Unconsciously, he held his sword across his body as a faint flame kindled in his chest. At least for now, this flame was no longer. That one fucking hurts. That is a painful one to read through, but also a really nice one. Kind of seeing the way that one cycle that we saw in 3.4 where Hyacinth kind of begged Finan to kind of take care of himself, to be a bit more selfish. Well, sorry, begged Kaslana, because that was not Finan, that was Kaslana. To kind of see him to take that word to heart and not fully destroy Aedes Elysiae this time. Obviously, and it's implied here that the Flame Reaver, Kaslana, still had to destroy Cyrene, as he has to destroy Cyrene in every cycle, but he only destroyed Cyrene. Everyone else he kept alive. And kind of see the life that Finan was able to live from there. It is really cool to see. So basically. Let me catch up the chat here really quick. Suki, if Amphorius Reborn, the planet considered below what path? Cienjo follow Hunt, Billabog, IPC follow Preservation, Penacony follows Harmony, Amphorius follows the Trailblaze, since Herta said replace destruction with Trailblaze. Yep. Amphorius is now going to follow the Trailblaze. Really, really cool stuff. Flamer, Trailblaze, and Remembrance. Probably. Certainly. Yeah. Probably more the Trailblaze, because by the time the planet becomes like fully real, causality is set. Like I said, by that point, Cyrene will no longer have to watch over Amphorius. It's just going to take a very long time. Suki, Amphorius gets adopted. Pretty much, yeah. Well said, Suki. Amphorius basically just got adopted by a different path. Alright, well, fantastic. The fanfics are always super, super cool, as always. Is there anything else? Oh, we do have one other thing. We have an epilogue. Is this one old, or did we get this before? Because this one didn't have the new icon, but I've never seen this signature before. Okay, no, this one's new. We have never seen Himiko put here. Yeah. So we'll go bottom up again. We'll start with this one here, and then we'll go back to the epilogue. So we'll go, this one will be the last one. Okay. My throat feels pretty good, actually, surprisingly. Okay. Farewell, all you master chefs. This page of the story comes beyond the endless cycle of suffering. A gift I give to you. Imagine if Inforius were as ordinary as the countless stars, where people's joys and sorrows wove the smiles and tears of everyday life. Grand Chrysos is unparalleled. Cypher tossed a red banner on the table. Found this outside the shop. All's eyes turned to the deliverer of the kitchen. Finan flailed his hands in protest. Guys, you know me. If it were me, it would have been a purple and gold banner, so it wasn't. Cypher cut him off, flipping the banner over. Everyone leaned closer, only to find a line of small print on the back. Excuse me, but if foes come from beyond the sky, can you still hold on to first place? Signed, Astral Food Express. This is a challenge letter. The room fell silent. Not long ago, the master chefs had fended off the conservative food critic group, the Council of Cheddars, and later defeated the gourmet Intellitron Sacred Glutton Lycurgus. Grand Chrysos was riding high, and challenger chefs flocked to its doors, yet none had prevailed. But the Astral Food Express is clearly not like those petty rivals, Aglaya began to explain, the challengers from beyond the sky to everyone. Rumor had it they traveled the stars aboard a peerless food truck, creating a star rail map of astral routes that linked every culinary tradition across the cosmos. We have no reason to refuse, Finan clutched the banner tight. This is a priceless chance to share the true essence of cooking with master chefs from beyond the sky. Caceres, who had stayed silent for a long time, lifted her head. Lord Finan is right. Becoming a chef means offering all of yourself up to satisfy the taste buds of others. In the Kremnos family's dictionary, too, there is no word for fear. Seeing the fire rekindled in their eyes, Aglaya nodded with quiet satisfaction. I'll help you prepare everything. Perhaps it is time to visit an old friend. That day, under cloudless skies, the entire staff stood guard at the entrance. Soon, an express appeared in the skies above Akama. Like a meteor, it glided for a moment before landing squarely in front of Grand Chrysos. The door was open, light spilled out, and the first to step down was a gray-haired boy. He scanned the crowd, immediately spotting Finan at the front, then rushed forward to grab his hand. Ah, Chef Finan, I'm your idol. No, wait, you're my fan. No, that's not right. Anyway, I can't believe I finally get to meet you. Finan felt an instant bond with the gray-haired boy. You carry something fascinating. I see it now. It's the passion to push the limits of taste. Honored guests, welcome to Grand Chrysos. Please allow me to show you to your seats. The other master chefs tactfully ignored the starry-eyed exchange between Finan and the gray-haired boy. Hyacinth quickly stepped in, leading the Astral Food Express delegation inside. To welcome the challengers from afar, Grand Chrysos invited a hall full of diners to join the feast, even bringing the long-retired culinary legend Imperator out of seclusion to serve as chief judge. The Astral Food Express's navigator, Himiko, shook hands with Aglaya, investor of the Grand Restaurant, as their representative. The banner ghoul snuck up at your door. Let me try again. The banner ghoul snuck up at your door was an exaggeration. We come without hostility. The Astral Food Express is here to share knowledge with Inforius chefs, and to bring the interstellar cuisines we've gathered to your people. Miss Himiko, you're too kind. Chefs under heaven are one family. Friendship first, competition second. There is, however, another matter where we need your help. Let's skip the pleasantries while the Imperator is here. Severdra swept her hand, and a squad of flame-chased army marched in, carrying stoves and cookware into the hall. Mem and Pom Bomb, who had been happily devouring Express Special Hot Pot, scrambled to wipe their mouths clean and sat up stiffly in their mascot seats. Oh my god. I can just imagine that. Sorry. I hereby declare the culinary showdown between Grand Chrysos and the Astral Food Express has officially begun. First round, the themed desserts was announced by Judge Heiselins. Her every movement carried the calm confidence of an older generation of chefs. But when she opened the envelope of the theme, her face stiffened. The theme has been changed at the last minute to banquet. A last-minute change. Cypher started to rise in protest, but under Hyceland's sharp gaze, she instantly sat back down. What's wrong, little Cypher? Chibi asked. Cypher looked regretful. I was planning to take out one of their heavy hitters by switching the theme to something I'm good at. Fish. But it turns out this duck's grill is really can't bear to see fish suffer, just like the rumors say. Little Cypher, aside from how you'd even make a dessert out of fish, it's still better to win fair and square. Soon, both sides selected their first contestant. For Grand Chrysos, the manager Castra stepped forward herself. Her dish, Antilla Frost Sugar Pudding Tower, also called an embrace from beyond. As the sweet ending of a banquet, pudding is like a final embrace before saying goodbye. From the Astral Express, a pink-haired girl in a festive dress took her place. She fumbled a little in the kitchen, then proudly held up a strange drink. My entry is this, the Overlord Shaky Cups Juice. At the end of the banquet, clinking glasses with this will make the night complete. Marsh, why is your juice salty? It's supposed to be. It's inspired by a drink called Salty Lemon 7-Up. She just mixed up salt and sugar again, Don Hung. Castrus's pudding was showered with praise, but to everyone's surprise, March 7th's juice also won unexpected approval. The bitterness of the Antilla flower soaks into the pudding and balances out the sweetness. What a perfect match. To think the bizarre chef formerly known as the Hand of River Souls has grown this much. As for Chef March's drink, at first sip, it's bizarre. But the more you drink, the more addictive it gets. Could this be some secret recipe from beyond the sky? The diners whispered among themselves, and even the judges were excited, jotting down scores with spoons and straws in their mouths. The only one looking wistful was Hyceland's. Why does everyone creatively end up focused at the end of a banquet? The second round, the theme Cold Dish, was announced by the judge, the seismic walking dragon Terravox. This hermit, master of archaic cuisine, gave a low rumble as he declared the subject. Betrayal. Grand Chrysos sent out Master Chief Mighty, matched against the Astral Food Express's Master Chef Don Hung. The two stoic men exchanged a single glance, then silently went to work. After 45 minutes, Mighty was the first to present. Chilled cream Dulu bird cutlets. Please enjoy. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Chef Mighty, may I ask, how does this relate to the theme betrayal? If you taste carefully, you'll notice an unexpected sweetness. It comes from a betrayal. A trusted friend once added sugar to my personal milk powder jar. Stop, Mighty. Just stop. What is this fanfiction? Then came Don Hung's dish. This is cold marinated scale gorge jellyfish, titled Transmutation Arcanum. The refreshing taste, it really feels like transforming into one of the Videotter. Though, it doesn't really seem connected to betrayal either. But Judge Terravox ate it with tears streaming down his face. Wait, aren't Dromuses only supposed to eat red soil? The third round, the theme Main Chorus, was announced by Judge Anaxa from the Grove of Epiphany Culinary School. He ripped the envelope to pieces, took the cup of water Aglaya handed him, and drank deeply. As for this round's theme, without a doubt, I will choose the drum. Before Anaxa could finish, his throat seized, his eyes widened, and he toppled straight backward. The flame-chased army, already prepared, rushed to catch him and carried him back to his seat. So the theme... Wait, what happened? Did Aglaya poison him? Oh my god. Oh, this is fantastic. What happened to Professor Anaxagoras? Wait, that cup. Is he... Oh no! Oh, Himiko, you fucking... it's the Express's exclusive paper coffee club. Aglaya stepped forward. Professor Anaxagoras has suddenly fallen ill. I will announce the final theme in his stead. Trailblaze. Wait, isn't that the motto of the Astral Food Express? Lady Aglaya really is treating this more like an exchange than a competition. By now, each side had only one contestant left. Naturally, it was Finan and Kalis. Both last to appear. Looks like you and I are the same kind of kitchen deliverers. Biden had already rolled up his sleeves. Deliverers attract each other. You said it perfectly. Kalis already had a spatula in hand. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Aglaya and Himiko exchanged a look, each thinking the same thing. This is going to be a blazing journey of trailblazing indeed. End story. Peak fiction. See, why couldn't we have gotten this instead of 3.7? Like all the emotions we felt in 3.7, fuck that. I want a chef fan fiction instead. Just bring back the event that we got in 3.6 and just do it again. But that will be the 3.7 main story. God, this is great. I love this so much. Suki, it'd be unique because Chrysos heirs have their respective path to follow. I'm guessing they're referring to Amphoris still, Suki. Yeah. It is going to be interesting what they do with the actual paths of Amphoris. Flamer, Amphoris is created by Rupert II, used by Noose, disconnected from Noose, and then used by Lygus, and now adopted by Trailblazer and Cyrene lol. Well described. If you had to describe Amphoris in a single paragraph, there we go. Okay. So we've got one more of this, and then after this, we'll do the Cyrene story entries, and then we'll do the discussion, which I was joking at the start of the stream that this wouldn't go 6 hours. At this point, it might, bro. I do have to eat at some point, so I don't think we'll go that long. And we already did discussion at the start of the stream, so really there's only a few things left to discuss, but here we go. Oh, fuck this shit. No, I don't. Oh, okay. I just saw the first line. Fuck this. Fuck Hoyoverse. Fuck Shaoji. Fuck Star Rail. You are not going to inflict this pain on me. All right, let me take a drink of water. If I middle finger the camera, will that get me like striked on YouTube or Twitch? I won't, just in case. Okay, here we go. Epilogue. Recipient, Cyrene. Hey Peach, I miss you. Through 30 million cycles, every time we met, you left me a story. Even when unbound by the weight of fate, it still felt like something out of a fairy tale. Little by little, I stopped being just a listener. I began to long for poetry and to learn how to write. With the pen you gave me, I recorded the tales of the Flame Chase journey, writing down Amphorius' ending, a fairy tale ending. On this final page, I left a gift for everyone. For the cosmos, a blessing. Hello world. For the heroes, an eternal page of telling tomorrow. And of course, for him, I hid our most precious reunion in Cyrene's homeland. So Peach, Castorus once wrote a story called The Grand Restaurant. I borrowed the style everyone loved and let my imagination run wild to continue it. As for the ending, I heard he wants the cosmos to read as I've written. So why don't we make a wish together? Let's hope people dream up the most perfect ending for the story. How wonderful. This is the gift Peach gave me, and also the gift I want to give Peach. A gentle flower, forever smiling, forever loving. And so, the flower fades at the journey's end, only to root again at the journey's beginning. It leaves love as yesterday's conclusion. When people see that ending of love, they then set out on the flame chase journey. And those who chase the flame, let the flower bloom anew tomorrow. Why must you hurt me like this, Hoyoverse? Flamer, the Hello World animated short still hurts me. Indeed, Flamer. Indeed, it will always hurt me. But also, there's a little bit of love and sweetness to it. Alright, fantastic. Really, really great stuff. So there's a couple more things. A couple of the entries here. How many do we have? Oh, man. God! Holy shit, bro. We're gonna be here for 6 hours. I need to eat something. Anyway, let's load in here. Then we've got the Cyrene stuff. Well, we're gonna leave this for last. We'll do we usually do this first. Now we're gonna leave it for last. So we'll come back to this. Get rid of the notification over here really quick. Oh, it's still there. Just kidding. All right, here we go. Ah, fuck me. I clicked it and then I clicked out of it, and so I lost what was new. God damn it. Okay, well, I think there was one in these first three. Right? There was one in these first three. Okay, so this is new, yeah. Now fallen, vanished with scepter, changed me 13. Okay, so that's brand new, I think. Oh, here, this is new here. Admin note. Clearly, the value of this topic lies in the process of seeking, not the answer itself. Thus, the prime mover of life is not a definitive conclusion, but a driving force. Directive, complete the argument. All life form behaviors ultimately follow the path of change, which may increase. On this note, I hold a different view of this. I'll share my perspective in the conclusion. I wonder who that could be. This looks the same. This all looks like stuff we've seen before, I think. Yeah, okay. We've seen that before. And I think this is new as well. Okay, no, this is all the... So, and then there was stuff over here that was also different. I'm guessing it was stuff related to, like, the Chrysos heirs and all. Ah, that sucks. I'm never gonna know what exactly is new and what exactly is old. Damn. Alright, well... yeah, so most of the stuff that was new was over here. Ruins of Time is new. Okay, thank you very much, Flamer. I'm guessing Philia has new stuff here. Yeah, Philia has new stuff here. How wonderful. The final ripple nourished a great tree, allowing it to bear a pink peach. Yeah, actuality, it's the mind of the demiurge. Alright, so let's go to that, what you said was new. Okay, so maybe I missed it. Ruins of Time. Did I miss it? Flamer, if you could point me to where Ruins of Time is. So go back. Okay, so it was over here. Okay, not there. Not there. Not there. Not there. Go back. Era Nova phase. Okay. Era Nova. Okay, it doesn't look like it's over there. I must be so low IQ. I am sorry. I am not finding this anywhere. No. 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 Another ripples of past reverie. Okay, nothing here. Nothing here either. Well, oh, here we go. Is this it, though? Oh, Ruins of Time. Thank you. Ruins of Time. The Scepter's core layer, the repository for all discarded data not loaded into the buffer. In the Eternal Recurrence, Kasana invades this area at the end of every recursive loop, attempting to disrupt the computation process. After the final Era Nova is completed, the 12 factors invade this area sequentially and retrieve most of the data discarded during the 30 million recursive loops. Very cool. Okay, so someone actually commented this on the VOD of 3.7. And I was wondering, like, where people got the idea that Kasana was invading the core layer of the scepter. It was here. I just hadn't read it yet, so good to know. All right, so unfortunate that I'm not going to be able to identify exactly what was new here. Obviously, it was probably really small things, and we did get a little bit of it as well. And we saw the main things, right? The Iron Tomb being defeated, like Cyrene being the Demiurge, stuff like that. So, okay. On to the most exciting part of this. Oh, I'm ready for this. I am ready for this. 5. How did you describe it, Stevo or Sage? 5 juicy entries. Let me make sure I credit one of you. I'm trying to find who told me that there was like 5 entries. I don't want to like put words in your mouth. Okay, Sage, you said that there's 5 juicy Cyrene stories. Thank you. And very juicy indeed. Okay, here we go. Micro seed.
Are you ready?
Ooh.
This is going to be
Oh, it's narrated by her.
a very long story.
Okay, just kidding.
Are a tiny seed. In the boundless dark, your face is sculpted again and again. A smile, a faltering word, or a tear. A lingering sigh. But when a ray of light breaks through, the Stellaron unravels your face.
Yep, there was a Celeron inside of us.
Since that moment, you were meant to be a soul.
Or are they talking about the Stellaron, but Lygus erupted?
You were meant to be the answer, yet you know nothing. At some point, you awake once more as a dead
And the
seed,
prison of remembrance is
prison
right.
of remembrance. This is a tomb crafted by the body to trap the soul. You will neither wither nor hold a future anymore.
This is the best scene, I think, in the game, personally.
Heart of Amphorius. Demiurge.
Who's calling you?
Peach.
Is that your name?
Hi. Miss me yet?
Before
It's so
being
nice to hear
dragged
her
back
voice again.
into the sinful loop by tongues of fire, she left you a story. The singing fairy guides the kind traveler to the Membrance Maze. Soft and full of color, a peaceful, beautiful place to return to. In the ice cave of memory.
Flamer, after you're done with
only
this, check
stories
the other pages in the
hold
Amphorius Saga of Heroes out of
They
EXA. Really? Okay.
slowly transform
I'll try to remember that.
symbols and numbers into things you are familiar with, yet have never seen. Rainbows, clouds, and flames dance through the story. Swallows, butterflies, and kittens grace its pages. You find yourself wanting to hear more from her. A thought that's never crossed your mind until now.
The deep
And
thoughts
so
of this
you
of the
begin
seed, of
to
the
take
Demiurge.
root. Slowly, quietly, you bloom. Memories' flowers blossom within the cage, casting light upon the cold night, unveiling gardens, fountains, and quiet promenades. You come to understand more. New thoughts, deeper feelings. Your palms grow soft with fur, and you reach gently for her fingertips.
Oh, interesting. Did they ever touch?
Each meeting carries thousands of years of longing.
Yep, every cycle,
You
thousands of
see the
years.
exhaustion in her quiet steps through the years, and breathe in the sorrow she hides within her tales. At the final meeting, she entrusts you with her name,
Well, her pen name.
Cyrene. The ripples of past reverie carry romantic.
We never learned what
poems
Cyrene's
back
real
through
name is.
time.
It's definitely probably Alicia, or like a different spelling of Alicia, which is really cool. Oh, that is gorgeous. She is gorgeous. I love Cyrene so much. Here we go.
When you finally escape the cage, your heart no longer
Oh
knows
man, they're really gonna
emptiness.
take us through this entire journey, aren't they? I just feel like
As the
hollow
memories
and
flower
nostalgic at the same
withers,
time, if that's even possible.
It bears a fruit shaped like a heart. forgetting even the name you were given. But one desire lingers, to turn the next page of the unfolding story. The Remembrance's messenger takes your hand through blooming gardens and hushed galleries to where the stars unfold above. A shooting star flashes by like the most brilliant pen, carving staccatos into the endless
Not gonna
light
lie.
of night.
This writing is very poetic. Pretty good stuff.
The story unfolds beneath the dome. The future.
That said, I am
lies
a
where the
fan of
stars
like
fall.
poetic writing.
They
Lots of
cast
figurative
their
language.
gaze
I use it in
into
my
the
own writing.
coffin of memory. This
Oh, by the
is
way, interesting
moment
enough, you cannot rewatch
first
the
meet
Nooses
your
gaze
companion.
scene. Interesting. I'm guessing you mean in game.
Ornyx gives you your new name.
Which might mean the
Quick
choices were
witted part
important. Yeah.
prefers
Maybe the
teasing
choices we made there affect the future of the game. I hope not.
walks
I don't like
beside
that part of the
you
game.
on this
But it
journey.
is what it is.
The Chrysos heirs, Titans, the flame chase and deliverance. This is the adventure you've been waiting to find.
Hell yeah. You guys remember
Find Strife
back in like the
weakness,
early days of
seal the
Infurious, all the
black
banter
robed
with Mem?
swordsman in the ruins of a
How
past
fun it
life,
was to banter with
then
Mem?
soar again with the heroes to the sky.
Keeping that in mind, that is
Has a
Cyrene.
partner, and it's me.
You too.
For anyone who
fled the
questions
grove,
for anyone who questions the connection between Cyrene and the Trailblazer, just remind them of those
This
days.
on your mind quickly.
The Chrysos heirs of the Flame Chase somehow feel familiar, as though their tales have already been told to you. Swallows soar through the open skies, and a butterfly dances across the blooming land. A lone lion watches over the perilous cliffs as the rainbow mends the torn sky. By the story's end, the dark clouds consume every trace
Back then,
of
the
light.
Black Tide was like so
All shall
imposing.
bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle.
Little did they know they weren't talking about Finan.
Hatred flares from the heart of the blazing sun, and the world falls apart, carried off by the chaos of time. And though only ripples of past reverie remain, they still sing brave poems alongside it.
Alright, time to listen to the Ripples of Past Reverie song and be sad again. Also, I just realized Flawless Ego, Cyrene. Ugh! They didn't have to make the connection to Elysian Ego. They did. It makes me even sadder.
Like the softest fluff.
Here lies Ides
Hey.
Elysiae, Cyrene's most beloved sanctuary.
Now we're to small Rene.
Forever warm, forever gentle. The place where the story begins again. Turn the clock once more. The ink rewinds, and the sun rekindles its flame. At the zenith of the world, enter a grand feast for all. People gather under the banner of the Flame Chase and drink their fill. You are finally able to take on the persona of a human being,
A very particular human being.
reconnecting with those old friends, entering them into As I've Written.
Not all of them,
How do
though.
I begin to write you into a story?
With her own hand, the ruler writes,
I love the world, just as it loves me.
between hearty swigs, The night murmurs under her breath.
I only love eternity.
She's like slightly drunk.
But time will not pause for feasting. The sea's
Iceland's being like a
burn
drinker, that
crimson,
was not something I
and the
expected,
sun
but it ended up being a really
begins
nice
to
part of her
tilt.
character that I was really
The
into.
Theoros bows in reverence as the flames of war are fiercely kindled. You inscribe beauty on the weaver's gravestone, recording how a child's laughter warms the final goodbye.
The shore on the other side will watch over the next life.
With a hopeful heart, the maiden walks into the chill of the dark, awaiting an embrace.
Scars will give way to peace.
The warrior ascends the altar, speaking softly under his breath.
3.1 was so
The
good.
cat is not fond of warmth.
I always look back at
and
3.1
quietly
as like kind of like the
slips away
standard for
from
like
your intrusions.
storytelling for Hoyoverse
And
without
the
having like
wise one who
build up.
journeyed with her to the end still carries a smile in the depths of his eyes. The physician who bears a love for mortals wishes for you to look up and behold the rainbow's light. You say farewell to all in a world aching with wounds.
Aching with
Again
wounds.
and
Well
again,
said.
You turn the pages with a gentle hand.
All right, Act 3, and each one gets filled with a heart and makes me sadder. Flamer, by the way, in the Eternal page, you can even meet Nias, Pelixi, and Calypso. Yeah, I thought so. I figured, after, we saw their names and the scroll that Golson pointed us towards to earlier today. I figured. It's a matter of
Amidst
chance.
Ruins, wilderness, and ash, the projection of the Intellitron reaches out in greeting.
Philia 093.
Lygus, you son of a bitch. Rest in peace.
Originally belonged
Not really, because you kind of fucked everything, but
Now that
you were a fantastic antagonist.
why not look at yourself beneath the starlit sky?
Along light's final journey to the edge of the universe, the stars fade into silence, their wreckage settling, cooling into uniform, still and pristine dust. Love answers to many names.
Variables, interference.
Damn, he was kind of pissed off, wasn't he?
Broken the original flaw. Love and destruction are two sides of the same force.
But the stars reflected in your eyes quietly speak a different truth.
Yeah.
You waited until the ice flows stirred the slumber of time.
The Azure
Until
Dragon.
the azure dragon coiled along the edges
God, Dunhug is so
of the
fucking
earth,
cool.
and the hero of deliverance returned once more. When the breeze lifts the weight of loneliness, as it does the golden waves of wheat in the homeland, the child who was denied the light of dawn can finally lay down the watch that melted his heart. Beyond the blazing sun lurks the black tide of infinite hate.
Yeah, he's a giant robot.
It brings
There he is.
rational
That's the
arithmetic
giant
to
robot.
an end, and snuffs out the flickering flames of civilization across the starry sea. You return to the cold, mist-veiled Evernight. It
Evernight?
feels
Interesting.
familiar, as water and fruit to a seed.
Yeah, the entire page map has multiple
you
variants.
will
It works like the
differ
guest
no
the express
longer.
shop every so often. I figured. Yeah.
Tap, footsteps echo in rhythm. Hand in hand with your companion, you run ahead, leaving behind a page of eternal peace.
Oh yeah.
Love is the ripples of past reverie. Let the verses of memory gently seal what once was.
A fourth heart, and all we have left is the infinity symbol. Flamer, I'm holding out hope that the animated short isn't a what if, but a glimpse into the reborn Air-Force. I think it is. I think it is the latter. If I were to guess, I'm hoping because that means that we get to meet them again. Because obviously they were on the Express. Like, I think like Finan and Tribios and Casterus and Cypher were playing a game in our room, like specifically. Hysolins and Mighty were having a drink together in the party car. Alright, final one.
Thank you for all you've done, friend.
No, thank you, Cyrene.
Now, leave the rest to me. On the fragrant shores of the west wind, where flowers bloom, I picked one without thought and turned to glance behind
She's
me.
narrating this time.
Let me uncover the missing chapters in this long chronicle of Amphorius. I see you, Amphorius. You are so beautiful, like a tragic tale that stands apart from the rest. I wish for you to be illuminated by the mirror of memories, so that the cosmos can see this ray of light and bring a pause to the endless loops. I see you, friend. Do you remember this corridor of memory? It is where we first met. I wish to gift you a magic pen, to strike the notes of fate, and to guard you as you wander this world. I see you, Cyrene. Concerned about the truth Lygus unveiled? I trust you to face it with courage and make the right choice. I long to entrust you with all that remains of my strength. Use it to journey back through time and share in
Legitimately,
Angie's
all of her
journey.
strength.
I'm so tired. I can barely keep my eyes open. It would be great to find a place where I can lie down and sleep until tomorrow. By the
Why
way,
can't we have nice
Cyrene,
things?
I remember you once spoke of a place soft and full of color. A peaceful, beautiful place that felt like home. But where is it? So this is the place. Without my realizing it, the flower I picked from the end of the west wind has become a seed. No matter. Will you let me make one last wish?
You can make all the wishes you want. I'll make them come true.
I can't see you, Remembrance Maze. So I wish... Please, grow out from this tiny seed. The seed will grow and grow until it becomes a great tree, crowned with 1,000 flowers. It hums. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Waiting for a fairy maiden to arrive and write her very first story. You shall fade when the flowers bloom, for every ending begets a beginning.
That's the cycle.
This book is dedicated to you, my friend. Open it. I'll be waiting for you in the past. When the time comes, whisper my name and all that she has ever
unforgettable verse. You walk toward your tomorrow.
We'll never forget her. For as long as we play this game, we'll never forget her. And we'll see her again, I think, personally. Oh dear. Okay. So you told me to go look at the rest of the heroes, right? Flamer. Let me take a look at like finance, for example. Do they have the core flames, I'm guessing? Like up here. No, I mean the literal pages. Is it like the little details, like the doves and stuff? Because I don't think that they were there before, right? Or were they there before? Like the sparkles there, or am I missing something else? Or like the doves there? Oh shit! I just forget that if you press the backspace there, it like really takes you all the way. That's right. There's a second page now. Here we go. So here. Oh, look at that. So this is what you guys are talking about. Genesis's author, I will carry the stories of the eternal land towards the stars. Epic completed. They once called you Deliverer and wove your visage. Your names are countless, your past shrouded in mist. Yet the stars echo your choices. Stories cling to your hem like every track you've left behind. Oh, nameless one, you need only keep stepping forward towards the brightest star to begin your journey. Super cool. Very cool stuff. This book is dedicated to the star chase nameless Kalis. Anytime I see, my name, I'm gonna replace it with Kalis. Very cool. Well, the third page, the previous page. Okay, so yeah, we saw the previous page there. I saw that on my own. I didn't need you guys to get me there. Woo! I'm not that dumb. Free 120 jades, very nice. I'll take this as well. Super cool, and a resin. All right, well, it is with great sadness that I say we are done with As I've Written, and we are done with Amphorius' epilogue, which basically means that is done, that we've exhausted every bit of Amphorius' story that we can get. Obviously, there's still a few things we can do. We're always going to be able to go back to the Eternal page, and I still need to collect all the nymphs so that I can turn them into the Christ area so that I can get their items. So stuff like that. There's like little things. But in terms of like major pieces of story, that's all we have. And it is kind of sad to kind of think about the fact that we're at the end. There is no more Amphorius. And we can rewatch it as much as we like, but we will never be able to experience it again for the first time. And it was a special experience, a very special experience, and I'm glad that I was able to share it with you all. Let's go ahead and close out of here. And I'm going to go ahead and mute game audio because we will not be showing the game. I'm going to pull up what we always pull up, which is, let me bring it over here while I do so. The CG Inferno video, we're going to go through the key pieces of the story. There's only really a couple of things that I want to talk about because we talked about a lot of the story at the start of the stream. You guys probably heard just a little bit there because I was grabbing the screenshot for this, but let's talk about the main thing I wanted to talk about actually, let's go in reverse. Let's talk about the things that are smaller and let's end with a bang, right? We'll end with a bang. So actually, I think it'd be fun to kind of talk about the flaws of the story quest before we actually get into the really, really great stuff. So I'm trying to find a good I'm trying to find a good kind of visual to kind of stop. I think this is good. Here we go. Be patient with me, guys. Okay, perfect. Here we go. I think this is a good visual. I had this in mind. Okay, we're here. And I need to update my Chrome. Good to know. Okay. So yeah, obviously at this point, if you guys have any thoughts or anything you guys want to talk about, please put them in chat. I will address them. I'm very hyper attentive to what you guys want to say. Flamer, by the way, what are your thoughts about the true Trailblazers? My current thoughts are: one, the Trailblazer you pick is Akavili. The one you didn't is Terminus. That is that is what I think, Flamer. I think it is one is Akavili, one is Terminus. Exactly what I think. True, Acolyte's ability is split into two mirrored halves, and both Trailblazers are different halves. Three, the other Trailblazer is the Celeron. And I think it's the first one. I think Trailblazer, the one that you picked, is Akavili, and I think the one that you didn't pick will end up being Terminus. A lot of people have said that is the case. It sounds like a very simple theory. That is a very simple thing to think about the story, but it makes a lot of sense. And I think it'd be pretty powerful within the story as well. So I'm excited to kind of see how they decide to explore the Terminus Trailblazer. But they're definitely going into a little bit of like Genshin Impact here with like the dual, like the siblings with Genshin Impact, the Trailblazer being kind of introduced in the story patch as like existing in some way, shape, or form. Definitely think it's going to be that first pot. So that one is actively the other one is Terminus. So because we know that the other body existed because at the beginning Kafka had both bodies. So interesting stuff. So let's talk about the things about the patch that didn't quite hit expectations. I think because the rest of what we talk about here in a bit, and we're not going to go too deep into it. I think we'll probably do like 30 minutes, 40 minutes because it is very late, and I am very hungry. So I think we'll keep this to a minimum, especially because we already discussed a lot at the start of the stream. But let's go to the criticisms, right? And you guys might disagree with me here, but I've seen a lot of people agree with this on online on socials and YouTube and stuff, and I think I am of the same sentiment. I am of the opinion that the Iron Tomb boss fight could have been better. And it is unfortunate because we've been building up to this boss fight for how many story patches? Like 7 or 8 patches, right? And we get to it finally. And let me make it very clear: it is very good. It is great even, amazing. But it lacks, I think, a moment of true impact. And a lot of people have pointed to the OST, and unfortunately, I think I do agree. I think Hoyoverse and the team behind the story of Star Rail, they wanted to do something new here with the Iron Tomb boss fight. They kind of wanted to use the OST creatively in a different shape or form because every single like big final boss we've had, Cocolia, Sunday, and Aquila, right? Those big boss fights have a song with lyrics or a song with a real punch to them, a song that kind of comes in out of nowhere, that is unexpected and kind of like really hits that level of impact that you were expecting, right? This boss fight lacks that song. The whole OST is incredible. In fact, I've listened to the boss fight OST quite a lot since I finished the story a couple of days ago. But I do think it needed that impact song. I think, especially because there's such a large break in between phase 2 and phase 3, you really did need that typical song that we always get. It doesn't necessarily have to have lyrics. It just needs to be an impact song, something that really takes the moment that you are experiencing and wraps it up into a nice, large ball of energy and momentum. And this song, unfortunately, lacked that. I do think that was intentional. A lot of people have said maybe they couldn't, right? They only get like a certain amount of like lyrical songs or a certain amount of those impact songs a year. No. Hoyoverse is an extremely rich company. If they wanted to do an impact song like that, they could have. I think they chose not to because I think they wanted to approach the Iron Tomb fight a bit differently. I think they wanted the Iron Tomb fight to feel like this, like almost like gradual, like resistance, like this, like very, like they wanted the Iron Tomb fight to kind of mirror the Flame Chase journey, a a fight of persistence, of determination, slowly but surely kind of fighting against Ironton. We even get a beam clash, you know what I mean? That's what I think they were trying to go for creatively. And I just think it failed. I think, yeah, it makes sense from a creative perspective, but from an emotion perspective, I think you really do want the high octane moments here. And visually, everything we needed from this fight visually was there. I think the OST falls short slightly, and I think the pacing of the fight also falls short slightly. And it's a bit unfortunate because we have been kind of building up to this moment for 7 story patches now. But a lot of people have had this criticism that the Iron Tomb fight felt a bit lackluster, and unfortunately, I think I do agree. So, Flamer, the OST is fair, it's really good, but no lyrical song is kind of sad. Yeah, the pacing didn't feel too bad for me. I agree. A lot of people have criticized that the pacing is a bit weird because there's a big gap between phase 2 and phase 3. I think that gap is slightly too big, but if you ask me if what so basically what we're talking about is this right here. Everything that came before phase 3, like the stuff with Pom Pom, the stuff with Cyrene talking with Ripples of Past Reverie, and the stuff with the kind of like the fragments of the universe's memory. So all this event stuff, people are claiming that like all this was too long, right? I think it is too long, but I think it's necessary. I think you needed every single one of these moments in this story. I just think they should have shortened each piece slightly. So I think to me the pacing is almost there, just a bit off. I think the main criticism I have is that the OST and really the fight didn't have this big moment that really sold it. I think the closest thing we got, I think, to it was the beam clash and also the train. I think the train and the beam clash were very close to getting what we needed. Like this moment right here, where the train is fighting against all that stuff. So, Flamer, for me, it was fine, but it's fair criticism. Yeah, I think some people are saying it's like horrible. No. Some people are taking the criticism way too far because they're just haters against the story. A lot of people have, for whatever reason, the community of Star Rail has really deteriorated in quality recently for me. Like I've been kind of sad to see the extent of which the Star Rail community has kind of gone to, mainly on Twitter and Reddit. Obviously, the Star Rail community is not restricted to just those two platforms. But to me, it used to feel, even when things were criticized, it used to feel, I think, a bit more mature, a bit more grounded. And nowadays, it just feels like hate for this, for the sake of hate. And it is unfortunate, especially when you have a game that I think is so dedicated to telling themes that are so counterintuitive to the way that their community interacts. Flavor, this cutscene was peak. Also, Trailblazer finally getting to ore farm in this patch. Yeah, I mean, the cut, like I said, visually the fight is everything we wanted and more. It's just from a pacing perspective, but from an OSC perspective, I think it lacks just a little bit. So it is unfortunate. And I will say something else visually. Actually, one quick thing, I would have liked a little bit more of the Galactal fight. So the stuff with like Herda and the ships firing at Iron Tomb. So this stuff right here. I wanted just a little bit more of this. I think all of us wanted a little bit more of this. We do get a decent amount though, and what we did get is peak fiction, but just a little bit more, like maybe extend the cutscene out a little bit. And that's a criticism that I personally have had for Star Rail for a long time, pretty much going back all the way to the start of Penacony, is I think the cutscenes are too short. Like I think they're scared to make the cutscenes too long. No, don't be scared. Or maybe they lack the resources. I've always defended Hoyoverse of like, hey, it's difficult to make these stories because they're very resource restricted, considering they have to put out a story every 6 weeks. This is where I draw the line. If you are lacking resources here with cutscenes, you have to invest more resources. I don't care how you do it, but the cutscenes are too short. I'm gonna put it out there, Hoyoverse. I'm sorry. I will defend you in other aspects of like your resources being restricted, because I do think it's very difficult to do what they have been doing. 6 weeks, every 6 weeks, a new story patch. That's hard to do, but you're doing it. That's the timeline that you've imposed on yourself, and you have to be able to give us more in-depth cutscenes. It just is what it is. What it is. But they've been doing a good job at kind of giving an alternate to each cutscene. So I wasn't a big fan of this, and uh, not well. I was a big fan of this. I just wanted more. I guess is what I'm trying to say. The only other criticism I have, and you guys might be surprised to hear me say this because I am, I've advertised myself as a super fan of hers. I think Cyrene's dialogue, specifically after the fights, specifically after the boss fight. So anything after the boss fight, I think Cyrene's dialogue is a bit too long. I'm going to say that. I know that's surprising to hear from me. Cyrene super fan. It is what it is. A lot of people have criticized Hoyoverse for having bloated dialogue, especially Star Rail, but Hoyoverse in general. You had a lot of it in Honkai Impact Third. You have a little bit of Genshin. Zenless Zone Zero has managed to avoid the bloated dialogue up until now, at least from what I've played. Who knows what happens in 2.x? But a lot of people have criticized Hoyoverse for having too much dialogue, bloated dialogue, and I agree with the criticism. It just doesn't. I just think it is a very minor criticism. I think the bloated dialogue you can ignore. You could even skip past it now. And for the most part, it's well written. Like the dialogue is not like bad. A lot of people say it's too like flowery and too poetic. You just aren't paying enough attention to the dialogue. I'm sorry. Sometimes it is very flowery and poetic, but it's flowery and poetic for a reason, right? It's supposed to sell the emotion that the story is trying to present to you. However, I will say this: there is a line. If you have too much dialogue that was flowery and poetic, what that happens is it ruins the quality of the dialogue that came before it. The reader, the consumer, us, my viewers and myself, we start to lose attention. Our attention span decreases and we start to kind of feel the dialogue being presented to us is of less quality. I think that does happen here towards the end of the story patch. I think the stuff with the Chrysos Heirs is really good. This stuff is right here is really strong. The conversation with Herta is also really good, not just for Cyrene, but Herta's character. I think the main criticism I have is this portion of the game right here. The kind of walking back, seeing like the kind of steps, like the chronological step of Amphorius, going from the beginning to the end, this time from Cyrene/Mem's perspective. I think this part is necessary. I just think it could have been shortened by like half. I think you could cut this part down by like half through the dialogue or through something else, and I think you would have had a much better paced story. And so I'm gonna put that out there. I do think that those are my two main pieces of criticism for this story patch. I think the dialogue is a bit too bloated at the end, or like the kind of like the last third of the story quest, and the Ayatum boss fight just needed a little bit more. Those are my main two criticisms. Flamer, yeah, I agree with some of the cutscenes being a little too short, although for the intergalactic fight, they wanted to focus more on the fight in Amphorius rather than the fight outside. And the Chrysos Heirs, I guess, they just couldn't focus on both at the same time. Yeah, I agree with that, Flamer. I just, my argument is that last part you said, they just couldn't focus on both at the same time. That piece, my argument is, they need to be able to focus on both at the same time. If they don't have the resources currently on the writing team and the production team to where they can focus on both of those things at the same time, you need to invest more money, more people to work on the quest, more attention, more time given, like maybe extend it from 6 weeks a story patch to 8 weeks a story patch. I don't know. I'm saying my criticism is not what happened is, hey, you don't have the capacity to do this at the moment. Get the capacity some way, somehow. I know they are able to get the capacity in some way, shape, or form. They are just choosing not to. They need to be able to extend the cutscenes at this point. We criticized at the start of Amphorius that their storytelling practices were getting a bit stale. They improved on that, and now they need to continue to improve. They can't just settle for what they have currently. Gotta get better. That's how you tell a good story, is you improve on it as it goes on. So, I understand Hoyoverse is obviously doing something very difficult every 6 weeks, introducing a story patch, but it comes to a point where you kind of like demand more as a consumer. Flamer, personally, I think it's more of a limitation of the game itself rather than resources, but fair. I agree, Flamer, 1000%. I think this game was not built well. I think when they were building the code of Star Rail. I think they probably hard coded a lot. They probably developed the game in a very inflexible way. And yeah, I think the game, like, I think the main signal that this game was not built well is the skins. Like, how come Zenless Zone Zero is able to release as many skins as they do so quickly? And this game has two skins. It has Firefly and it has Cyrene's bow. March's skin doesn't count. That was in the game already. They built it a long time ago. Cyrene's bow and Firefly's skin, after three major story versions, like 1.x, 2.x, 3.x, we only have two skins. Zenless has how many? Like 8 now? It lends to the fact that the game is very restrictive. That the people who are managing the game, who are releasing these updates, go through a lot to actually do that because they have to work around a lot of just, bad foundation, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Again, my argument is go and fix the game, fix the foundation, make the game flexible for yourself. And that's going to take a lot of time and resources to fix. I understand that, but they've got the money. And if they don't have the work, the labor, like the people to be able to fix it, go out and hire more people. It is like they have the ability to do these things and they refuse to because they know that it's going to take a lot of effort to do so. But at this point in the game, I can't defend them on that anymore. I defended them before, and I still defend them on certain things now. Like I will defend the quality of their story because I think the story is of very high quality, especially in the time frame that we get it. I will defend the character writing because I think the character writing is very high quality in the time that we get it. I will defend the visuals, the OST. I will defend a lot of things about Hoyoverse, even if they are flawed, because I know what they deal with. But some things I can't defend, and the lack of cutscenes and the lack of length on those cutscenes is one of the major things I. And the skins, that's another thing. The skins have been pretty bad. We need more skins. We need better skins. I love Cyrene's bow and I love Firefly skin. I have both. I paid for both. I would have liked something better. So, just putting it out there, getting the negativity out of the way, because I don't like to focus. I don't like this channel to be very negative, but I understand criticism is necessary. So I'm going to get it out there at the start. Let's move on to bigger, better things, right? Okay, moving on to positive things. The very first thing I want to call out, because I know I'm going to forget if I don't call it out right now. Where is she? Let's do this. These three characters are fucking awesome. God damn. I honestly I'm going to say it right now. I have not been the biggest fan of Herta up until this story patch. Herta initially, before Amphorius, I definitely wasn't that big of a fan for. Like the puppet version of Herta, I was like, okay, you're kind of cool, but average character, right? Average was the way I designated Herta. Then we get Amphorius, and Herta, real Herta, comes in and has a real narrative role. And I started to like her more. But even then, she wasn't like top list of my favorite characters. Like I wouldn't consider Herta in that like same tier as I consider some of my other favorite characters. This story patch, fucking amazing character performance. And it's not just here as well. It's this moment right here with Skrullum and Lygus, the Genius Society meeting, her commanding the Herta space station in battle on the front lines against Iron Tomb, and this conversation with Cyrene here, hold on, is also really good. I think this conversation did a lot for both of their characters, not just Cyrene here. Herta gets character development here as well. And I was really impressed every step of the way by Herta's character. But not just her, I think Lygus and Skrullum were also really well executed. I think, Lygus's character has been great for pretty much from the moment he was introduced. Let's just say that. And he just continues it here. I think what this story patch did that was really cool was kind of gave more humanity to Lygus. We made a clear separation between Lygus and Xander, kind of designating Lygus as Xander's paranoia. We kind of saw him think about what that means to him, how it kind of imprisoned him to what he was doing, how he didn't feel like he had a genuine choice in the decisions he was making, because he was kind of tied to building Iron Tomb up as a weapon against Noose. We saw him defend Herta to a certain extent against Polka. Like, this patch really humanized Lygus in a way that we didn't have before, and I really enjoyed that. Let me make it clear. Lygus is a great character before this patch. He's just an even better character now. So props to Lygus. And then Skrullum continues to be just a pillar of just characterization. He he is for the most part a static character. Squilum does not develop much as a character, but he enables Herida as a character. He enables Lygus as a character. He enables the Astral Express whenever he has moments with them. And he is just in general just a very good static character. He does what he needs to do in the story. He's super likable. He's super interesting for the future, right? We could do stuff with Squilum in the future later, and it'd be very cool. Just a really good static character, especially with the other geniuses. So, Flamer, yeah, I really want more skins for real. Yeah, bro, I think we need more skins, and more importantly, we need better skins. 3.7 to 3.5 to 3.7 were all really good with developing Herda's character. Yeah, specifically this patch. I think this patch took the next step with Herda's character. This was, in my opinion, tell me if I'm wrong, I think this is Herda's best patch as a character. Like, this was the most, I think, the best Herda character performance we've had yet, in my opinion. So, Flamer, I do wonder if there's any chance of a Xander which isn't a villain. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Flamer, before you came in. It'd be really cool if there was like an ally Xander clone. A lot of us think that Skrulum could potentially be a Xander clone. I think it'd be really cool if he was a Xander clone. I wouldn't mind that, but I think they would have to handle it. So yeah, wanted to get this out of the way first because I think the geniuses were handled super well. Suki, good to see you back. It depends on Xander/ambitions and goal. Yeah, I think it depends on what the other clones and how they've been separated, right? Because a lot of people say that if Squilum is going to be a Xander clone, it's going to be Xander's conscience. And so he would still be a good guy, right? He would still be a good person. But maybe you have like a different Xander clone that's like Xander's wrath or something, or Xander's jealousy, right? You could really take it either way. The one thing I will say, and I said this before, I don't want a Xander clone to be a focus of a story patch again. We got Lygus, that's it. I want Star Rail to focus on other antagonists, other characters. I don't want Xander to be front and center anymore. He can be in the background. He can be a part of the story, absolutely, but he got his time to shine. Suki, Xander did send Herda's decision to other Xander. Yep, we saw that earlier today. Pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, Genius Society in the story patch, really good stuff. Really enjoyed them. Especially because I generally wasn't the biggest fan of the Genius Society, but this story patch really sold me on. What else do I want to talk about before we get to big stuff? Let me look through. This. Let's talk about the Chrysosaurs. I think, and actually, let's talk about the Chrysosaurs and the ending using this visual. I think the ending that they chose really works. I do. I know it's sad. It's bitter to kind of, swallow what they gave us. But when I think about it, this feels like the most thematic ending to me. I think the Chrysos heirs sacrificed so much. They went through a lot, and they've given themselves a chance of hope, a chance at a better life. But it's going to take even more patience. It's going to take even more time before we get there. And I think there's beauty. I think there's beauty in the fact that the reward that they earned requires for them to still be a little bit more patient. But each and every single one of them, I feel like, got a chance to shine in this patch. And I think they were all very memorable in this patch. Shout out to fucking Cypher and Mighty. I thought Cypher and Mighty in particular were awesome in this patch. Aglaya as well. Aglaya more with Epilogue, I think. But yeah, Cypher and Mighty, I think, were really, really dope in this patch. And I think in the Epilogue, every single one of them were really cool. I mean, the Epilogue we did earlier today. So, but yeah, I am not. I'm happy with the ending. I am. But am I feeling emotion of happiness inside? No, I feel sorrow and despair at the fact that these characters aren't real and that they're not all okay, and that we can't spend time with them the way we can spend time with other characters. Like we're likely not gonna see Aglaya or Anaxa or Mighty or Hyacinth interact with like Branya or Aventurine. You know what I mean? They're not a part of the world in that way yet. Keyword is yet. Eventually they probably will be, but we're gonna have to wait even longer. And I think tying that to like spreading as I've written, the Trailblaze is genius. Oh, the epilogue just made 3.7 that much more better. In fact, I think the epilogue fixed a lot of the things I had a problem with in the 3.7. So thank God we got that epilogue quest. But I mean, just yeah, the Crisis Heirs are. I mean, I think a lot of you guys would agree with me. The Crisis Heirs are the best written faction in the game. I mean, each and every single one of them, fantastically written, and just very likable. Um, Introduced a lot of themes in the story that I think were necessary to tell, and just in general, I think they had fantastic chemistry with each other. Like stuff like Mighty and Finan, Aglayan and Naxa, Mighty, Castris and Tribi, Hyacinth and Anaxa, Hyacinth and Don Hung, Hysolins and Saradra, right? Hysolins and Aglaya. How could I forget about that? Like Cypher and Aglaya. Like you could really go down the list. Each and every single one of them had great chemistry with each other. They were great individually. They were well written. They had great designs. Just truly, I think, the best faction in the game. And that's me saying that, right? I love the Stellaron Hunters. My favorite character in the game is a Stellaron Hunter. And I love the Astral Express, but I think this faction takes the cake. I think they are the best faction in Star Rail. And until the Stellaron Hunters and the Astral Express prove otherwise, they will remain the best faction in Star Rail. So let me catch up the chat here really quick. So Suki, I mean they deserve it. The rest in the eternal land before Amphorius is reborn. Yeah, I think they earned themselves the right to be real, the right to live a happy life. But I think keeping it bittersweet by making us wait just a bit longer, I think it makes sense. It makes so much sense thematically. It just does. So Flamer, the random Zephyro mentioned by Cypher came out of nowhere. I agree. I was like, what the fuck? But then someone in chat, I forget who, I think it was Sage or Stevo, because Sage and Stevo are always really good at reminding me about stuff that I forget. They mentioned the fact that Cypher seemingly has been able to converse with Finan to a certain extent. So obviously Finan would have told Cypher on what happened. So that's why Zephyro was mentioned. Suki, I got all the fruit. All the fruit for each Crisis Heir was actually sweet. I hope you get all the nymphs. Wahaha. Yes, I plan to get all the nymphs. But I will be doing it on my own time. I will do it eventually. So, Flamer, you agree that the Crisis Heirs are the best faction, I assume. So, Sugi, I forgot to mention that you get collectible items for forms from Crisis Heirs when you give Fruit of Time. Yes, they told me that earlier today, Sugi. Ren, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing fantastic. You're just catching the tail end of the stream. We're just into the discussion part of the stream. We're going to be doing this for just a little bit longer than I think we'll call it for today. So you've reached this point, huh? The tears are not stopping. Best planet ever. I do think Amphorius is the peak of Star Rail. I think it is the best story that we've gotten in Star Rail. I think it is the best faction. The Cressers are the best faction we've gotten in Star Rail. And I think 3.4 is the best single story version that we've ever gotten in Star Rail. Pendaconi is second, then Belabog is third, Cianjo is fourth. That's the way I would rank them. To kind of talk about that, actually, let's talk about that. That can be our next discussion item. Let's use a different visual. This is a no. Let's use a. Oh, you know what visual to use? Let's use this one because this will transition to a different thing. So let's go ahead and talk about, in my opinion, how good is this patch? Where does it land? I don't think it's the best story patch in Amphorius. I think it's 3.4. I think 3.4 is the best story patch in the game because Finan's character is so good. The animated short is so good. The rest of the Crisis Heirs are just very well presented in 3.4. The stuff with the Astral Express outside of Amphorius, Don Hung and the Trailblazer is fantastic. The OST is on point. The voice acting is on point. And more importantly, I think 3.4 is the best paced story in Amphorius. So I do think 3.4 is the best. So after 3.4, you guys think, oh, it has to be 3.7. Actually, no, I don't think 3.7 is the second best story patch in Amphorius. I think it's 3.6. And let me tell you why. The pacing. Again, I think the pacing matters so much to the story quests. And I think 3.6 is very well paced. It's very well written. And even though 3.6 doesn't have the Iron Tomb boss fight impact moment, it does have the reunion between March 7th, Don Hung, and the Trailblazer. And to me, that moment was incredibly impactful. So you can have impact moments in storytelling that is not, ecstasy and energy and like stuff like that, like the boss fights. You can have different impact moments and different emotion. So I think 3.6, in my opinion, is the second best story patch behind 3.4. I think 3.7 is the third best story patch in Inforius. And I feel comfortable with that. Um even though when you look back at the other stories, like the finale of Penacony 2.2, because 2.3 is not the finale of Penacony. That's like the aftermath. That's like the epilogue. 2.2 is the climax of Penacony. I do think 2.2 is the best patch in Penacony. For Belobog, I think the climax is the best part of Belobog. For the Cienjo, the climaxes are the best part of the Cienjo. So yeah, I do think it's kind of unfortunate that the climax of Amphorius is not the best part of Amphorius. But I still think it really is very good and is a worthy end to the arc. So that's where I would say I would consider 3.7 falling under. It is not my favorite story patch in Amphorius, but it is one of the best, and I think that's good enough. So let me catch up the chat here really quick. Suki, Amphorius is the next stage of storytelling, though I don't know why they insert as I've written as part of the story quest. Yeah, I think Amphorius is kind of setting the model for how story in Star Rail is going to be told going forward. Suki, even the radio, because not everyone checked the radio. We checked the radio. We did do that. We did that actually not in this stream, but the last stream. So if you want to see my reaction to the radio stuff, that's in the 3.7 VOD. Flamer, I guess I'm just more lenient with pacing because I'm used to extremely long RPGs. Flamer, I am as well. I don't know, Flamer, if you like extremely long RPGs, go play the Trail series. The reason I started this streaming channel was because I wanted to stream the Legend of Heroes Trail series. It is a JRPG series that is 12 games long in English, 13 games long, I think, in Japanese, that is all interconnected. Every single JRPG in Trails leads to the next. It is an interconnected story. And each one of those games are long. They're like 80-hour long RPGs. And if you talk to everyone, all the NPCs, it's even longer. I usually average 100 hours per Trails game. So I am not foreign to long, slow pacing. In fact, I love long and slow pacing. I'm a fan of it. But what you don't want is long and slow pacing that feels tedious. To me, Trails never feels tedious. There are times in Star Rail storytelling where I do feel it's tedious. And I think it is self-inflicted. I think they can make it not tedious. So that's why I call it out, because I want to see them improve. I do think they could do better. So, okay. Ren, it deserves an adaptation, a book, an anime, something. I agree. I have been asking for a Star Rail anime since I started playing this game. I do think this story needs an adaptation of some kind. 3.4 is just peak Hoyo. I agree. 3.4 is peak Star Rail and some of the best stuff that Hoyoverse has ever done. 3.4 was phenomenal. It truly is, I think. It's going to be hard to match 3.4. You will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Chills, straight chills. Nina, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well, Nina. All best wishes to you. Do you think Hoyo should do the Enforced type of storytelling at 4.9? I think 4.x should be like Amphorius. I think it should be one big story. I think 5.x shouldn't. I don't think they should do Amphorius like storytelling every story patch. I think you need smaller arcs here and there. But I do think 4.x should be like Amphorius, yes. Just not 5.x. I think you need to slow things down every once in a while. So I think 5.x should be like should be Penacony and then Cienjo and then like so on and so forth. You gotta mix it up here and then. Suki, it is interesting. Heard a space station is Trailblaze. Trailblaze? What do you mean by that, Suki? From Chinese exclusive leaks that not shown in 3.7 Quest, it's understandable it'd be quite long. Yeah, 3.7 is very long. Not as long as I expected, though, which is a good thing. Flamer for real, Star Rail anime would be so big. Please give me an anime. Please. It would work so well. Like, I know we're getting a Genshin anime. I am sorry. Genshin anime would be very cool. Genshin doesn't need an anime. This game, I think, needs an anime. An anime would take this story to another level, in my opinion. Nina 4.0. Yeah, I assumed that's what you meant, Nina. I assumed. Suki, in the leaks, it is shown the conversation between factions. Heard a space station is the Trailways. Okay, I see. like I said, I haven't seen any of the stuff that came before 3.7, so I don't know anything about it. But I'll go back and I'll watch it eventually. I would assume her to space station is the trailblaze because during the galactic battle, that's where the Astral Express was. That's where Himiko, Welt, and Sunday were. So that's what I assume. I don't think her to space station is trailblaze. It is erudition. I just think for the war against Iron Tomb, it was treated as a trailblaze because the Astral Express were there. Nice transition, Suki, to what I wanted to talk about next. Who thinks Black Swan should join the Astral Express? I do at this point, and I am a Black Swan fan. I will say that right now. There is some bias here, but I didn't want Black Swan to join the Express, even back when she boarded the Astral Express with Sunday. Like, both of them joined the Astral Express at the same time. Sunday, obviously, is going to join the Express. That is obvious. All of us know Sunday is joining. It's just a matter of like when they make it official, right? But I just feel like she fits in really well. Like during the Amphorius, I didn't expect Black Swan to really have any narrative importance, and she did get a little bit, right? Not that much, right? She wasn't a crisis heir, but she got narrative importance. But I really felt like with the role she had in Amphorius, she just feels like a part of the Astral Express. Like when you look at this art, right? Does this not feel natural to you? Seeing Welt, Sunday, Black Swan, and Himiko, doesn't this feel right? I don't see this, and I think that's the Astral Express Black plus Black Swan. I see this as the Astral Express. Like, let's take another look. Let's find something else to visually represent it. Hi, Seneca. Good to see you. Like right here, like something like this. Run, find and run. There we go. Like this just feels right to me. So I don't know. I think she fits in well. I think it makes perfect narrative sense because Black Swan has no reason to go back to the Garden of Recollection at this point, right? So where does she go to? The Astral Express would make a lot of sense. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like she's going to join based on like other signs. Like she doesn't have the voice lines. The rest of the Astral Express don't have voice lines for her. She wasn't included in the part of the at the end over here where all the Express like left the line for the Crisis Eras. Sunday got a line. Black Swan didn't get a line. So every sign, her faction in Currency Wars, correct me if I'm wrong, her faction in Currency Wars is Astral Express. So that is like, that might be something, but it doesn't seem like she's joining. My thought process, me and Golson were talking about this the other day. I don't think Golson is around right now, but me and him were talking about this yesterday. I think they could do a Black Swan SP. Like they could do another 5-star Black Swan, and then with that SP, she joins the Express. I think that could be what they're leading towards too, but who knows? So let me catch up here really quick. So Flamer, you think Black Swan should join? I do as well. Stevo, it does seem like a nice idea. So most of you guys agree with me that kind of just feel like she has a lot of chemistry with the Express. Flamer, it's also fitting for her to join the Express with the context of 3.6. Exactly what I'm saying. By the way, I really like the Trailblazer finally got aligned with every Crisis era. Yeah, really, really cool stuff. So yeah, yes to Black Swan. So Ren on YouTube agrees as well. So it looks like everyone feels like Black Swan joining would be cool. I think it makes sense. I think it works from a character dynamic perspective. I think you could do a lot of interesting stuff with her joining the Astral Express. So in my opinion, I think they should make it happen. I'm just gonna say it right now. So, but yeah, who knows? We'll find out. Thank God Sunday's joining, because I think most of you guys would agree. For a while there, mid Amphorius, a lot of us had concerns that Sunday wouldn't join, but now it's all but guaranteed he's joining, which makes me really happy because he is still my third favorite character. I love Sunday, and I want him to get more screen time. Thankfully, he is probably going to get more screen time in 4.x. He's definitely going to be a part of the Trailblazing expedition that goes down to 4.x. If I had to guess, I think it's going to be the Trailblazer. I think it's going to be Sunday. I think it's going to be March. I think it's going to be Himiko. I think it's going to be those four. I think those are the people that go down to Benzai Tengoku. So, Nina, they need to give Sunday his ticket. Yes, Nina. Yeah, please give him the fucking ticket. It's on his design. It's ready. Just give it to him already. And then that's another thing that doesn't necessarily suggest that Black Swan's gonna join the Express because she doesn't have somewhere to put the ticket in. That's why I think if Black Swan is gonna join, it might be later with an SP. Who knows? But yeah, that was another thing I wanted to talk about. What else did I want to talk about? So we talked about the fight. We talked about all of the Crisis eras. We talked about the Genius Society. I think that this. Oh, I know what I want to talk about. Hold on, almost there. Excuse me? What the fuck you mean? Why are you here? This caught me off guard. We'll get to Cyrene, Suki. We're saving the best for last. This shocked me. Seeing Kafka appear didn't shock me. She's Kafka. Kafka is arguably one of the most important characters in the entire game narratively overall, right? Like Kafka showing up here is no surprise to any of us, right? This surprised me. It expands Himiko's character to a realm I never thought we would go to. Most of us thought Himiko was hiding stuff, right? Of course she was. Every fucking Astral Express member has stuff that they're hiding. March has Evernight, fucking Emanator tier threat. Dun Hung is fucking a Videodara. He's a Scion level threat. Welt fucking battling Zephyro and the Myriad Celestia that we got recently. That's cool. And also he's fucking Honkai Impact the Third, right? Every Express member. Sunday almost became an Eon. You know what I mean? Like every Astral Express member has something major to them. Himiko was the one that we hadn't gotten anything. And so we were all waiting for something. I didn't think it'd be this big. Himiko showing up here, in my opinion, takes her character to a different stratosphere. I don't know what to expect with her anymore. Like at first I thought maybe she's an emanator, or maybe she is something. Who knows? Her showing up here flips the table for me completely. Maybe not for you guys. Maybe you guys don't see the same impact that I see here. But do you guys understand that at the end of the fucking galaxy, Iron Tomb has blown everything up? True characters show up to us, specifically to talk to us. At the end of all. Kafka makes perfect sense. And Himiko. Huh? It's crazy stuff. And obviously, Kafka and Himiko have a lot of parallels. So I wonder what the hell is going on. So, let me catch up to chat here really quick. Flamer lol. Suki, isn't Trailblaze actually has 5 instead of 4? Explore, understand, establish, connect, and salvation. Yep. We got the last one in this patch. Salvation seemingly is a part of the creed. Flame, well, Skrillum and Herda were true, but not in this moment specifically. Skrillum and Herda were in other moments. Like this moment in particular, I think is special. Because Cyrene's here, for Christ's sakes. Like, they very obviously wanted to do something with Himiko being shown here, in my opinion. Especially bringing in Kafka first. Like, bringing in Kafka first really sells the impact of this moment. Because, like, it's Kafka, right? Like, she knows so much more about the future of the story of Star Rail because of Elio. Himiko being here alongside Kafka implies that they're on the same level of narrative importance. That's why I'm so shocked by this. Because I didn't think Himiko was going to have the same level of narrative importance that Kafka does. Now she might. So we'll see what happens in 4.x. Because I was already interested in Himiko's character before. Now I'm just so like I just want to see what happens. So Nina, what do you think of SP content in Star Rail? I like the idea a lot. Oh yeah, SPs are awesome. That was one of the things I always disliked about Genshin is that Genshin doesn't do SPs. Like, we love these characters. Like, give them a different design. Let me summon. You know what I mean? SPs are great because also it lets you kind of it lets the designers of the game take a break. They don't have to get so creative with designs that they can focus more on existing designs and make them cool, make them new. It's kind of like, for those of you who play Pokemon, kind of like Mega Evolution, right? Mega Evolution is fucking peak, and it's peak for a reason because they're taking designs that we already know and love, characters that we already know and love, and just making them even better. So, Ren, Kaf, Kime, my favorite ship for real. Parents. It's a good ship, Ren. It is a good ship. I don't know if I quite ship it yet because I ship. You know who I ship Kafka and Himiko with? I ship Kafka and Himiko with me. Not the Trailblazer. I ship them with me. Me personally. Gulio, David Turan, Leo, whatever you guys want to call me. I ship them with me. Ren, let the Pokemon evolve to Genshin devs. Exactly, Ren. So SPs are great. It also shows character. Yeah, another well said, Flamer. Character SPs also are an opportunity to show character development. Flamer, I don't like the Kafka and Himiko ship, to be honest. I get it. They don't have a lot to go off. They've got that one scene in 1.x, and that's kind of it. But I kind of like it. I think aesthetically it's kind of cool. I wouldn't say I get fully ship them, but I like the ship. I think it's cool. Ren based. Thank you, Ren. Thank you. So yeah, Himiko showing up was fucking nuts. I was not expecting this at all. Here's another thing that shocked me. Excuse me? The fuck is this? What the fuck are you doing here? Let me finish the dialogue line. Hello? Why are people that I didn't expect to be important in the Star Rail story? I expected Himiko to be important, just not as important as she's seemingly going to be. I expected Pom Pom to be important, just not important as he is expected to be now. You're telling me Pom Pom showed up out of nowhere, stopped time, and told us to run after Cyrene? Hello? What is going on here? Like, who else is feeling what I'm feeling? Like, who else thought that Pom Pom was going to be important, but not that important? All of a sudden, who the fuck is he? An Emanator? Akavili? Who knows? Him showing up like this out of nowhere was so shocking for me. The same way Himiko showing up out of nowhere was shocking as well. I just don't know what to expect from their characters anymore. Because clearly I misjudged the narrative importance of each of their characters. They wouldn't have them show up like this if they didn't have plans, big plans for their characters in the future. So also shocking. Nina Pom Pom might be Akavili Fragment. That'd be cool. I'd be down for that. Ran Pom Pom Emanator Trailblaze. Who knows? That's what I'm saying, guys. I don't know. I have no idea. This is the first story patch. Amphorius was the first story patch where I felt genuinely I couldn't predict where it was going. I did at first, like up until 3.4, and even with 3.4, I felt like I had a good handle of where the story was gonna go. 3.5 also a little bit. I think I could like have a handle of where it was going. 3.6, 3.7 fucking boggled my mind. I had no idea they were going in that story. They were taking the story in that direction whatsoever. Like Cyrene's story writing, Evernight story writing, Marches, Dun Hung's, Herda's in 3.7, no clue. I just couldn't have predicted any of that. Which props to them, because as I mentioned before, I am an amateur creative writer. I generally have a decent kind of judgment of how a story is unfolding, how a story is going to go. So the fact that they were able to kind of like trick me in that sense, good for them. Very unpredictable. Flamer, we know that Pom Pom and Akavili are different and they exist at the same time, so not a fragment of Akavili themselves. That is true, Flamer. That is also true. But like at this point, like what can we say? Like who can he be? Like, and also time is fucking doesn't matter in Star Rail at this point. Time is time is fucking a concept in Star Rail. It does not matter. They could do so many things. Ren, Akavili, I'm confident is us. Yes, I agree, Ren. We talked about it earlier, I think before you came in. I think most of us here who are currently watching, I think most of us agree that Akavili is likely us, the Trailblazer, right? And if not directly us, related to us in some way, shape, or form. And I think with this story patch, a lot of people also think that the other Trailblazer, so the one that you didn't pick, is Terminus. I fully believe that's what's going on here. But who knows? They could take it a different direction. Nina, do you think Akavili might be the other MC we didn't pick because they showed up at 3.7? Now, like I just mentioned, I think we are Akavili, so the person that you chose. I think the other Trailblazer is going to be Terminus. That's what I predict currently. If I were a writer, like if I were a Star Rail writer, that's what I would do. It's very simple. It sounds very cliche, but it just really works, I think. So that's what I would do. Ren, also Mother Effers leaked Lycus's backstory before 3.5, and it just made the one good thing about 3.5 and killed it. Really, that sucks for you. Especially because, Ren, I don't think you were watching me or had discovered that I existed when 3.5 came out, but when we were playing through 3.5, I predicted that Lycus was Xander, actually, just naturally. So that was cool for me to kind of have that moment to kind of like, oh, I think he might be Xander. And for him to actually end up being Xander, that was cool. I had to see that spoiler right on my Twitter timeline. No indications or anything destroyed my experience. Yeah, bro, Twitter is dangerous. You got to stay off of Twitter. That's a big reason why now I play the Star Rail story versions immediately. If you go back and you look at the dates of like the old Amphoria story patches that I played, like 3.0, 3.1, and 3.2, I actually didn't do those immediately. I would like wait like a few weeks after they released to do them until I was like, mentally like in the best place possible. Now I do them immediately, regardless of where I'm at mentally. Thankfully, I always seem to have the energy for these, so it's great. But now I do them immediately because I got spoiled on a lot of things in early parts of Amphorius, and I didn't want that to happen with the second. So, unfortunate, Ren, that happened to you. Flamer, but Pom Pom is probably an important companion for Akavili, so this interaction with the Trailblazer makes sense. Yeah, I get that. He fucking stopped time, though. Like, if it wasn't him, someone connected to him. Like, Pom Pom obviously knows what's going on here, and he's talking to us to kind of push us forward. So, it's not just the fact that he's like an important companion to Akavili. It's what he's doing here. The impact of him just doing what he did is crazy. It takes his character scope, I guess. That's the word I'm looking for. Like the scope of his character, like if the scope of his character was this large before, now it's fucking this large. Like they could do so much more with Pom Pom's character. I have no idea. Flamer, by the way, in both fables about the stars, Akavili referred to the Trailblazer. In fables above the stars, part 1 is just the most obvious. Interesting. I need to go back and watch those 2 trailers because a lot of people have referenced them recently, and I don't really remember them all that well. I remember the first one. Oh no, I remember the second one. I don't remember the first one. Suki, yeah, if you wait, you know how social media is. Nothing is safe from spoilers. Yeah, absolutely nothing is safe. It is your own fault if you go to social media. It shouldn't be that way, but it is, unfortunately. You know what is the worst with spoilers? YouTube comments. Fucking hell. I have been spoiled on so many things because of YouTube comments. Fuck you guys. Like if I go on an OST video and I scroll down, I don't want to see a spoiler about Amphorius. Like, you know what I mean? Like some people just want to listen to the music. They don't want to see spoilers in the comments. So Nina, so the other MC moves back in time and we go forward in time. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I think that's what's going on here. So yeah, these 2 moments, the ones with Pom Pom and Himiko, shocked me. Like I was like, what is going on here? Really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Okay, we're almost to 5 hours. Holy shit. This is by far the longest story recap / discussion that we have ever done. I need to eat something. Suki, poor Gulio. It's okay, Suki. I love being here with you guys. It is so much fun. And besides, remember, I'm on vacation. I don't have to go to work on Monday. Instead of going in to work on Monday, I'm taking a 12-hour flight to Japan. Good stuff. Okay. We have saved the best for last. You guys know me. For those of you who have watched for a long time, you have known that for a very, very long time, I have been a Cyrene superfan. Pretty much from the moment she was introduced. But from the moment she was introduced, I wasn't streaming. So, I have been dedicated to Cyrene for pretty much the moment she was introduced. I have defended her. I have been a fan of her. I have wanted to see her get her role into the story. And 3.7 was that role. When I woke up the day that we streamed 3.7, even when I was summoning for Cyrene, I was nervous. Because I was like, I have such a personal attachment to this character. What if they fuck it up? What if she's disappointing? What if this character that I know and love gets written in a way that kind of ruins my impression, my connection to that character? Will it sour? You know what I mean? And let's go to it. No, I want the other visual. Oh, my bad. Right here. Okay. I think Cyrene's character might be the best written character in the game. I talked about it at the end of 3.7. It's her, or I think it's Finan. Aventurine is up there as well. There's a lot of really well written characters in this game. But when I say I was so happy with Cyrene's character in 3.7, oh my goodness. This is the highlight of the patch for me. A lot of people have said that they didn't like Cyrene's, well, not a lot of people. Some people have said that they didn't like Cyrene's character in the story patch. I cannot understand that at all. I think her character is brilliant. It is so well constructed. There's very little holes in her writing. She is emotional. She is likable. The themes that she represents, I think, are powerful and necessary. And what a joy, what a relief that they were able, in my opinion, to pull off both Finan and Cyrene. Because when you think about some of the premier characters of Honkai Impact the Third, you think of Kiana, you think of Mei, you think of Branya, you think of Himiko and Fu Hua, and you know, so on and so forth. And then right there in that same group, in fact, some people prefer them, Alicia and Kevin. Those are premier, iconic Hoyoverse characters. And if you're going to do an XP, not an SP, sorry, an XP of those characters, I am nervous that you're gonna not quite reach the same levels, right? That, I'm gonna say, well, it's just Alicia and Kevin were just better. And in some ways, yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna say Kevin and Alicia are better characters. And in some aspects, I do think it's true. But I do think Cyrene and Finan were worthy XPs to those two characters. I really do. I'm very happy with the way they wrote each of their characters, the parallels they have, the fact that they are basically, suffering for Amphorius just in different ways. And Finan we got in 3.4, and 3.4 is peak, right? But the best part of 3.7 is Cyrene. It is. And I'm so happy to say that because I was worried that she wouldn't be, especially because I think people would compare her to Finan. People would say that Finan was done well and that Cyrene was not. But I do think Cyrene matches up well. And it's just so relieving and so joyful to me. So let me catch up with chat here. We'll expand on why I say that. So Suki, Noose is also a shock. So yes, I didn't talk about it. The Noose moment was really cool. I'll just say that right here, right now. Also, someone mentioned, I forgot who mentioned it earlier in the stream, but someone mentioned, it might have been you, Flamer, not sure, that you cannot rewatch the news part in game. Like, you can rewatch the story now. Someone mentioned that you can't rewatch the news part. If that is true, that is really cool. And I wonder why that is the case. Flamer, it was you. Okay, cool. So, Nina, I don't cur the people that think Cyrene is only waifu. I assume you have a typo there, Nina, but I understand the sentiment that you're saying. That the people that think that Cyrene is only waifu bait are just wrong or don't understand Cyrene's character. I agree. I just, it feels like such a shame to just stereotype her character as waifu bait. Let me say this. She kind of is waifu bait, but that's not all she is, right? In fact, I would argue many of the characters in this game that are female are waifu bait. Let me like all of them are attractive. All of them like the Trailblazer. Like who's to stop me from saying Topaz is waifu bait, right? Topaz is hot. She likes the Trailblazer. Who's to stop me from saying Akron is waifu bait? She's also hot. She also likes the Trailblazer. You know what I mean? People hate on characters like Cyrene and Firefly because they have a intimate relationship with the Trailblazer. Intimacy is not romance. It's not romantic. None of the characters in this game are romantic with each other. I am sorry to say that. If you guys have a ship and you love that ship, I am sorry to tell you right now, that ship is not canon. Nothing in this game is canon. So criticizing a character because you are frustrated because that character has romantic undertones in their writing, to me, that's, I don't want to say disrespectful, but it kind of is in a certain way. Like, yes, I even say it. I think Firefly's dynamic with the Trailblazer is enhanced by the romantic undertones she has, but they're not canon. Firefly was not created to serve just as waifu bait. She is created to be waifu bait and more. Like, it is, characters are characters that serve multiple purposes, not just a single purpose. Saying they serve a single purpose, that's ignorant. That's not the way storytelling happens. You really think Hoyoverse is going to design a character, call them waifu bait, and just kind of slap on a chat GPT like character summary? That's not what they do. Shaoji is a writer. He exists. Other writers on the Hoyoverse team, they exist. They're not just going to design a character for waifu bait purposes. That's not how it works. Like, sure, some of them lean more towards that role than others, but no, there's so much more than that. And just assigning them to just be waifu bait, it is a shame, in my opinion. You are ignoring the other aspects of their character that I think are really beautiful. Okay, sorry, a bit of a rant. Let me catch up with chat. Stevo, I recommend watching HSR trailers always with subtitles on because they sometimes hide some details, like that calling to Machiavellian fables about the stars. Part 1 is meant to be calling to us. Same. Yeah, I started doing that. I started having closed captions on at all times whenever I watch the trailers. You guys have watched me react to a lot of trailers. You guys know that I put closed captions on now. So I didn't used to. Now I do. So yeah, I recommend it to many other people. So. Suki, mainly people are unhappy with how her kit is. It's forcing Ichu over easier for normal gameplay. That is a valid criticism. Yeah, her kit is badly designed. That's a criticism to Hoyoverse and their design team, not Cyrene's character. And some people are misdirecting their hate for Hoyoverse and their gameplay design team towards Cyrene. That's unfair. You cannot hate on a character in her character arc because of her gameplay. It doesn't matter. Gameplay doesn't matter towards a character. Like, yeah, we get hyped over animations and stuff. That shouldn't affect the character's character. You know, tongue twister there, but it is what it is. Suki, but Cyrene is the support. Ichi makes her DPS. Yes, that is true, Suki, but yeah, Cyrene's character is bad. No. Oh, that's gonna take out of context. Don't clip that. Cyrene's character is not bad. Cyrene's character's kit is bad. I got tongue tied there, bro. Oh, god damn it. Someone's gonna go back and like watch this and they're gonna hear me say that. And I got my tongue twisted and they're gonna fucking clip that and they're gonna hear me say what I just said, and they're gonna be like, see, Cyrene fake fan. I just got tongue twisted. But no, yeah, I do think Cyrene's kit deserves criticism. I just think the criticism should be towards Hoyoverse, not her as a character. Fairman, well, the correct word to use is not variant, not XP. XP means exported character, which only fits well, but it's fine. Well, XP is the term we've always used, Flamer. Like it, yeah, I understand that. Well, I understand now that Impact the Third and Star Wars are in the same universe. Apparently, didn't know that before. Good to know. But XP is the term you exported character isn't just Impact the Third character in Star Wars. It means exported design. You know what I mean? So it does, by definition, it works. Flamer, the most annoying part is that just because they have a relationship with the Trailblazer, they completely ignore the entirety of their character. Right, exactly. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, guys. Like, wake up. Like, appreciate the story that's being told to you. Suki, it's Hoyo game. It's Hoyoverse, not Playerverse. Yeah, like we're playing a story. We are not playing a visual novel. But sometimes it is visual novel like, but it is what it is. I've ranted for too long on that subject. As a fellow storyteller, right? By the way, I'm never gonna share my stories with you guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say that right now. My stories are my stories. I haven't shared them. I've published one publicly, but that's it. But as a fellow amateur story writer, it frustrates me to see these writers and the team put so much effort into the story and these characters, and for that to just be completely ignored. So, Suki, I like Casterus and Cyrene with Trailblazer, but I like to read and understand the story. Like, yeah, if you want to ship a character, that's perfectly fine. But letting your opinions about a ship, whether you love or hate them, influence your opinion on a character, that's just unfair. Like, vice versa. Let me go on to the other side of the equation. If you ship Firefly and the Trailblazer, or Cyrene and the Trailblazer, like if you ship them, but you ship them so much to an extent that the only thing you can focus on is their imaginary romance, That's also unfair. Let me say that also as well. Like people who say, "Oh, Firefly and the Trailblazer, that's canon 1000%." No, it's not. I'm sorry. I ship Firefly and the Trailblazer. Personally, I would love for them to become canon, but they haven't become canon yet. So saying that about their character, that's false information. That again, disrespecting the character as a whole. So, Flamer, I kind of disagree about the kid. Her kid is completely fine, and she's extremely good in her role. They just made her balance for once. That is fair. That is fair. I just think my criticism is not that yeah, you just said it, Flamer. I don't think Eidolon should be bait. Her Ichu is bait. It is bait. It is designed to get you to summon more, to spend more money. I know they're a corporation. I know they're a gacha game. I will say this till the day I die. Till the day I die. Regardless if you are a corporation or if you're a gacha game, regardless of what expectations you might have on your product, if you support something bad, I will say that it is bad. Like, I don't care that I should expect a gacha game and Hoyoverse to promote gambling. They're still promoting gambling. That's bad. I'm gonna call it out. I will defend Hoyoverse on many things, but their promotion of gambling is not something I will defend them on. So, Suki, Cyrene mainly connects the Crisis Airs. I find Eidolons mainly for power wise and not much lore wise. Yeah, you should never use Eidolon. You should never consider Eidolon to affect the character, especially lore wise. So, Suki, I got baited, but no regrets because I love Cyrene and Casters. I have both Ichu. Yeah, you should summon for Ichu if you want to summon for Ichu. Like, by all means, like, get them because it makes MOC and endgame easier. Get them because you want to kind of be proud of the fact that you got Eidolons for your favorite character. I have Cyrene Ichu. Like, I fell for the bait. I have her Ichu, but I summoned her Ichu because I wanted to show my love for this character. And more importantly, I am not using like the fact that like Cyrene and her her kit are bad to. I'm not letting that influence my opinion of her character. So, going back to here. Tenshi Hero ST, good to see you, my friend. If you're just hopping in, just kind of coming to the tail end of the stream of this discussion, right now I am ranting. I am ranting right now. Ren, in that sense, Cassie is canon Chu, Finan is canon Chu, why limit ourselves to Cyrene? Exactly. Exactly. This is why Inforius needs to be an anime, or at least make an actual as I've written book. Come on, Hoyo. Ren, you're really on this train, aren't you? Yeah, please give Star Rail an anime. Okay, rant's over. I am sorry. I didn't want to rant like that. I'm not a big fan of being a negative, like a Debbie Downer, but it's been in my chest for a while. So my apologies. This is supposed to be a place of optimism and positivity. Let's talk about the positivity and the optimism. I think Cyrene's character is phenomenal, and for many different reasons. She represents one of my favorite themes in storytelling, which is just love, and not love as a driver of something else. A lot of stories use love as a storytelling device because that's what they're supposed to do. Stuff like found family or just straight up family. Stuff like actual romantic storytelling, like an actual romance. Stuff like, sibling dynamics or other things, right? Like many stories will build up themes. You could even go to something like racism, or PTSD, like war and stuff like that. All of that connects to love in some way, right? You love someone, you want to protect it, you want to do something about it. That leads you to take action. And a lot of storytelling themes circle around this concept, right? Very rarely, especially nowadays in modern society, will you see the theme of just love represented. Love as a concept, what I mean. Like, usually love in storytelling is used as a drive, right? For something else as the focus. Rarely is the emotion and the concept of love itself used as the main focus. That's what Cyrene and also Elysia represent. And I love that. I love characters that focus on the inherent concept of love. Because I think love is one of the most powerful things that humanity and this life has to offer. I'm a very loving person. I love my family. I love my friends. I love storytelling. I love Star Rail. I am not the type of person who is afraid to say the word love or I love you. I love you all. Flamer, Suki, Ren, Tenshi, Seki, if you're still here, anyone who's watching, I love you all. Genuinely, I do. You are incredible human beings who appreciate this game the same way I do. It's great. And I think characters and stories that focus on the inherent concept of love are scarce nowadays. And I love that I love that Alicia and Cyrene for being that character, for being the character that brings attention to the concept of love. Because human beings, I feel like, need to love. And showing the concept of love in the way they did with Cyrene's character is brilliant. To show her be this seed, basically, this almost embryo or an AI or some kind, interact with Peach or, the previous Amphorius cycle Cyrene, and how Peach is not supposed to represent love. She is supposed to represent lament, but she is a loving person. She's a very loving person. And to see how Peach tells stories to Cyrene, interacts with her, and eventually Cyrene does come to be a representation of love. And she comes to be this figure, this almost pillar for what it represents, naturally, as if she was a normal human with a blank slate. And I love that concept. And they have also clearly separated Philia093 slash Peach and Cyrene slash Mem. I also love that as well. A lot of the kind of convoluted writing surrounding Cyrene was that we thought these two characters were one and the same. They're not. They're different. Yes, I understand. Technically, they're one and the same, right? Like one gets reborn as the other. So this one gets reborn as this teaches that, so on and so forth. That's the cycle of Amphorius. That's the cycle of causality within Amphorius. But within each cycle, there are different entities, different consciousness. And I think that really works. It ties up a lot of the loose ends that Cyrene's character had. And I think it really, and they also introduced the concept of like her being the demiurge and growing into like what I just talked about. It is brilliantly well written. It's well executed, and the idea itself is phenomenal. I think Cyrene's character is amazing. But it's not just that. It's not just her being this representation of love, learning what love truly is through her conversations with Peach, learning that love is flawed, and eventually once she learns that love is flawed, realizing that life is flawed as well, and that ends up being the answer to the prime mover of life that the scepter is trying to bring. The prime mover of life is not destruction, at least from their perspective. It is love. Life is love. And that concept itself is so nice. I love the way they played the scepter and the prime mover of life, the way they took that, connected it to Cyrene's character and the demiurge. It all just fits so well, in my opinion. And then not only do you get this aspect of her character, but oh damn, I got that perfectly. But you also get this aspect of her character. Her character like being a narrator, being the writer and scribe of Amphorius by connecting it to its causality. And it just feels like a love letter to storytelling. That's the title of the stream for a reason. Because Cyrene's character represents two big things. It represents love and it represents storytelling. And if I haven't made it perfectly clear, those are two of my favorite things in the entire world. And so to kind of see how well written it is, how like she sacrifices herself and the chance of a better life in order to tell the story over and over again so that the ending can remain as lovely as it is very, very powerful and very resonant to me personally. Stevo, I will smash my head through a wall. Check Black Swan and guest book on the Express. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh god, this is gonna either make me sad or make me very happy. And likely the former. Guest book is over here, yeah? No. Where's the guest book? Right here. Do. Garden of Recollection. When you stand upon the earth, you are the countless manifestations of God. When you traverse the heavens, you are the God of countless manifestations. Set off once again, Akavili, I will go with you. Was this always here? This visitor is temporarily traveling with the express. No, permanently traveling with the express. Does Sunday have something here? Sunday doesn't have something here. Damn. I do. Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew, right, that she wasn't joining, but this does kind of confirm it, doesn't it? But this line is interesting. This line is interesting. He could be talking directly to us. Who knows? Anyway, back to raving about one of my favorite characters of all time. We're gonna go ahead and start wrapping this up as well. But yeah, just in summary, I think Cyrene, the ideas that they introduced behind Cyrene's character in this story patch, I think are really good. I think they really tie her character together super well. And I just think it was so well executed as well. Aside from her bloated dialogue, like I said, one of the few criticisms I have of the patch is that I do feel her dialogue is a bit bloated, specifically towards the end. But I think the actual writing itself was really well done. I think this scene right here is the best scene in the game. I think I genuinely believe that. I think this is the best scene in the game. It is so powerful, so emotional. I teared up at this scene. And it just fits so well thematically with everything Amphorius represents, with that Cyrene represents, and it's such a lovely end to this arc. So, okay, let me catch up with YouTube because I think I'm fully caught up on Twitch. Ren got the best girl ever night and E1 S1 purely free to play, so worth it. Exactly. Like, summoning Eidolons for characters because you love those characters and you want to kind of represent them, perfectly fine. Nina, do you think Cyrene's real name might be Alicia? She kind of hinted at it. I think until we are told otherwise, we can assume so. Like, why would they show that and have it be like Elefia or something? Like, they're never gonna confirm it. I don't think they ever are, but I think it's Alicia. So, Ren, I think she will later. I loved when Cyrene answers her question from 3.0 was really great. What is divinity? Yes. We talked about that conversation earlier, but the whole conversation with Herta, I think, was really, really good for both of their characters. I think both Herta and Cyrene's characters were made better by this conversation. So, yeah, it's the same question Herta asked Droidhead. Exactly. And she gets a answer from kind of a god. Like, Cyrene is the closest thing to an Eon we have that's playable. Like, she kind of does get an answer from a divine being. Cyrene she's fully-esque. She's not fully. Let me make that. I think she's not fully. She's representing fully for Amphorius. Like, when Fully gazed at us in Amphorius, that wasn't Fully, that was Cyrene. She's kind of like a fully agent, or a fully, agent's not the right word. Proxy, that's the word I'm looking for. Zenless and Zero. She's kind of like a fully proxy. So I just checked. A Black Swan entry in Quest book was added in 2.7 and not changed since. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so nothing too different. So still hope that she could join the Astral Express. Thanks, Devo. Appreciate it. Flavor, yeah, Fully is yet to ascend. Yeah, I think it's more likely March ascends as Fully than Cyrene does. Ren, she gets the answer firsthand. Talk about luck, indeed. So let's go ahead and end off with this. Wait, hold on. I think I passed it. We'll end off with this. I want like the full body version of her. Because I need to go eat something. I'm hungry. Here we go. We'll end with this. Okay, so this is the end of the stream. And I want to talk about not necessarily Amphorius 3.7, but Amphorius as a whole and what it means to me. I started this channel with Amphorius. The very first stream I did, well, it wasn't technically Amphorius. I did like a introduction stream, so technically that's the first stream. But the very first video game stream I ever did, was me reacting to an Amphorius trailer. And this channel has grown significantly. I used to stream to 0 people, and now I stream to you all, and I'm eternally grateful for that because I get to share my passions with you all, and you get to share your passions with me. And for me, this channel has grown with this story. Eventually, I came to see the growth of this channel and the growth of Amphorius kind of interconnected, and it feels even more heavy because Amphorius has come to an end, and though this channel is not coming to an end, I feel like the first era of this channel is coming to an end. The next time you see me, I'm probably going to have a different webcam, probably a different microphone, different overlays, different lighting, etc. The next time you see me, I will be managing the channel differently, probably. Still mostly the same. Things aren't really going to change all that much. But also, the next time you see me, I'll probably be a Twitch affiliate. And the next time you see me is going to be a month later. And so it kind of feels like the first era of Gulio has come to an end with Amphorius. And I'm nostalgic. I'm a bit morose. I'm happy for what's to come. Because what's to come is going to be even better than what we've done up until now. But it does feel like a bit wistful, if you know what I mean. The fact that we are closing the book to this chapter for Amphorius, for us, and moving on to new and potentially better things. And I appreciate all of you who have stuck with me. Flamer, Stevo, Sage, Goldston, Ren, Seki, Nina, anyone who I'm forgetting names. I could go down the Shy, going back to Zenless Zone Zero, Corona. I know has popped in here a couple of times. All of you who have watched me up until now and been a part of this. Nina, I don't know if I've said your name yet. I thank you. It has been an honor, a joy to be a part of this with you all. It'll be a while till you see me again. It'll be about a month, potentially even more. When I come back, we'll probably be ready for 3.8. I'll be reacting to a lot of the 3.8 stuff. We'll be back with Zenless Zone Zero once again as well. We'll be on to the main story then. I know a lot of people are excited to kind of make a return to Zenless, and should be a fun time. But thank you, Amphorius. Thank you all for crafting an experience for me that is unforgettable. And I will see you guys much later down the line. So thank you very much. Thank you, Cyrene, for everything that she's done, for what she represents. And thank you, Finan, and thank you all the Crisis Heirs, all my viewers. Just very grateful in general. So hope you guys have a great afternoon, great morning, great evening, wherever you may be, however you may be watching. Take care, guys. I'll see you later. Peace, late.